Good day, everyone. Welcome to the Creative, Cultural and Technological Emancipation Plenary of the Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum for UNCTAD 15. My name is Adrian Green. I'm a spoken word performer, artivist with the Barbados National Transformation Initiative and columnist. And today we have a very diverse and esteemed panel to discuss our topic with you. And I'm going to give you some brief introductions. First, we have Josanne Leonard. She is a senior level professional with 25 years combined experience in media, strategic communications, government relations, stakeholder relations, and public affairs. She has a keen understanding of development and economic diversification issues for Caribbean economies, with specific knowledge of market access and regulatory issues in a number of sectors, including the cultural creative industries, telecommunications, copyright, broadcast. And Josanne has extensive advocacy experience with international agencies, governments, academia, civil society, and networks of industry professionals and firms. She is also an experienced broadcaster and radio TV producer who has worked with clients and affiliates in the Caribbean, the USA, Africa, and Europe. Most of all, Josanne is a dreamer who believes in our Caribbean civilization. Next, we have Dr. Keith Nurse. Dr. Nurse is president and principal of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College in St. Lucia. Keith has published numerous scholarly articles, papers, and books on the political economy of international trade policy. His current research interests are climate change and trade policy, migration and diasporas, trade and innovation governance, and the creative economy. Dr. Nurse has worked as a consultant to governments, NGOs, and international, regional, and national agencies in the Caribbean, Africa, North America, and in Europe, and is a former president of the Association of Caribbean Economists. He is also the executive producer of Forward Home, The Power of the Caribbean Diaspora. Next is Dr. Michael Quett. Dr. Michael Quett is a visiting fellow of the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. He received his PhD in sociology from Rhodes University in South Africa. Dr. Quett is the author of Digital Colonialism, U.S. Empire and the New Imperialism in the Global South, and is among the most cited scholars on the topic of digital colonialism. He has been published at the New York Times, Al Jazeera, Vice News, Wired, Slate, Mail and Guardian, and Counterpunch. And he has appeared on BBC World News Radio, NPR, and The Real News. Dr. Quett is editor of the forthcoming book, The Cambridge Handbook of Race and Surveillance, from Cambridge University Press, author of the short book, People's Tech for People's Power, a guide to digital self-defense and empowerment, and he is also the host of the Tech Empire podcast and founder of the People's Tech Campaign. And finally, we have Mr. Trevor Wood. Mr. Trevor Wood is a technology professional with 20 years experience. He works as Director of Application Delivery Services at a regional financial institution. He is responsible for developing and executing the company's data strategy and overseeing the delivery of strategic solutions across a diverse project portfolio. Trevor is also a former cultural industries entrepreneur. This former valedictorian of the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, graduating with a double major in computer science, also holds a master's in banking and finance with a distinction and various technical certifications. Trevor was the founding chairman of the Brewster's Road Crew, a prominent Barbadian events promotion team. He spent 10 years producing events during Barbados' Crop Over Festival, including 2 24-hour shows. The team focused on showcasing aspects of local culture through their events and were keen adopters of technology, being among the first to establish a social media presence when the platforms first launched. He is an aspiring writer and is passionate about promoting local culture, creativity, and creatives. We are pleased to welcome our esteemed panel to discuss creative, cultural, and technological emancipation. And with this Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum, we are operating from the perspective that the promise which the creative industries and technological advance holds for leveling the playing field for small island developing states will not fully be manifested unless we take a serious look at some of the embedded and entrenched inequalities in the global contemporary system. And we believe that culture, creativity, and technology are inextricably linked and go hand in hand. And we cannot fully understand one of the three unless we also understand the others. So with that in mind, I'm going to begin with Miss Josanne Leonard. And I'm going to ask Josanne if she can explain in her mind and from her perspective and from her vast experience being involved in the culture and creative industries and media, what is the relationship between the creative and cultural industries, and what is their importance to the development of small island developing states? And we're talking primarily in terms of social and cultural development. Josanne.
Well, thank you very much, Adrian, and good morning to everyone who is part of our viewing and listening audience, and to my fellow panelists this morning. And I don't know why you sent me high up in the batting order and with that big question. So I'll take my cue, and with salutations out of the way, and with the short time that we have, I don't want to get too focused on definitions and origins. I think that there are many who are much more in a position to deal with this and for us to interrogate. However, on the chance that it's not clear, and for context and for simply my own contribution, I think we can agree that it's universally accepted that what has come to be defined as the cultural and creative industries is really, on the one hand, a representation of cultural expressions, of traditions and activities which are rooted in individual creativity and skill and talent. And when these artistic forms or heritage assets and products are produced or reproduced to be promoted, to be distributed for commercial gain, for financial gain, particularly when it converges with technology, it's at this intersection that we talk a lot about the creative industries. Actually, and Keith is here as an economist, and I'm sure that he'll be able to expand on these things a lot more and give it the sort of robust definitions, speak as we say. But in trade and economic terms, in the mid-90s, some clever lads, and I suppose some lasses too in the UK, they had a bit of an aha moment. From a policy perspective, the UK government began formally at that time mapping what they coined the creative industries, mainly because they recognized the economic contribution to the UK economy, the potential, of course, for the creation of jobs and the promise of generating significant wealth. And of course, today we know that the United Kingdom is one of the largest producers in the Western sphere, because of course China is a different proposition altogether, but they're one of the largest producers of cultural goods and services. In fact, when I was at the High Commission in London working under Minister Assam, I remember one of the very first reports that I read, which is called British Invisibles, which was prepared by their Department of Trade. So essentially, we're talking about a diverse or a mixed bag of cultural and commercial activities. And these, for those who may not be thinking about what we mean, visual arts, music, theater, craft, literature, live performances. Then we have the whole technology side with television, radio, film, video, and a whole new paradigm actually of the internet, which is far different from the World Wide Web as imagined by Tim Berners-Lee, with the mega GAFA club, GAFA meaning Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon. And then there are all the traditional sort of creative services like advertising and architecture and design and software development, publishing. So all of these subsets, or all of these come together under this rubric of cultural and creative industries. But I think as we begin to move into some of the more granular discussions about the relationship between the two and the value to small island developing states. And of course, in the region, we're not just islands because we have Belize and we have Guyana and Suriname, both on the continental, on the continent. So that, and other areas of the world, and we're in this ACP grouping, for example. But at the heart of this centerpiece, that will once again, and is once again being touted as having some form of economic salvation for us, is the creation and production of intellectual property. And it is the harnessing and exploitation of this intellectual property created by an individual or group of individuals, whether those are groups within countries or whether these are regions. This is really the promise, the unfulfilled promise in many respects. So Adrian, you have chosen me to open the innings, and to use a cricket metaphor, because I'm a lover of cricket, I'm coming out to whoops. And for our friends who don't know the game of cricket, it means that, and I'm hoping that my fellow panelists and others to follow over the next 2 days, that we come out to put some big runs on the scoreboard. Because as good as we play the game and as fair as we play the game is rigged against us. We cannot think that it's business as usual, and we cannot, from my perspective, continue to confine ourselves to the normal trade and development speak with which we've become accustomed. Why? Because the game is rigged. It's not lost on us, or it shouldn't be lost on us, that this conference, co-hosted by Barbados, is being held, for example, against the backdrop of a sister nation in peril. And, you know, Dr. Beckles and Professor Beckles and others would have been speaking about these things. Our first Black Republic, which has borne the brunt of the backlash of the struggle against slavery and for our emancipation. We have our other sister to the north in Cuba, reeling under decades of an economic blockade, which the UN system has been unable to dismantle, despite voting against it 29 years in a row, and as recently as June this year, 189 countries. So this conference it's a bit of a paradox, because even though it's virtual, it's being hosted by a country which is in a region that has humongous, tremendous, exponential cultural output, cultural production, from Haiti and Cuba in the north all the way to Suriname and Guyana in the south. We're bursting at the seams in every cultural sphere, and yet we're poor. They say we're poor, and we say that we're poor.
Josanne?
The rules of the game ensure that the big countries of the developed world are able to exploit our cultural products with very little redounding to our benefit. And hopefully this discussion and others will lead us more into not just talking about trade, but fair trade, and fair trade in a development pact in which we, the children of empire, have to reimagine our place first and foremost. So that's my opening salvo, Adrian, and forgive me, but I think that I needed to put that down as context as we drill down into the conversation.
No forgiveness necessary, Josanne. I think you have set us off on very good footing, and I hope that Dr. Nurse is paying attention in the field, because the ball is coming to him. Dr. Nurse, good morning to you, sir. And
good morning, Adrian. Good morning to my panelists as well.
And as one of the foremost scholars on the creative industries in the region and across the world, I would like you to follow on from Josanne's introduction, because in 2006, you quite prophetically called culture the fourth pillar of sustainable development. What did you mean by that? And do you think that the world in general and the region, the Caribbean region in particular, has understood and approached it as such?
Yeah, thanks very much for that very critical question, Adrian. I wrote that article back in 2005, 2006. And when I was first asked to comment on it, I really had to do a lot of background reading on the concept of sustainable development. And in the traditional literature, and still today actually, sustainable development is defined as having three pillars, which is economic, social, and environmental. And I'm arguing in this article, and I've been arguing ever since, that culture is not only the fourth pillar, it's actually the central pillar, because culture defines everything. And here we're using culture in the broad sense of the word, which is, it refers to our mores, our value systems. It refers to the way in which we envision ourselves as a species. So it's cosmological. It talks about epistemology of being and so on. And from that grand notion of culture, it informs everything that we do. So the way in which we define, for example, how we manage the economy is very cultural. So in Western economics, the concept of scarcity is at the center point of your standard economics that you learn. So if you go to do economics anywhere on the planet, by and large, you are learning Western economics, and the first thing they teach you is scarcity, that we live in a world of scarcity. But if you read the discourse from other civilizations, they talk about balance, that the world, we live in a world where you have to balance your wants with your means. And so you're always in some semblance of balance and equilibrium. But in the Western framework, it's premised on always creating more desire for more wants and so forth. So, and that is the framework we've been running with for at least the last 200 plus years in terms of our global capitalist economy. And the results are economic inequalities, environmental depopulation, and so on and so forth. So that's the grand notion of culture. But culture is also embedded in terms of expressions, from cuisine and dance and theater and cinema and so on. And by and large, this panel is focused to some extent on the expression side of things. And it's here that there is a great inequality as well. So even though, as Josanne indicated, and she was quite correct in stating this, countries like our own are bursting at the seams with creative content and generation, that content and generation does not translate into economic activities that generally generate trade or generate economic development in the classic or standard way. That's because most developing countries, barring the exception of about 10 of them, are net importers of culture, meaning that we consume more culture from abroad than we export. So in the World Trade Organization discourse, our trade coverage ratio generally in the Caribbean is somewhere between 10 and 25%, which means that we import 75% of what we consume, all the way up to 90%. It's only a few countries in the developing world, and we know them, of course. China generates a surplus, last time I looked at the data, of over $50 to $55 billion worth of export. So they export several times more than what they import. But then you have Brazil, Mexico, South Korea, Singapore, India, Nigeria is close there, and a few others. And that's it. All the other developing countries are net importers, and by a significant margin. And Caribbean countries, even countries like Jamaica, are huge net importers. So for example, Jamaica imports more books and has a deficit in the book import trade, which outshines any earnings that they generate from music. Why? Yes, Jamaica has a lot of musicians, a lot of artists and composers and so on, but they either registered with foreign copyright societies, so their earnings don't come back into Jamaica, or it is that a lot of the manufacturing related elements are done abroad, et cetera, et cetera. And so the game is not just rigged, as Josanne put it, it's actually stacked, right? And it's stacked in a way in which countries like our own if we continue with the status quo, which is a very, I would call it, weak and meek approach to the creative industries, we will continue to be bypassed. And what do I mean by that? Is that we've been very slow and very hesitant to invest in the infrastructure that is required to generate sustainable creative industries. That's everything from training people to be good artists or training them to be creative entrepreneurs. It also means putting in place the infrastructure, whether it's digital now or even before, in terms of copyright regulations and copyright management organizations, to ensure that we are able to generate not only wealth, but also to ensure that those resources flow back into our economies. So I know lots of people still think of the creative industries as song and dance, but the industry has migrated beyond that. So it was creative industries or creative arts, then it became creative economy. And now we have a digital creative economy where intellectual property, as Josanne indicated, has actually become the main source of income generation. And it's also that we have moved into another phase where data monetization, particularly by the big platforms, where the money, that's where the money is. So the creative industries is now driven by fintech rather than driven by arts in a classic sense. All right, so Spotify, Pandora, Netflix, etc., are now using people's data and monetizing that. So what you view, right? So the creative industries has almost become a bit of a loss leader, and the real source of income generation is now from the process of digital data monetization. And so things like data localization and digital intelligence is now where the cutting edge of the creative industries are to be located. And all countries are very far behind in this regard. So I'll pass the ball on to the next batsman.
Dr.
I don't think we have any more batswomen. So,
well, we definitely have a good game going, because I love how the conversation is flowing from yourself, from Josanne to yourself. And this is a great point to interject the lone American into the game, into the cricket metaphor. I wish I knew enough about baseball, Michael, to bring in a baseball metaphor. But the ball is in your court, and Dr. Nurse has thrown it to you very nicely in his framing of the new digital environment that we find ourselves in. And this is where much of your scholarship is focused. So when we have when we hear conversations about the creative industries and digitization, it is often framed in utopic terms about the potential of the creative industries and technology to level the playing field and raise the economic performance of small developing states. But your work is focused on something that you call digital colonialism. And this is a very heavy term, considering the history of colonialism for our nations. Can you please explain what you mean by digital colonialism and how you are framing this rigging and stack game that our previous panelists have spoken of?
Sure, and good morning to everybody. It's great to be here. Okay, so digital colonialism is the use of digital technology for political, economic, and social control of another group of people or a country. And it's principally achieved through the ownership and control of the technology itself. And the comparison here, or the evolution here, is one of a colonial form, in the sense that if we look at the prior early days of colonialism, infrastructure domination was a major part of how colonialism was achieved, where you had Europeans who showed up in other people's parts of the world as predators who imposed their will violently on the population, often settled their land. That's something that's not done as part of digital colonialism. It's not settler colonialism. but that they installed infrastructure like railroads. They dominated the seas and the seaports and the sea lanes, and they designed things like railroads in a way that bypassed local villages and connected up military outposts for the Europeans who were enslaving and exploiting the labor of indigenous people, and then extracting raw materials out back to the mother country for processing and the production of the high value stuff of the day, which was manufacturing. And then in some cases, they would even bring those manufactured goods back to and flood the markets back to where they were colonizing, undermining the ability for the indigenous people to participate as equals in the economy that was developing as the world started to industrialize. So if we look at the days of settler colonialism, outside of a few small case examples, it's not about taking the land. There's been an evolution of strategy. And if we look at the dominant platforms and dominant companies, it's no mistake that it's the United States, especially in the global economy, which is dominant. It's their firms. Josanne had mentioned GAFA. We can add Microsoft, Netflix, and other corporations into that. And if we look at big tech, it's more or less an American empire project, which is being contested to some degree by Europe and China, who are trying to get their slice of the pie. What they've also done in this respect is they've set down a model for how the digital society should be designed and coordinated, and that's also part of the colonial process. It's a conceptual system in which the belief here in things like intellectual property, which is an invention of humans, it's a social construct that we create in law and then impose, but it doesn't have to exist. The financing of the development of technology for the purpose of profit and accumulation, this kind of model that's called the Silicon Valley model is even now accepted often throughout the world, even though it's way disproportionately benefiting the Western and US-centric firms. You find in the global South too, the local elites kind of want to develop this model for themselves too, so they can see if they can also get rich in the narrow spaces that they're able to function. So you have the imposition of core infrastructure. And this is things like Facebook, things like Spotify and so on, which are designed for the profits of the owners there. And they are imposing that the internet is basically borderless. It's difficult to escape them for various reasons. One is that they don't interoperate, and they have accumulated through network effects where if you're running a platform, since you don't want to have 50 different apps, only a few, it's a winner takes all model, only a few are ever going to succeed. So you have a situation where these firms are now entrenched and nobody can really escape them. Now, the theme of the conference is inequality, and we've looked out, Josanne has brought up the rules of the game being rigged, and Keith has brought up sustainability. So I just want to quickly, hook into those themes. So one economist that I follow pretty closely is Dean Baker. And Dean Baker actually wrote a book called Rigged, and he talks about intellectual property. And he published a study in 2018, which found that intellectual property rents cost consumers about $1 trillion per year above the price that could be obtained on a quote unquote free market without patents or copyright monopolies. And that if media like education materials, music, movies, and news could be obtained freely at the cost of a device in internet data transmissions, prices could be reduced by as much as 80% while providing equitable access to all. And if we see the things that we're experiencing right now, like the crisis with a vaccine, there's been calls from, say, South Africa and India to temporarily suspend patents on vaccines and related technologies that are needed to produce them. There are also those who are calling into question the idea that intellectual property itself is something that is equitable in the first place. If we look at a country like South Africa, where I've done a lot of my research, something like 80% of grade 4 learners can't read for meaning. And when you look at the development of high technology, advanced technology, who can really compete in that environment to outproduce those who keep producing new intellectual property, which has to be cutting edge in order to win the sweepstakes in the global economy. So the question of the rules of the game, we could be asking the question of, is intellectual property itself actually something that is desirable and equitable? In what lifetime will the global poor be able to actually participate as equals and compete and get access? I want to add in on this theme that Keith brought up about sustainability, because I think this is really, really important. In 2019, United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, I believe it was Development Goal 12, talked about the limits of material resource consumption in the environment. And they were pulling in for this studies that are linked up in a community of researchers and activists who are, it appears, even though they didn't use the word, who go under the term degrowth. And degrowth basically means that there are limits to how much we can extract physically from the environment before we overheat it and collapse the environment because of overexploitation and extraction. And what they found in this, if you go to the website, there's about 26 tons per person per year in the rich countries of material resource consumption. We're now at about 100 billion total for the whole human species, material throughput per year. And the belief is there's about 50 billion tons per year is sustainable for protecting the environment. The low-income countries per person consume about 2 tons per person per year. And the high-income countries rely on 9.8 metric tons of primary materials extracted elsewhere in the world. And if with about 8 billion people, there is the argument here is there's about 6 to 8 tons per person per year if we all consumed at an equal level, would be sustainable for the environment. So the ideology that has been accepted for a lot of people is that if we just grow the economies, then we can fix the inequality crisis as long as everybody gets a little more at the end of the year, even if we have inequality, that it will be, the world will be a better place, and eventually the global poor will be able to consume at a level of, say, a middle-class person in the developed world. But what this research says quite clearly is that there's actually not enough to go around, that if we were all humans were consuming at what a suburbanite might consume in the developed world and in the global south, then 26 tons per year, we would collapse the environment. It's not sustainable, so that means there needs to be a cut in terms of material resource use. And studies show that we can provide a decent standard of living to everybody on planet Earth and still fall within the sustainable boundaries. So last point here is, what does this have to do with the cultural industries? Well, there's a peer-reviewed study that came out in 2020, Greenford and Lesk, and they found the following. Services like tech industries were as damaging to global climate, land, and water as agriculture and manufacturing when household consumption was included in the accounting. This is because tech is labor intensive, and its numerous workers tend to be affluent consumers whose habits cause large environmental impacts. By contrast, sectors that typically seen as dirty, like farming and manufacturing, generate less affluence and thus encourage less consumption and environmental damage. In other words, the tech workers who are making, say, $250,000 per year, Joe Rogan, who's on Spotify employing in a $100 million contract, the Spotify CEO is worth $5 billion. That range of consumption is, even though they're not producing something that is tangible, like a podcast, right? They then get paid in huge amounts of money and then take that money and consume environmental goods. And it's the rich Western individuals that are the ones who are primarily doing this. And this is fundamentally unsustainable. So that if we're going to then have a sustainable model in which artists get paid, we can't have a situation like we do with Spotify, where 800 artists have 20% of the revenues, and then they go on and they overconsume while everybody else is starving. So digital colonialism then is about the evolution of these relationships. It maps onto the old order, and it's upgraded, and the rules have changed, but they're still rigged. They're not sustainable. And that's, yeah, there you
Michael,
go.
Michael, Keith, and Joanne have,
Yes.
you've just presented an alternative picture of the creative industries and technology to the one that we are usually fed or that we are accustomed to. And it's at this point that I'd like to turn to Trevor, because Trevor is an IT professional with a major financial institution and a cultural entrepreneur, former cultural entrepreneur, and a creative advocate in his own right. And what our previous panelists have talked about, in order to fully grasp and to fully appreciate, requires a serious mindset shift from the dominant mindset that we are exposed to today. And if there is going to be the changes that they suggest need to be made, then there are going to have to be shifts in the mindset of the populace. As a professional in the corporate arena, as someone who's engaged with FET and event promotion, do you think that your peers and your party goers, are they concerned with these issues? Should they be concerned with these issues? And if they should, how do we get them more concerned with these issues? Are you concerned with these issues?
All right, well, continuing the cricket metaphor, thanks for allowing me to come to the crease. Normally, people who bat last are either tail enders or they try to score their runs very quickly and aggressively. So I'm hoping that I might fall into the latter category. And I think what we're hearing is that not necessarily that the rules have changed, but that the game has changed. And to answer your last question, well, one of your last questions first, Adrian, I don't think it's top of mind for consumers or necessarily producers. And I think there are different reasons for that. I think, there's a saying about teaching somebody to fish, but if they're starving, you have to feed them while they learn. And I think what's going to be important in changing the mindset is allowing people to navigate the game as it stands for their benefit, as well as providing alternatives. So I can speak from my own experience. At a macro level, there's a challenge with equality, but at a micro level, for people who want to get their services out there, the perception certainly is that the barrier to entry is much lower. And I think that's by design because, as Keith said, all of these platforms are created specifically around marketing, gathering data, and making consumption easy, and making marketing easy. And I think that, again, to Michael's point, even though there have been some incremental benefits at the micro level to individuals, it certainly doesn't amount to equality. Looking overall at the benefits accrue across the board. I guess what else I would say is that we're seeing an increasing, I suppose, awareness and not only that, emphasis on social responsibility by tech companies and by all companies. I think, in its worst manifestation, you see like a cancel culture, where if you are online and you fall short of, a moray or you follow the favor of your consumers, then you can very quickly find yourself irrelevant. So what I would say is that the platform is there to some extent. I think there has to be some kind of targeted advocacy to make people aware of exactly what they're participating in, what the real rules are, the progress they can expect. And I think people would be receptive to that. In preparing for the session, looking at the work of all the colleagues on the panel, I think it certainly made a change in the way that I perceived the importance, the relevance, and the purpose of these platforms. Because when you live in a digital space, and we do so increasingly, especially the younger people, you don't have a notion of geopolitics or control or anything like that. And I don't think it's forefront at the consciousness or on the consciousness of people who produce and depend on those platforms or people who consume them. But what I would say is that that's the game, right? That's what we have to learn to play. If you want to reach people, you reach them where they are, and in the digital world is where they are. So I think the discussion and the awareness is the beginning, but on the other end of the spectrum, we have to find a way to present alternatives, viable alternatives, so that people are allowed to eat while they learn to fish.
Wow. So we are presented with an extremely complex situation, and you've just summed it up well. Not necessarily being in control of the game, and understanding, as our panelists have clearly articulated, that the game is rigged and stacked, and as Michael elaborated, really problematic and dangerous. We still have to learn, according to you, Trevor, the rules of that game and how to play within it, and learn how to influence minds within that structure.
Yeah.
So with that, I'd like to toss the ball back over to Josanne, because yeah, Josanne, you're going to have to deal with this hard ball here now, because
oh my God.
the Caribbean has been said to punch above its weight in many areas, and certainly in terms of, as Keith alluded to, creative and cultural input, expression and output, we have an abundance. Trevor has said that the technology and the new game has removed some of the barriers for entry, even if it has not totally leveled the playing field. From your perspective, how do Caribbean creatives approach this situation, this complex situation, given the removal of the barrier to entry that Trevor has articulated, but balancing that with an understanding that there may be a responsibility, should they choose to accept it and become aware of it, to help to change the game that they are in essence tied to?
So why you bring this Malcolm Marshall ball to me? You know, when you have Keith sitting there, you could have gone to Keith first as the political economy. But okay, I'm coming out of whoops again, and that it is complex, and I will stay more always on the philosophical bent, because I think that this frames everything that we do. So we don't, we moved from gunboat diplomacy to telecolonialism, and now we have digital colonialism. So it's not so much that, in my view, that it's barriers to entry. I think that's a kind of a ruse almost. I don't know that it's real, because it's just at the core of it is the same, as Keith talked about, the same form of Western domination, Western capitalism, that is just basically repurposing itself. The variants, you had alpha, and now you have delta and gamma and whatever, it's repurposing itself. So for me to answer this question in a fairly, not necessarily intelligent manner, because I'm not putting myself up as any sort of guru, but I think that I will come back to the things that, some very things that we have to be considering, which is the systems that exist and whether and we know that they don't work. I appreciate what Trevor has said there in terms of it's not even an aphrodisiac. I'm looking for another word. It's a kind of inducement where you think you have the power when you really don't. When you look at iTunes, let me draw an example. Let's take music, because music is such a big one for the region. So we have Spotify Caribbean. I saw Jamaica advertising the other day, somebody in a chat that I'm in, Black Business Matters, that we're now going to have Amazon Caribbean. In other words, we're continuing the game. We're continuing to play the game, thinking that it's going to change, but it's designed not to change unless we decide that we are going to have different approaches. So yes, know the game, but knowing the game is not necessarily just we know how to manipulate the technology. And I'd really like maybe in another discussion, because the one and done can't do, because Keith alluded to, well, he more than alluded, he spoke about data and AI. And, I have a theory about AI, for example. AI is being created by, I don't know, some little fellas in Silicon Valley in board shorts and funky places, and they don't wear jackets and ties, but it is their bias, it is their cultural conditioning, it is all of these things that are at the input stage to create the technology. So when we talk about artificial intelligence and it being the leveling, it's the panacea or one of the panaceas to fix our problems. AI isn't something that is coming out of the atmosphere by itself. It's being created by humans. It is being created by humans. How much of that are we inputting into for what we have to do about our business? So I'm a disruptor, Adrian. I understand that for example, and I don't want to go too much into it, but look at what has happened with vaccines. I'm not talking about whether you're for or against. The power of a few media, big tech companies to drive a particular narrative. Their associations or not with other economic interests. That should be very worrying to us. That's a lot of what Michael was referring to in terms of the construct. Digital colonialism. So we had gunboat diplomacy, and then we had telecolonialism, and now we have digital colonialism. I think that we really have to mash some brakes. To answer your question, we have to mash some brakes, and we have to have, it's a mixed bag. We have to have stronger political will in the region, for example, to be able to create the systems and to drive the development agenda in our regions, because we're not simply talking about the Caribbean, we're talking about other parts, developing regions of the world. But as we're speaking, we're not, I'll speak as a Caribbean person. So we have to have that. We have to have education. Yes. The education doesn't start when you come out and you really want to be an artist and then you go to BCCI in Barbados or Edna Manley College in Jamaica or UTT in Trinidad and Tobago. Education in terms of digital, understanding the world in which you're operating, it comes back to education. So it's not a quick fix. And Trevor is right. We if you're going to play the game, because for example, we didn't invent the game of cricket, but we learned to beat their backside with, we learned to really, trounce them in, and they kept changing the rules on us. When we dominated with our fast bowling, they changed the rules. So, I think that we have to confront our own, I wouldn't say demons, but our own weaknesses in terms of our cultural confidence, because that is what is going to enable us to sit at the table in the midst of our friends here in UNCTAD and other places to drive an agenda that is about our people, whether it's in Brazil, whether it's in India, whether it's in the Pacific, whether it's in the Caribbean, whether it's on the continent, Africa. We have to have these kinds of discussions. And a big part of it, and Keith and others talk about the political economy and the structures, those things have to change. If they don't change, we're just really always playing catch up, or we're just going to continue to be
the downloaders. In other words, what's created for us, somebody comes into the region and they tell us this is good for us and this is what is going to energize us and this is going to give us some kind of competitive advantage. And then we have a class in the region that says, okay, we know how to take advantage of that. And we create inequality, inequity within our own jurisdictions. We create barriers to entry for people who may be micro as opposed to conglomerate.
Thank you, Josanne, and you're dovetailing nicely with a lot of what was said earlier. Michael spoke about the complicity in colonialism of local elites who do learn to play the game for their own personal benefit, but not necessarily for the benefit of the entire society. And I really appreciate your staying in a philosophical vein, because while, as we've noted, many developing regions are very prolific in terms of creative expression and creative output, we also need to have great output and innovation in philosophy and critical thinking. And when Michael spoke earlier about, at a certain level, children reading, not being able to read to understand, and you spoke about education, we are seeing that the situation is very, very deep and complex. And I want to go back to Keith here, because way back in 2006, Keith said that the cultural industries should be a pillar of sustainable development. But Keith, you also said that we need to rethink our idea of sustainability. And I'd like you to say a little bit about that, as well as if we also need to rethink our concept of the creative industries, which is also a philosophical concept that comes out of a different environment, out of the UK. What do you have to say on that, Keith?
Right. Thanks again, Adrian, and thanks again for passing the baton. I'm changing the analogy now from Josanne to me. We've just finished the Olympics. What I would say is this. If you look at the global society, we are really in crisis for all the sustainability issues that Michael referred to. We've probably gone over the tipping point in terms of a whole range of things. Temperature rise, sea level rise, and so forth. And the Caribbean and many other small island developing states are defined as hotspots from a climate change perspective. So that a country like Barbados, in 50 to 100 years from now, would lose a large share of its coastline and 70 to 80% of its hotel infrastructure. And so the economy as we know it in Barbados would be decimated. So how do we begin to address these bigger picture issues, and what role does culture and what role does the cultural industries play? Well, the key thing is that much of the impact that we've seen from climate change is self-induced by humans, and it relates to our lifestyle. It relates to our wants and defined needs, and the way in which we conceptualize ourselves as a species on the planet. All of this is not immutable. It means that we can change it. And I think we will be forced to change it. Otherwise, you'll have to find another planet. Mind you, some of the same tech billionaires are already creating, aircraft to go to another planet. So lifeboat ethics, Huntington's lifeboat ethics applies here.
Funny,
right?
funny.
So those of us who can't afford to get that aircraft will have to...
Spacecraft.
It's a spacecraft. We'll have to deal with the mess back here. So if we take that as a given, then I think that the creative industries and the cultural industries have a critical role here to help shape and reshape
Narratives.
Identities about lifestyles and what, how do we create a consumption culture that is within our means, which is the point I think Michael was making. So if we start from that as a platform, then there's a tremendous set of opportunities that emerge from that process for us to educate the populations worldwide about a consumption pattern that is more sustainable and leads for sustainable development. Now, if you read the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 of them, they're really scripted around notion of the 3 pillars of sustainable development: the economic, the social, and the environmental. The cultural is given short shrift, and that's because it's a tacit acceptance that the existing cultural ideology holds hegemony and is to be unchallenged by and large, so that we will continue to be, to tinker here and there with the culture, but not do any major structural or systemic transformation. That is not going to be sufficient to address the crisis that we are in as a species and as a planet. So soon enough, we'll have to kick in with this alternative and more expansive notion of culture and the role of the cultural industries. And what do I mean by that? So for example, we need to change our textbooks, right, that are embedded in our educational system, and the stuff that we are training or teaching our young people, right? So for example, rather than training them or teaching them about scarcity is the key thing in economics that we have to address, the issue is probably distribution, right? So if you change the narrative, I think that's the point that Josanne has been making. If you change the narrative, you change the paradigm and you change the potential outcomes. If you don't do that, then we are going to be playing continuous catch up, and I fear that we are losing that game. The other side of the equation, though, is this, and Josanne's hit the nail on the head, is that you could only make a substantial contribution in this arena if you have cultural confidence. If you are still thinking that you are a colonized people and that you have to wait on both the management and the technologies from abroad, or even the lifestyles from some other part of the world to define your status, then it means that you're not really in the game. It means that you are, to quote Josanne again, it means that you are a downloader. It means that you don't upload. So yesterday, I was talking to my son, who's produced a book when he was only 10 years old. Wow. And I said to him while he was gaming, are you an uploader or a downloader? That is the essential, let's call it the division of labor in the global digital economy. Right? There are societies that are uploaders or net uploaders, and there are societies that are net downloaders. We live in societies that are net downloaders, and we're happy with it, which is the kind of ironic thing about it all, and think that we're in the knowledge economy and think that all of this is really savvy and cool and whatever. But you know what? We need our young people to think that this is unacceptable, that we should have the right and also the capacity to generate content that represents ourselves and represents humanity, and at scale. And it should be allowed to or be facilitated to be distributed to whoever, wherever. And that we should be able to, quote George Lamming, we should be able to make our art and eat. So this is where I think that we need to shift the discourse so that we strengthen both our cultural confidence and also create the capacity for our young people to be digital and cultural and creative entrepreneurs, meaning that we have to put in place that infrastructure, whether it's educational or whether it's understanding how to tap into the capacity of intellectual property or blockchain or AI or data localization, you name it. Because the fair trade in culture, which I've written about recently, can only happen if we embolden and empower ourselves. It's not going to be granted to us through some kind of repertory framework of justice. That's not going to happen, all right? So we have to seize our own power and position ourselves to participate at a higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. I want to jump to Trevor here, because you're talking about cultural confidence, the confidence to become cultural entrepreneurs and represent your culture through your product and your creative output. And Trevor is or has been a cultural entrepreneur, and he's a person that I know to have a lot of confidence in his culture. Yet you have stated, Trevor, that this conversation and the work of Josanne and the two scholars with us today has shifted your mindset or caused you to see things in a different manner. Could you please tell us what you, if and how you are seeing the situation differently based on the conversation that we've just had?
I think the best way to summarize it is what I was saying before about you being a participant at the micro level in something that overall at a macro level doesn't accrue the type of benefits that I guess justice should demand, right? And I've heard and I've been listening very intently to what everybody is saying, and I think cultural confidence is extremely important. But to kind of flip the narrative a bit, I think what we're seeing is that uniqueness is even more highly valued the more ubiquitous information is about other cultures. And I think what we're going to see as a result of digitization is that people are going to turn and value what they have and what they experience or what is unique about them online to have an identity, right? And to create that culture and project it in a digital space. So I think that as much as the platforms themselves, from an economic perspective, don't necessarily present the types of opportunities people think they do, I think they could be a pathway not only to express your culture, but to encourage that kind of individuality so that you stand aside, right? And that's a part of what I've been seeing. I also think that there's no shortage of content. Every society has its culture. I think, as I said before, that the world at large is looking for something different. You know, we've been seeing like the Western tropes, those stories, etc. So I think there is an opportunity there. I think the key is how do you connect the producers to the consumers in a way that is equitable, right? And in a form that is acceptable to them, which is digital. And I don't think we're going to be able to escape that. I mean, even in traditional economics, for small islands like ourselves, we depend on those outside for trade, right, for sustainability. And I think in a digital space, that's not going to change. We have to find a way to connect the cultural confidence with the consumers worldwide.
This has certainly been a very wide and deep conversation. As Josanne said, it can't be a one and done. It has to continue. It has to go wider and go broader and go deeper. And I look forward to engaging all of you on other occasions about this, because I think we do have a lot of work to shift the narrative and to shift the mindsets out there. So I'd like to thank you all, Dr. Keith Nurse, Dr. Michael Quett, Ms. Josanne Leonard, and Mr. Trevor Wood for joining us at Creative, Cultural, and Technological Emancipation, the second plenary of UNCTAD 15 Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. Please, viewers, stand by for more. At this time, we're going to open the session for questions from the audience. Panelists, that was, as I said, it stimulated a lot of thought and a lot of discussion. And we have about 10 minutes to deal with what are really some very deep questions. So we have to go very quickly. So I'll start with this first one. Someone says, we are far behind in a race that may be going in the wrong direction. How do we generate the cultural confidence to shift the narrative and move in a different direction? Josanne, would you like to tackle that one? Josanne, I think you're muted, Josanne.
Yeah, I know. It's switching between screens. Sorry. Could you repeat, Adrian?
Sure. It says we are far behind in a race that may be going in the wrong direction. How do we develop the cultural confidence to shift the narrative and move in a different direction?
Oh, that's a big one. And I think there are very many dimensions to it. And I think a lot of it was touched on in the panel in terms of some things that need to happen. We have, even when we talk about digital, and this point was made by Annalie Babb last week at the CTU ICT Week 2021, when we're talking a lot about convergence, but convergence is not just what we're seeing presently. Convergence is also looking at what models, what economic models, what regulatory models, all of those things that have been in existence in the so-called digital space, which are now even irrelevant. And so I think there's no easy question, there's no easy answer, because now there is this convergence that is beyond the idea of just technological convergence. You know, the reach of big tech, the fact that fintech is on the horizon. I think that we have to now begin to drill down. So I don't have a simple answer, and I'll think a little more about it and come back. I'll throw it to Keith and Michael and Trevor.
That's fine. Keith, do you have any suggestions on what needs to be done to develop this cultural confidence, to shift the narrative and move in another direction?
Yeah, well, you know, we've long been advocating that we need to strengthen our sense of history and history of self. And that needs to be done nonetheless. It doesn't matter what the technology is, it doesn't matter what the terrain is. This is a fundamental requirement for an understanding of self. And one can argue effectively, we have data to show that in the Caribbean context, we have been underinvesting in the notion of self. So if you look at the curriculum from primary, secondary, and even at the tertiary level, our young people are not being introduced to our luminaries, for example. And across language zones. All right, so there's a way in which we pigeonhole ourselves in the English-speaking Caribbean, and so we don't know how to contribute to others and intellectuals from the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, or the French-speaking, or the Dutch Caribbean. And so we are allowing colonial fragmentation to limit our understanding of the Caribbean itself. So we need to also break through that particular barrier. The other thing that we have to do is be as savvy as we can with the contemporary technologies. And we are not necessarily going to be the inventors of these technologies, but we have to know how to utilize them to our strategic advantage. And so everything, you know, I remember making an argument to some of the multilaterals almost 10 years ago about training people on apps. And the response was, well, we don't think that's so important, at least not for the Caribbean. Well, I mean, if you are not able to produce apps, you are really out of the marketplace. Okay, so we didn't invest in it ourselves, and the multilaterals didn't invest in it on our behalf. And so to today, we have very little capacity in this area. And that's because we didn't have the confidence to pursue this on our own account. We're continually waiting on somebody else to invest in us rather than investing in our own future. And so if you are unable to do that, you just won't be positioned well enough to maximize on whatever the opportunities are. So I don't know if that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hearing about investing in self, and investing in self in such a way that helps to develop that cultural confidence. But someone in the chat is asking, what is cultural confidence, and how is cultural confidence asserted in the coloniality of space we live in as a local domestic conflict, as well as an international problem? So they're asking for a definition of cultural confidence and framing it in terms of the coloniality of space, which is a heavy term.
Yeah, well, it's really funny, the expression, if you have to ask what's the price of the yacht, it means that you're not in the market. Similarly, if you have to ask yourself what is cultural confidence, it probably means you don't know what it is, right? And you're not practicing it. So in societies that have been imperialist, and they're very clear what cultural confidence is. They see themselves as the center of the world. They see their culture as the go-to culture for everybody else. And have done it with a certain level of cultural arrogance on top of that. So I'm not promoting the idea of cultural arrogance and imperialism. What I'm saying is that if you see yourself and your culture as important, you invest in it. It's very simple. How much are you investing in your culture and the future of your culture? So for example, I remember Peter Minchell, when you did a presentation on the bat and how the concept of the bat has evolved in his masquerade iconography and tradition. He talked about perpetual cultural updating. So it's not being stuck in some historical moment of the past and harping on cultural preservation. It's about taking your historical elements and continually projecting it forward. So in the context of always striving to be on the cutting edge, where your young people in particular see this as being cool, as being something that they want to invest in. If young people are not seeing their own culture as something that is cool, it means you're losing the battle. You're losing the battle to somebody else's culture and so forth. So you really want to embed it in a notion of the youth economy and the youth perspective for it to generate that new notions of cultural confidence. Otherwise, if it's premised on old people, young people are not going to invest in it. All right, so that for me is the litmus test.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Keith. I think we're running out of time. I would love to continue this conversation because it is really a lot to unpack, a lot to dive into. There are other questions coming in, but we have to go to our next session in about a minute. So Michael, 30 seconds, if you could please give you your summation of the discussion, your closing point.
Sure. I believe we should also look at confidence in terms of changing the status quo of how this economy works. And I think we could have a system in which we can have public subsidization of culture and we can free up from copyright and still reward the people who produce and have it be an egalitarian system. And I think that should be pushed for very hard. Yeah, in short.
So the final question is about sustainability, Michael, and I'll also leave this with you. It goes, sustainability relates also to how different groups function within spaces of cultural labor. Therefore, where is our labor being resituated and whose objectives are being met?
Yeah, well, if you look at the way these cultural systems function, they're basically built to concentrate resources to the people who own and control them. That's your shareholders and your owners of your infrastructure, and also to reward high-value artists and to push out a handful of people as celebrity performers and entertainers. And at that point, so much more of the labor is just lost, and you have giant armies of starving artists who are trying to get in and make it big. And so in that sense, I think that the exploitation takes place in the fact that these are very inequitable systems, and we need to try to challenge that fundamental thing. We can have reforms along the way, but those reforms should be seen as part of a bigger picture to push to really fundamentally redesign the system. And I think that having the confidence to do that, going back to what Keith was saying and what Josanne was saying, being uploaders and not downloaders, I think all of that needs to be, we need a new vision to push back on inequality generally. And I think that is directly tied to the exploitation of labor. Yeah, like any other industry.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said, there is so much to be said and so much left unsaid, but I'd like to thank the four of you for contributing to helping in some way to shape this new vision, which Michael just spoke about, that we need in order to carry us forward towards a future where there is sustainability and prosperity for all. This has been Creative, Cultural and Technological Emancipation at the UNCTAD 15 Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. We are talking about the inequality at the root. My name is Adrian Green for Trevor Wood, Keith Nurse, Michael Quet, and Josanne Leonard. Thank you for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was wonderful.
My pleasure.
Thank you, that was great.
And development. As we move from inequality and vulnerability to prosperity for all, the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum takes a closer look at the pivotal roles being played by culture and creativity in conjunction with technology and innovation in upholding and improving the economic, social, physical, and mental well-being of people across the world. Today, we present to you a word sound showcase entitled Spoken Words to Mend Broken Worlds. This international lineup of poets takes on the task of addressing the roots of inequality in today's world. They are proof of the power of the arts to evoke introspection, shift consciousness, and affect social change. The first poet we have for you is Danica Thomas. Danica Thomas is a poet, arts educator, and activist from Trinidad and Tobago. They are recognized internationally for their work on gender issues, LGBT+ advocacy, women's empowerment, and environmentalism. Danica is the 2018 Grand Slam champion of the first Citizens National Poetry Slam, third place winner in 2019, and four-time finalist of the competition. They have performed and spoken at TEDx Port of Spain, the Trinity College Hip Hop Festival, the Women Deliver Conference, the Nairobi Summit, and several other local and international events. Danica's work has also been published in several literary journals, including Moko Magazine and Shade Literary Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Danica Thomas.
Speak. Because if you don't, who's going to do it for you? Who's going to prison break your voice from the asylum of your mouth, so to not let your words be anchored in your throat, making wasteland for things left unsaid? Speak. So to not let the things that you care about be devoured by fear. Silence has a way of eating everything alive, knows that even though it is an abstract concept with no actual mass, that it is capable of bodying even the biggest bodies among us, is able to make us feel small, unseen, unheard. Silence, be bold-faced like that, be bad John like that, is all of the talk and has all of the bite to go along with it. Speak. Because lives are at risk, because there are people who cannot speak for themselves, who are unable to articulate with words how the world works over time to quiet their existence, because young people are a force of nature and should not be taken lightly. Speak, because the opposite can be deadly, dangerous, damaging. Be private zest in the middle of a lockdown, in the sense that even when they tell you you can't, find a way to tell your story. There is a revolution waiting to take shape on your tongue. eager to take its first breath, to grow limbs, to take its first steps, to grow up into being an adult and multiply into every corner of the earth. And it begins with you, opening your mouth and speaking loud enough to be heard. Because what will change if you stay silent?
Thank you, Danica Thomas, for sharing that amazing poem. So I do want to ask you, what inspired that amazing piece of poetry?
That poem came from me wanting to encourage youth to use their voice more often. For the longest while, we have had like a culture of silence. And there have been several incidents throughout the course of the year that kind of encouraged me to just want to encourage young people to say what they need to say when they see things happening, and use their art form, use their tools, use their outlets to kind of shed light on those things. Because people really don't take us seriously, people don't take young people seriously. And there is so much power in the voice and using language and articulating the things that sit in deeply within us, So it's just a call to action for that.
I agree 100%. And as a young person who's doing poetry, what role would you say poetry plays in society, especially when it comes to trade and development?
I think let me just backtrack from poetry and think about Calypso and how it arrived to the Caribbean and met Caribbean youth and how they were able to transform the art form from Chantwell, from West Africa, to use it as a tool to communicate the news, to translate the news and what was happening in society to the various communities who just did not have that access. They did not have access to the news, to information, it didn't have the World Wide Web then. And so Calypso was like the internet, it was like the news, it was like CNN for poor communities, where they would get updated, whether it was actual news or satire, or comedy, to relieve the stresses of these communities. And I think that's the role that spoken word can play, because honestly, there is a way in which spoken word translate the world that is palatable, it could reach various communities at the same time. It isn't too heady, it could be broken down into simple but beautiful language. And I think it just connects, it hits differently. So I think that's the role that spoken word poetry could play. It could translate something that is absolutely complicated and reach people who don't necessarily have like the educational background, don't have this big fancy language. We could use metaphors, we could use literary devices and just make it reach different people. It doesn't discriminate against race, against color, against sexuality, religion, it just hits home. And that's what I think. That's where I think spoken word kind of fits in this narrative.
A beautiful, beautiful explanation. Spoken word really is a vehicle for truth. Thank you so much, Danica, for sharing that amazing poem with us.
Next up, we have Sharifa Energy. She is a poet, activist, and the author of Galaxy Walk. Sharifa Energy is also a creative writing workshop practitioner. Her poetry is raw, honest, and consistent against injustice. Witnessing her performing has been described as an almost religious experience. She was awarded the UK Entertainment Best Poet 2017 award and is a nominee for the Eastern Arts, Culture and Theatre 2019 award by the Arts Council. Her poetry has featured on BBC The One Show, Channel 4, and ITV. Ladies and gentlemen, Sharifa Energy.
Tired with this world, the trauma of this. Tired of Gaza being bombed. Friends restless to hear from family on Skype to see if they are still alive. Tired of hearing the most morbid stories of survivors of genocide. Tired of attending protests and only being able to raise a flag. Shaking with tears outside embassies. The grieving of thousands of lives being more than overwhelming. Tired of seeing children lose their parents to the bullets of police in the UK and the US. Tired of seeing sisters who want to hug their brothers again. Mothers whose daughters will never give them grandchildren. Fathers and sons who never got to express their love for one another. Women who sleep beside cold pillows. Their lovers who never return. Tired of parents burying their just learnt to walk and talk children. Tired of seeing fellow communities mourning. Tired of the inferiority complex of Western liberal democracies, bombing and obliterating histories and libraries, pointing fingers as though ISIS are the only barbarians to have chopped off people's heads. Tired of having to mobilize. The spiritual war with ugly spirits running the globe isn't over yet. Tired of silent heartbeats making elite a bag of money. Tired of the number of people traumatized in prison multiplying, returning home with scars after decades in Guantanamo Bay. Tired of refugees' makeshift homes being labeled as jungles, voices in detention centers strangled and silenced. Tired of the pretense of racism being a new reality for migrants. Tired of Muslim graves being desecrated by BNP, UKIP, swastikas drawn on with poison. Tired of Muslim children taught in schools that Muslims kill, and African children taught their only history is slavery. How empowering. Tired of explaining resistance and demands for dignity of the wretched of the earth to feel-good advocates of non-violence all-day, everyday liberals, assuming charity is enough, hesitant to support self-determination and liberation. Tired of witnessing glee in the eyes of settlers who celebrate with fireworks when an indigenous family in the land they have occupied has been sinned to death by one of them. Tired of feeling paralyzed at times when news reaches and senses are heightened, waking like we're all in funeral homes. Tired of knowing truths I'm not able to comprehend. Tired of seeing people hurting around me. Tired of knowing I'm far from the only one that's hurting. Tired of white supremacy and colonialism that never ended. Tired of the war machine, of Chilcot or not. So many inquests but still no justice. Tired of seeing pain in the faces of families haunted by the brutal loss of loved ones. Tired of smiles being snatched from faces, hearing news of another one. Tired of feeling desensitized at times, knowing I shouldn't always tune in for my own peace of mind, feeling there's infinite suffering. Tired of privilege pretending, going back to business, till one life is taken for every 1,000. Tired of no context commentaries when occupied restless people choose to resist. Tired of the actions of the oppressed under scrutiny, coming from mouths not affected by racist police, with no experience of living under military. Tired of peace and love slogans before justice and equality. Tired of imagining what this world will be like for my children and their children's children. Tired of wondering whether we've done enough. Tired of only being able to write words.
And that was a piece entitled Tired by Sharifa Energy. Sharifa, can you tell me a little bit more about what inspired you writing this piece, Tired? Because it's a very powerful and potent message and it's very dense. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
In regards to this poem, I think it's mainly just the reality of the numerous injustices that exist. I feel like there's so many, and you know, as someone who's a community activist, as someone who's actually always doing the work in the community and having to respond to certain things, whether we hear about Gaza being bombed, whether we hear about refugees passing away at sea, whether we hear about, you know, just recent sort of information in terms of deportations, the government, just anything, fascists, you know, the way footballers were treated recently back in the 70s, how 80s, how fascism was on the rise and people used to get beaten in the streets for just being present. I think there's just a lot of frustration and a lot to process, you know, whether it's about Grenfell, whether it's about deaths in custody in the UK or in America or wherever else, you know, in terms of like Indigenous rights. I think there's just a lot to take in. And I feel like I was just really overwhelmed when I wrote it, because I'm like, I am tired. I'm tired of, it's not that it means I won't do the work that needs to be done, but I am tired of the reality of the fact that there's so much to fight all the time. You know, there's like, as a woman, a non-white woman, the sort of prejudices I've had to grow up around and resist. So it's just the continuation of resistance. So I tried to capture the numerous struggles that we have to face. And I think it's important for people that don't necessarily come from similar communities or may not tune into it or realize how dense it actually is, for them to just be able to see, like, you know, it's almost like I list the number of things that there is to be frustrated about, to be upset about, to grieve, to mourn, you know, and it's just the fact that whether it's about the Grenfell community, which was my local community, whether it's about fascists, you know, and all the rest of it, like, it's about connecting all the dots as well and not leaving anything out.
So you speak about how you're an activist, and I want to know what role your poetry plays in that, and what role you think poetry has in activism on a whole when we think about things like trade and development on a global scale.
I think, you know, poetry has its place in the space of documentation. I think it's really important for these times to be documented, and we do that through poetry. So it's important for people that are on the ground to, you know, to capture the narrative, to make sure the media doesn't hijack what is actually going on the ground. So that's what I do. So, you know, whether it's like even, you know, right now, what's happening in Haiti in terms of the earthquake, there's people that will just like naively donate to the Red Cross, but it's like, no, I can be like, with my knowledge, I could be like, no, like, did you not see what Red Cross did back in the day? Like, watch the documentary, where did the money go about Haiti and the Red Cross? And, you know, it's about the reality of making sure people have a more critical view of the world, whether it's like critiquing NGOs, whether it's critiquing, you know, the way like NGO workers have been in different countries, or how children are treated like from other countries as well by the West. And I think there's so much, or highlighting the reality of neo-colonialism, highlighting things. So for me, it's about, of course, there's a local aspect, but we connect the dots. So, you know, we're able to relate to things where you're able to relate to things that where we are, you know. Someone was saying the other day about like how Nelson Mandela, when he came to England, I can't remember what year it was in, but he came to England, and when he was told about deaths in custody in the UK and all the rest of it, he said, you know, it's no different to what Black people experience in South Africa. So it's about, I think, you know, it's in our respective communities, diaspora communities, from the Indian community, but at the same time, my solidarity is always going to be with African and Caribbean diaspora communities in Britain because of the persecutions they've faced. And I'll always make sure I bring that to light in the spaces that I maneuver in. And at the same time, connecting the dots on an international scale is really important. So people don't pathologize people, and they don't have a perspective of like, oh, you know, save the children in Africa, but then you don't care about the Black children in your own communities. You'll see people like when I was in Sierra Leone in 2012, I was just really upset by the fact that some of the white NGO workers, you know, that are there to work with the street children, they might have like really horrible views towards Black people in Brixton, but I'm like, but you don't relate to Black people in the communities you not grow up in, but in the country that you're from, that are experiencing poverty, but then you're here like trying to be like, oh yeah, my solidarity is with little African children. So it's that kind of a thing. And I think it's just, we use poetry to create empathy, we use poetry to create like an all-rounded perspective, and for people to have a deeper understanding of things that they don't necessarily think about.
Thank you so much. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Poetry being about connection, being about telling the stories from all the critical angles that are involved. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. We thank you for being here. That was Sharifa Energy. The next poet coming to the screen is Tio Greenidge. Passionate and bold are just two of the many adjectives that can be used to describe this next artist. The passion that pours out of him on stage captivates listeners wherever he performs. His is a fire that is fueled by his belief in positive change through the arts and is evident in the many messages he explores in his poetry. As a performing poet, he has won the Barbados Community College talent show, BCC's Got Talent, which then motivated him to seek out larger audiences. He is also no stranger to the national stage, having placed 3rd overall in the 2018 iteration of the Spirit of the Nation show, where he also captured the award for Most Original Performance. He does not shy away from addressing the societal elephants in the room, often tackling topics many people turn a blind eye to, including race, poverty, and sexuality. His goal is to spark the types of conversations on these issues that could one day lead to actionable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, Theo the poet.
I've heard of open pastures where my people grow faster. I've heard of gorgeous, green growing gardens. My people get tulip and daisy. It must be Eden. Fantastic flourishing forests where bees pollinate them and you see harmony, life without problems. Beautiful bunch bouquets of different colors, all friends, and even with my unworthiness, I long to live among them. See, I came from a different world, but our daddy's Huxtables never made it to college. Fewer opportunities leave us with a lack of knowledge. I could tell tall tales that Debbie Allen won't direct. Unstomachable stories of kids killing each other for respect. Roses picked from gardens placed in flat screen window, a decoration of death. Predators pass, dark flesh and white teeth. I could smell the hate on their breath. Their carcass food for the soil. The food I eat, the price of survival is high in these streets. 12 enemies from Golden Gardens be a rose critique. Roses who've only known cold, crippling concrete. Their roots run deep on the ground, but suddenly find what they seek. White powder stumps grow up like gramoxone, so being buried is their peak. They suffer in silence. They call you soft if you speak. The world's ignorance our disease, yet we keep our pain discreet. And murder be a rose fruit when pain secretes, stemming from hungry bellies. Because malnutrition is a daily practice. Drug abuse, a daily habit. Therapy is non-existent. Depression is matched with prescription. Regression with addiction. Conviction, oppression. To survive, we create victims. It doesn't matter the amount. Our petals fall off when there's a drought. The thorns grow bigger, the viciousness comes out. Red ring of iron observing our roots. Luxurious fields our pursuit. Beyond the steps of white boots. At our seeds they shoot. Bury them in the dirt, but nothing grew. Caterpillars bite our petals to help their cocoons. Destroying our beauty and dignity too. But despite being petal deprived, we survive. Ironically, our own decay helps us to rise. Our survival is the caterpillar's surprise, so jealousy brings back the butterfly with questions like, how could something I damage regain such beauty? How could you survive countless tragedies? How don't you want vengeance? You just demand to be free. How can you be so strong? It intimidates me. How have you found your roots when I've taken bites out of your family tree? How dare you frighten me? I pause, and then I answer. I've watched you abuse your power. Your generational wealth stood over me like a tree, it towered, uprooting families in poor communities, building barred gardens to hold roses whose seeds scream for daddy, raining bullets, a rose for each casket bed. Death follows innocence as they try to get ahead. And through these countless atrocities, I dug. So deep I found my medal. I rose gold. Now bear witness to the king, see me hero of my soul. Once broken pieces, now made whole. Put infinity signs on my value. No concrete system is going to determine my altitude. Your laws are corrupted politicians. Keep them. We don't need them. Put in place to make me feel I can't provide the right nourishment for my seedlings. Unplug any television who over-sexualize and abuse our women. We will stay grounded to fight your oppression. We will burn this world down to its core to obtain freedom. And if I die today, lay me on the grave of Nelson Mandela, of Bassa, of Rosa Parks. Lay me on the graves of Muhammad Ali. Let our seeds inherit my body, reincarnating in them all the fight I had in me. let them tell my story of a rose once bound by concrete, finally freed.
The next poet we're bringing to you is Tinashe Tafaranika. With the belief that art is a catalyst for change, Tinashe has disrupted the Zimbabwe poetry scene. In 2017, she became the first woman and youngest person to receive a National Arts Merit Award in spoken word poetry in Zimbabwe. That same year, she also received a Bulawayo Arts Award for her poetry. Tinashe began performing at the Book Cafe in Harare and was a regular at the House of Hunger Poetry Slam and Sisters Open Mic. She won the Shakespeare 400-year commemoration Slam Bulawayo in 2016 and has performed at various festivals. In 2018, she became the only person to have won a NAMA twice in the spoken word poetry category. She released her first poetry video entitled Sarah Bartman that year. At the beginning of 2019, her account of the Zimbabwe shutdown was published in Brittle Paper, one of Africa's leading literary websites, and this saw her being announced as one of the new columnists for Konya Shasrumi, a Nigerian poetry blog, that March. In February 2021, she released her much-awaited sophomore poetry visual, There Is No Such Thing as Love. When not stringing words together, Tinashe practices as a medical laboratory scientist in her hometown Bulawayo, where she is based. Please give it up for Tinashe.
Hi. I am trying to give you the kind of intellectual high that will tempt you to call me drug lord. I peddle stardust, not narcotics, so please call me Star Lord. And I promise, I will make the next 3 or so minutes feel like an infinity stone. I will keep hammering at your brain's creative hemisphere until you believe that all the T's in my name are for Thor. I will Oliver Twist you, make you bring your bowl and beg for more, because honey, you're a safe. And though I have a key, the dead air between us, it's starting to feel like airlock, and I am deducing like Sherlock that one key, it won't open you up. What we really need is a combination. So how about you and me partner in crime and poetic alliteration, have Bonnie and Clyde turning in their grace to take notes, because baby, we won't get caught. I have already rigged the vote. I am Olivia Pope's first scandal, and I could be your Annalise. I could teach you how to get away from murder. Criminology 101, and like criminals on the run, we could explore new identities. Take turns at being David and slaying giants until we are crowned kings, or be Count Dracula. But minus the photophobia, see the other vampires, they would call us daywalkers like Trevor Noah, and we'd appear on the cover of every diary belonging to a vampire. We could turn the bloodlust into wordlust, create beautiful constructions of words that'll last. Turn this poetry into a great house of stone, Zimbabwe, into something that time cannot corrode like the great Zimbabwe. It'd be great if one day we started an army of 300 to prequel the rise of an empire, because this art is Leonidas. It is virtually indestructible, and even when it dies, the whole scene is a spectacle. Let's re-enter our creative cocoons and be born again as more beautiful beings. Just you, me, this poetry. We could do such wonderful things. We could get so high that we start to hear our blood vessels sing. I am only trying to get you high because I just want to tug at your heartstrings. I know if I tug until the pitch is perfect, then maybe then we can hear God breathe. Hear the angels sing, because that is just the kind of beauty that poetry can bring. Poetry can be the 23rd Psalm. Launch codes for a nuclear bomb, the beginning of a love story, the ending of a legend, the blotting of a coup, the glue that binds me to you. Poetry can be the combination that I use to unlock you.
That was a piece by Tinashe Tafaranika. And I really want to ask as well, what inspired you writing that piece, Tinashe?
Okay, it's a bit tricky because I know I should say something deep and profound, but honestly, that piece was inspired by a bunch of movies and series that I so happened to be watching at the time. So there's no deep or profound. I wish I could say I was looking at all the horrible things in the world and I thought to cheer people up. No, I was just showing off. I can't even lie. So yeah, that was my inspiration.
Okay, so even in the spirits of showing off, do you think there's a role that poetry plays in, and art in general, in the development, in trade and development, in global trade and development?
Oh, definitely. Look at art forms like rap. Rap is made 99% of showing off, and hip hop is one of the biggest selling subcultures in the world. It's a whole thing. It makes a lot of money. A lot of people spend a lot of money on it. In as much as trade is between countries and everything, and artists should be heard and should say deep and profound things, it's also important for artists to get paid. That in itself, it's a form of trade. The artist is providing a service, a product. That poem, that piece of music, that piece of theater, it's something that costs resources to make. And once the finished product is out, it deserves resources in return. So arts has a place in trade because it's in itself a tradable commodity. Art is a tradable commodity, and the artist getting paid is in itself a form of trade. The artist making art for the consumption of people is a form of trade. So with other art forms, with certain art forms, people never question the value. That's why certain artists will fill up stadiums and everything. But if that person has prepared for years to be that brilliant and you give them a certain amount of money, are you not trading? Are you not acknowledging that whatever they created is worthy of your time and your resources? So arts has a place in trade, an important place, because it's a tradable good. The artist is the merchant. They're selling you something. And if you're buying what they're selling, it would be nice if you don't just buy with clicks and saying, yeah, that's good. Buy with money. It would be nice. For, I think artists all over the world can agree. Money is nice. So yeah, I think we should start looking at art not as something to just be a sideshow to the big and important things within economics. Let's look at it the way we look at water. Water is such a basic need, but for a lot of people, it costs money. And you can look at it the way you look at fuel, also a basic need. Stocks markets crash and everything over oil. So art, it may not be water or oil because you can live without it. A sad life, but a life nonetheless. But it's still a tradable good. It's still something deserving of resources, whether at an individual level or at a corporate level. So yeah.
I think that's a very interesting perspective. And I agree with you. Artists all over the world will agree that it would be really nice to be paid. Thank you so much, Tinashe, for your offering. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us, and thank you for being here.
No, thank you for having me.
The next poet we have for you is named Crush. Crush is an international spoken word artist based in Dallas, Texas. Her chosen moniker, Crush, is also a self-descriptive acronym, which stands for creating realities using spiritual hands. Her poetry has taken her across the nation and beyond. She is a member of the Dallas Poetry Slam team, which is ranked first in the Southwestern United States and second across the nation. As a standalone act, she has also received a national number 15 ranking in the Women of the World Poetry Slam. Offstage, Crush is a businesswoman, curator, and visual artist whose motto is, aptly, do everything with love. Ladies and gentlemen, Crush, your poet.
I am love. I am strength. I am beauty. I am more than enough. I love you. 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 This is how I start my mornings. Before the fog settles in to consume the light on my road to self-acceptance, I step unshackled foot in shower, ready to worship my naked. Rinse away the attempted invasion. You know, negative self-talk has its way of trying to take over. When I step out, positive affirmations shine high beams through the fog on the mirror.
Breathe. Blink twice. Unsee the demons others tried to tattoo onto your skin. Reflections of their own shadows. Unsee your father's distance. You, a mere mirage in his rearview mirror. He is now the ghost in which you see no reflection at all. And how do you piece together a broken heart?
Meditation in the mirror. Close your eyes. Breathe in. A white light of healing and forgiveness. Breathe out. Dark clouds of hurt and insecurities release. Now open your eyes. See yourself clearly. Their broken is not a reflection of you. It's just misery loves a shattered ego it can look at itself in. If I wasn't afraid of bad luck, I would have put my fist through that distorted mirror a long time ago. Kofi Doddsey says, black don't crack but be the first to break, but I say we shall break the mold, break the stereotypes, break generational curses, break self-hate. So I ingest the courage to put my fist through anything attempting to crack my black.
Image of me molded for others' entertainment shatters at my fingertips. Self-destruction. They say in order to rebuild, we must first destroy, so I pick up my broken glass shards slicing through my palms. The need for outside acceptance posing as mahogany blood. I use those mahogany drops to paint myself healed, paint myself whole, paint myself home. Now who do you see? Can you see your soul stirring, ready to escape this temporary vessel and show her goddess? Is she Aphrodite, or do you see Oshun? Sweet gold and honey dripping from her core, magenta magic pouring from her soul. What if the images from your past were no longer a reflection of you, and your child's inheritance coined self-confidence spilled into their spirit, so when you tell them how powerful they are, they believe you? Have you ever heard of an acoustic mirror? Sound reflecting off its surface just as clearly as its images. What would your acoustic mirror echo? And would you believe it? It took faith and consistency to believe these affirmations that I write in my mirror. I grip my crystals and follow the smell of sage to my peace. Take another glance in the mirror, remind myself, I'm love, I'm strength, I am beauty, I am more than enough. I love you, 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 I love you.
That was a wonderful piece offered by Crush, your poet. And I want to ask Crush, what really inspired that piece? What about the theme gave you the idea to offer this piece to us?
So for me, everything stems from self-love. Everything starts with self-love. So anything that is happening outside of us, good or bad, for me starts with self. And I feel like a lot of things would be different in the world if most people looked inward first. I think that when we get to a point where we love and accept ourselves for everything, then we no longer look outside to control or do anything negative to anyone else. For me, that's where it starts. So that's what sparked that piece.
And so how do you see the arts contributing, and especially poetry, how do you see that contributing to world development?
Especially with technology now, it is so much easier to reach all parts of the world. Poetry and spoken word is an art form in which we are able to speak on things that other people may not be able to speak on. I feel like when you hear someone else speak about a subject matter that you think you were the only one going through, it brings this different type of connection. And it also gives the leeway for people to connect across platforms to be able to discuss the things, whether it be political, religious, spiritual, mental, or whatever it is. We have the platform to be able to do so. And we have to be able to use our platform to speak about those things that need to be touched on and discussed and changed.
Thank you so much for sharing that piece with us. That was Crush, your poet. The next poet we have for you is Siyabonga Dlamini. Affectionately known as the Silent Writer, he is an MTN SWAMA award-winning poet, writer, blogger, voiceover artist, and creative based in Eswatini, who covers every subject matter through written and spoken word poetry wrapped in soothing Afrocentric rhythms. His writings often beam the light on feminism, environmental advocacy, and human rights, among other socioeconomic issues. He is the founding director of The Mic'd Emotions, a globally acclaimed online arts community movement aimed at uniting artists and art lovers and connecting artists from across the world. In 2017, he was awarded first prize in the Macmillan Poetry Competition, and he received the SWAMA Award for Best Online Presentation in the Poetry category in 2020. Siyabonga has performed on numerous stages throughout Africa, including the Standard Bank Luju Festival, the Vrystaat Arts Festival, and Matopo Land Bulawayo. Ladies and gentlemen, Siyabonga Dlamini, also known as the Silent Writer.
Hey. See, when tomorrow seemed like a distant mirage with better days and hope for the future gradually distancing itself from our very eyes, we had no other option but to stand together at a distance and reignite the fiery flames which were then flickering from our inside. But then again we rise again, Asibe Munye, and always rise. Let me hear you say, Sending Janige. Let me hear you sing. Let me hear you sing. So we rise again. Hey. For there is nothing so amazing like the life that we live. Although at times you and I may grieve, I believe we are the tribe of tenacious demigods, averting the nemesis on our skin, releasing the Pegasus from within to pave a Milky Way in the galaxies. Inganit galaxies when made a little bit lower than the heavenly beings, with the universe encrypted in us, and likewise we are right inside the universe, although lost in between this many roads leading us to many homes and many hopes that many hold, in fear of living under the gravitational pull of the moon, from which Victoria falls in attempts to gyrate on the meridian poles, where fake smiles have become a collage to camouflage the bleeding souls. All the bleeding souls are comforted when I say, let me hear you say, let the world say, so we rise again. Hey, say, Sending Janige, Sending Janige, so we rise again. I see Bambaneni, for the future is now, hence we are fixing our crowns and claiming our grounds with inevitable, innovative ways to exhibit on a digital space, redefining the art, we aligning our hearts and bring the world so much closer until it lies in our palms, televising the Psalms and advocate for the black and white lives until we all matter. See, it's even better when you extend the yellow care everywhere you go. I mean, it's even better when extending that yellow care everywhere you go. And once again I say, let us reunite, and once again, Sibemu, to arise. Say, hey, let me hear you say, So we rise again. So we rise again. Hey, take it up, let me hear you say. Let me hear you say. Send it, Johnny, again. Steven Muñegue. Hey, hey. Send it, Johnny, again. Steven Muñegue.
So thank you, Sia, for that lovely performance. I do want to ask you, what inspired that piece?
Yeah, man. Firstly, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. It's really an honor. So Asibam Banene, which loosely translates to let us be united, let us stand together, is a piece which is inspired by my subject matter, which often derives from human rights, advocating for human rights, equality, peace, love and light all the way. So the piece really revolves around standing together, unity, and when you pay close attention to the lyrics, boy, it is self-explanatory.
Lovely, beautiful stuff. So what role do you think poetry plays in the role of trade and development?
All right, so let us take it back in time whereby literature in ancient Egypt, it was only on rock paintings and the likes. Now, it was really, really hard to convey the message, right? But with the evolution of time, information was compressed into books, from books to, or rather from scrolls to books, from books to your personal gadgets, your phones, laptops, and all the likes. So looking at it from that perspective, it then expands to how we now come to trading and the communication, the exchange of information, exchange of cultural practices, and creative exchange, you know. So poetry plays a huge role because through poetry, we compress information, we compress a certain underlying theme. For example, the poem speaks about unity. Perhaps a president of whatever country could come and deliver a speech. But in this case, poetry speaks about unity, speaks about the importance of being together, and definitely advocating for solidarity. So the importance of poetry, to get back to your question, is that poetry, or rather through poetry, we happen to put every subject matter in word, in rhythm, and in rhyme, so that we can pass on the information for generations and generations to come. Because fortunately enough, with digital innovation, we have your cloud storage, where information can be retrieved even after years and years, you know. But just to sum it up a bit, in a nutshell, poetry plays a really, really effective role when it comes to, what's that word again, trade digitalization, because it is through poetry and other forms of art, respectively, that we manage to speak about health, that we manage to speak about socioeconomic issues and everything in between.
Lovely. That was a beautiful poem and a beautiful message. Thank you, Sia, so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me once again.
Alrighty. And that was Sia.
The next poet we have performing for you is Akeem Chandler Prescott, also known as Stoned with Cupid. Stoned with Cupid is a spoken word artist, photographer, songwriter, and creative director from Barbados. His work is an experimental blend of hip-hop, soul, storytelling, and theater, woven together in a neatly stitched poetic product. This product has earned him awards and prizes at Barbados' National Independence Festival of Creative Arts, nominations at the Guyana People's Choice Awards, where he was the first poet to be nominated for Music Video of the Year, and has even taken him on a 2-week performance tour in Bloemfontein, South Africa at the Vrystaat Arts Festival. His most recent accomplishment includes a feature in a regional Caribbean showcase organized by Catapult, and a second-place finish in the Vibesing Youth Outreach Program organized by the Caribbean Development Bank. Offstage, he possesses a Bachelor of Arts in Arts and Entertainment Management from the Barbados Community College and has been an ambassador for non-governmental organizations such as Advocates Against Domestic Violence and None in 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Stoned with Cupid.
My friend, I wish you Godspeed. I wish you had God speak to help you reach the end of your journey. I wish you could hear God speak. And I wish you would listen closely. Because you need to believe in yourself as much as you believe mistakes can happen. Because I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it reminds me how far I've come. Whereas you see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it reminds you of how much work is still left to be done. I wish you could see both our days are the same one. I wish you could be gentle with who you are in the now, and allow yourself to become who you need to be for tomorrow. I wish the burning passion in this poem, in these words, in these bubbles could solve your sorrows and help you connect to your higher self. I wish they could test your mettle and meddle in your fears so that it wears out your rusted self-doubt that clouds your judgment. So for once, you can see a positive outcome in a scenario. For Caribbean millennials, optimism lives in opposition to reality. So it's easy for anxiety to take root in this arid soul, too dry to grow opportunities. You can't feed communities with food for thought. At best, it is stimulating appetite to eat the rich and rip them apart. Capitalism is at the heart of this tired body. It's wired faulty and the malfunctions are costly to repair, and somehow I'm supposed to be the engineer and tell you that this all will work, but I can only wish you Godspeed. I cannot take you to the church. These words cannot offer salvation. But maybe they could be the spark to ignite your motivation to move yourself forward. Caribbean people do not step down from a challenge. We just step into our power and empower those around us to do the same. Because we recognize that with this climate and terrain, where you have sunshine and paradise, you'll also find destructive rain. These winds of change blow across this land every summer. And more often than not, they do not change us for the better. But no matter how much we're knocked down, we always get up. We always keep our head up no matter where we're heading. Because when life is a gamble, you got to get used to betting. You got to get used to getting the job done, even when there's no funds, even when there's no fun, even when it's just you working alone without anyone, even when it's just dumb, even when you wonder why the wise leaders won't lead us to better pastures. You recognize the grass is greener where you feed the land. And I'm not a religious man, but this is no longer a poem. I consider this a Psalms. I can only wish you Godspeed, my friend. I hope that you believe and have faith with what is within, because that is your inner strength. I wish you Godspeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stone with Cupid, can you tell me a little bit about what inspired you to write the piece that we just saw?
I think we've been going through some really dark times as of 2020, and I wanted to create a piece that kind of gives people hope, because poetry can often be very depressing and highlights a lot of dark issues. So I still wanted to retain that element of truth and darkness and the ups and downs of what life can be, but still give the person a hopeful message. So it's called Godspeed. And I'm basically wishing this person Godspeed and like wishing them the best through whatever it is they're going through, whatever that may be. In this pandemic, it's probably not anything pleasant, to be honest. So yeah, that was the inspiration behind the piece.
And I see you have a degree in arts and entertainment management.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, because of your tutelage at the Barbados Community College and your work as a poet, what you believe the role of the arts is in global trade and development?
Oh, that's a very big question. Art is something that's been around before biblical times, and it's been here longer than, I think when we recorded history, we recorded art. Art has been with us. It's part of our evolution. So art is really where people go to find the truth, and where they also go to get what they believe to be confirmed or sometimes denied. So art can be really a vehicle of messaging. If we don't use poetry how poetry should really be used in society, poetry should really be used to commentate and explore the uncomfortable realities that we exist in, or even explore the very comfortable realities we exist in from a place of perspective. So I think art can provide us with insight, it can provide us with knowledge, and it can provide us with inspiration to make change or to retain what we have and preserve what we already have that's existing. So I think art can be, it's really just, it's a circus of nonsense that makes sense.
circus of nonsense that makes sense. Only a poet would come up with that. Thank you so much for logging on. Please stay tuned to your screens. We have a question and answer segment coming up right after this. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, welcome to the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum of UNCTAD 15. I have with me my co-host, my co-moderator, spoken word poet Akeem Chandler Prescott. And I also have with me in the conference chat, because we have to do this technologically now, Tina Shea and Crush.
Yes.
And I want to start off the conversation by posing this question to all of the poets that were in the performance display just now. What do you think the obstacles and the opportunities are that have been presented by digitization and technology for the creative industry? Who wants to go first?
I can go, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Tinashe.
On one part, thank you. On one part, there is a challenge that now it's so much easier to pirate work than it was, say, 25 years ago. So that hurts because it's so difficult to make money from your work. It's easy. I can just go and download your YouTube and I don't have to pay you and play your poem all night and make your work hard for me without compensating you. But on the other hand, it has given us what I believe are opportunities. Look, right now I'm in Zimbabwe, you're in Barbados, and we're doing this thing. If it wasn't for this technology, we wouldn't be able to. So in as much as on one part, it's a bit more tricky to make money from your work, on the other part, your work can reach audiences that you didn't even know existed. People who can't even pronounce your name will know your work. So I think it's a bit tricky, and we're still figuring out the best way to take advantage of it. But the world is so much smaller now, and I think it means good things for arts in coming times.
So true. I want to hear what Crush's opinion of that is as well.
I would stand to agree in a lot of ways. It has been a blessing in being able to reach people around the world. But the way that technology is now and social media is now, not only can people go download your work, even if that's not what you intended, but there are a lot of artists that are putting tons and tons of work out there intentionally for free, not even looking to make money from that because they're making money from other things stemming from that. So I think the challenge for us has to be, okay, maybe our poems and specific work we are giving out online, but then we have to figure out how to link it to other business ventures, how to pull our audience in, and maybe this is the entertainment part that we give them for free, but we're building an audience and a community in a way that because they love our work so much, if we drop a t-shirt line or if we drop a journal line or anything else of that nature, they are now buying into anything that we are providing because we've been giving them entertainment for however long. It becomes your customer base buying into you as opposed to what you're giving them.
So true. Such a potent way of expressing that. Akeem, what do you think?
I want to ask the panel a question. What do you think poets need to do differently with technology to push poetry forward and to push the brand of the poet forward? Also, certain technological platforms like Spotify, that's only recently become available in the Caribbean. So how would you say poets should go about digitizing their work and monetizing that work that they've now digitized?
For me, I would think we have to do the research behind what is truly bringing in money and revenue for people. So there are, of course, you can put your stuff on YouTube. Of course, you can put, but you have to reach a certain level to even receive a little bit of money. So we have to get in front of the correct platform. And to be honest, I haven't figured that out 100%. I'm still trying to research and say, okay, what's the best platform for me to be on to monetize this thing? And then we've seen, you know, people like Brandon Leak that have got his foot in the door at America's, I don't know if you all have seen that, but America's Got Talent and won the show, right? So it's kind of like, after that happened, now poetry is brought to the forefront again. It was kind of a win for the whole poetry community, because after people are seeing that in their face on a national TV channel, on a national TV show, now more people are saying, hey, I need a poet for this, I need a poet for that.
So
and it's
true.
become a huge thing.
So true.
So yeah.
We have a question from the audience. Do you think that spoken word artists should take advantage of the advent of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs?
Is that a question for Tinashe? Maybe you have an answer. I don't have an answer.
I wish I did, but okay. The thing is, I don't know much about non-refundable tokens. I'm not even sure if those are available in my country. And this is a problem with it. Like you just say that some of those things are only just available in the Caribbean now. We don't even have PayPal in my country.
Wow.
So sometimes there's no international one-size-fits-all solution. Sometimes really, like, what can work elsewhere here will just, you know, it won't work. So I'm not sure. Maybe they exist. I'm not saying we don't have that. I'm just saying it's something I haven't been exposed to. And there's a chance that here it's not something we have access to. So a lot of solutions also come from sort of a semi-first world perspective. I know we're not supposed to divide the world into three anymore, but you know, you get what I'm saying. And sometimes they're not relevant in certain settings. And I think that's a big problem in the monetization of art, because what works in one country may not necessarily work in another. And even in the same country, what works for me in an urban area may not work for a poet in a rural area who doesn't even have a reliable internet connection. So yeah, I know I didn't answer the question, but I think I said stuff. Okay.
We actually have another question from the audience. That was quick. Can spoken word poetry, do we think, can spoken word poetry maintain its critical edge in the bright lights of what is considered the mainstream? I would actually challenge Crush to answer this, because I know that Crush has had some national experience with slams and whatnot. So I'm directing this question towards Crush first.
I think that it can. I think that while I have had experience on national stages and national competitions, in all honesty, those type of competitions are mainly important to the people that are already in the community of poetry. The things that reach audiences that are not already in the poetry community are the things like America's Got Talent. There used to be, back in the day, Def Poetry Jam that was on, I don't know, BET or something, one of the big channels out here. So it does have to be put in a place where the standard, I guess, audience will see it and recognize it. It has to be prevalent in movies. It has to be prevalent on regular TV stations. These pockets where we're doing these poetry festivals and things of that nature, there are a few people that trickle in that are not already familiar with poetry, but for the most part, it's our community. So it has to be put in those places where, you know, at big music festivals or something like that people already go to.
Tinashe, would you like to add anything to that conversation?
Actually, yes. I would like to believe that poetry can still be critical even if it's in the mainstream, because I agree with what Crush says, that a lot of the people who come to poetry slams and stuff, they're already in the community. But I'd like to believe that art is universal. Just because someone is not a poetry head does not mean they don't see the injustices and whatever, you know, the deep stuff that poets like to talk about. So I'd like to believe that, you know, you guys are poets, you know.
Yes, we do.
I'd like to believe that there's an audience for that, because I know especially poetry, we're used to performing for each other in a little cliques that Crash was talking about. And it's just, you know, us poetry friends doing poetry stuff. But the world really needs to hear what we have to say. I believe our art form is valid, and it has a place in the mainstream. It's taking a while for us to really find it, but poetry is beautiful and it's amazing, and people like it. So yeah, it can be critical and in the mainstream. We don't have to dumb it down so that ordinary people can listen to it. If it's so deep that no one can understand it, it's not a good poem. So that's my personal opinion. That's what I think.
Lovely.
And Akim, would you like to give the audience sort of a Barbadian/Caribbean perspective, because these are perspectives that we have coming out of America, we have coming out of Africa. Right. But what is it like for us here? Can you explain a little bit more about what it's like for us here in terms of the conversation about poetry being critical within the mainstream?
Yeah, so hearing the two panelists speak, it was almost like a mirror of what's happening here, because spoken word in Barbados is definitely not part of the dominant culture. It is subcultural, and as we go to our poetry events, we see the same faces. True. And if we can get new faces, sometimes it's people that were at the venue and poetry just happened to happen. So they were bystanders of the poetry happening. And I think if we're going to see tangible growth in spoken word or in poetry, it would need to be in spaces that are not poetically related. Like America's Got Talent, for example. That is not really a poetry show. So poetry winning at that will probably have more reach than if you won a poetry competition. I'm sure Brian Leaks have won many poetry competitions, and they did not do for him what Americans Got Talent did for him. One of the things too that I actually want to touch on, and I would like the panel's thoughts on this, is that we kind of have the unfair reality as poets of having to be the administrator and the poet. In the sense where we don't have a record label, we don't have Warner Brothers, we don't have Def Jam, we don't got Sony putting money behind us globally. Obviously, R&B would have that, hip-hop would have that, fashion would have that. So we would have to actually administrate our own events, our own festivals, our own product placement, our own brands, which is a lot of work to do as an administrator and also do it as a poet.
Performer.
So I know that is a reality here in Barbados. Is that also the reality in your countries, your respective countries?
Definitely.
I would say here, yes. There's a lot of pulling money together, pulling money out of thin air, or taking tons and tons of time writing grants, trying to get grants for things like that. Yeah. But there's definitely not a huge backing behind it. There are agents that you can hire. You know, we do have that availability, but of course you pay them to get you, you know, into certain spaces. But that's really kind of the top that I've seen. It's kind of the peak of what's available for the poetry world.
Tinashe?
Yeah, there's no money for poetry. No one's giving poetry money. People don't care. And it's in a lot of art forms. We do have a few. We've had a local company called Lafarge. They're a cement company. And every year they do a poetry slam, which I think is really cool because there's prize money, and money is nice. Money motivates you to do poetry. Yes, but then there's no one, yeah, there's no one to administrate it for you. The money isn't enough. Okay, the money coming in isn't enough to hire someone. Like what Crush is saying, that's at the very top. I don't know what kind of poetic income you'll be having to be able to afford an agent or a man. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe someone is succeeding at this. They're your secret. But it's very difficult because you have to do both and you wear yourself out. At the end of the day, you don't have time to write because you're writing grants. You don't have time to perform because you're busy backstage, because you're the one who organized the show, you're the stage manager, you're doing everything. It's a lot, which is why I was happy you asked me a question before about how poetry fits into, art fits into economic whatever. We fit because you just have to give us money, because what we produce is valuable. And for us to produce better things, for us to hire that manager, that administrator. We need money. These words won't write themselves. We have to write them. To write them like it's a pandemic, we have to be in a state of mind that, you know, like our brains should be functioning. But for most artists, having to do the admin and the creative part is difficult. And in the pandemic, it has been so much worse. So I guess what I'm saying is give us money. Moral of the story.
I think we have time for a few more questions. Another question from the audience. How do poets feel about the difference between performing live and in person and performing, for example, on Instagram, performing online? What is that feeling difference like, if any, at all?
Definitely a huge difference. Huge difference.
I think we can all agree on that one.
Yeah, I mean, when the pandemic initially hit and everything shut down, I was very, very grateful for those Instagram lives that started opening up. Because it did provide a way to reach people that I would have never reached. And it just gave us somewhere to be, to continue to perform. But after a little while, it became very, I don't want to say emotionless. Like you can't connect truly, you know, you can't, we can talk online, but the energy is not there. There's a different energy that you feel from people when you are in person. And to do it online, it's kind of like, okay, you get the emojis, they're coming up and they're talking, you know, in the chat, but you can't hear anybody, you can't feel anybody. It's just completely different. There's a lag, you know, technology is not seamless. It's just, you know, I much prefer to be in person for sure. And being able to talk to people after the fact, after you get off stage and, you know, being able to just touch people in general it's way different.
In previous sessions, the panelists talked about the importance of artists to changing the narrative. So how, and I want all of you to answer this, how do each of you balance challenging your culture while being acceptable and being popular? I'm going to ask Akeem first, because I feel like Akeem's been silent for a while.
Okay. Me personally, I believe spoken word is you speaking truth to power. So with respect to censorship, I say what I want to say. I may say in a respectful manner, but the message, the intent would be the same. With respect to challenging the Barbadian mentality and the Barbadian minds, for example, climate change is something that we have been avoiding as a planet. We speak on it, but do we really try to like save this planet? I don't really feel that we really try. So if I'm writing a poem about climate change, I'm going to be very to the point. And I would take the sacrifice of knowing, well, okay, this may be too direct for radio play, this may be too direct for television broadcast, but I know the 500 people in the audience, or the 5,000, how much ever people in the audience, get what I was trying to say. And if I can change one mind, and that one mind could then decide to implement a policy that could change 100,000 lives, then I know my job is done. I won't really have a way of measuring that. I would gotta hope that I have that sort of impact. So that's really my thoughts on that.
And Tinashe, what are your thoughts? How do you balance that?
I don't think I balance. The thing is, if you are, like what Akeem was saying, speaking truth to power, you don't get to play nicey and people won't like you. You're challenging them. Those people have this way, they've been set in their ways. People have been dumping oil into the sea for 100 years. They will not like you coming and telling them, you know what, let's stop dumping oil into the sea. Let's save the planet. People won't be happy about that. So what I believe is that do it well. Even if you're insulting everyone in the room, I'm not saying you should, but let's say you are. Let's say a poem is an insult to everyone in the room. Do it so eloquently that they don't even see that they're being insulted. They'll be like, oh my God, this poet is brilliant, even though she insulted it. So at the end of the day, your talent will take you further than playing nicey or being politically correct. Because especially, I like to believe all of us here are people of color. We're not really at the top of the totem pole. It doesn't serve us to play nice. We're not going to get anywhere with that. So already we are going to annoy some people. Some people will not be happy with the things we will say. And the only way that we can go past that is to say it well. That's all you can do. You're a poet after all. Just structure the words nicely. They'll get over it. They'll like stop dumping oil in the ocean, hopefully.
Yeah, to piggyback on what Tinashe said, I think it's very important to deliver the message properly, right? So even if everyone in the room does not agree with what you're saying, if you have made, and not only making it sound good, but making an intelligent and relevant point to the fact that, you know, like, yes, they can disagree, but if you're speaking truth, they have to realize that it's true, right? So even if initially they put up a block and they put up a guard because they don't agree, in the back of their head, if you have spoken truth, in the back of their head, they will be thinking about it still. And I know I have possibly a different perspective here because in America, it's a very big melting pot of a lot of different types of people. And there are still tons and tons of prejudices, but they are used to being, here we are still used to being approached with different perspectives, even though there's still so much fight back about what is right and what we accept and everything like that. It's still turmoil, but they're at least used to hearing it. So, you know, so we are still here delivering the message that needs to be heard, and they will hear it, and eventually someone catches it and we'll go to make some sort of change.
So true. Thank you so much, Akeem, Crush, Tinashe, for being here. Unfortunately, we do not have time for any more questions. I encourage you to stay on, stay tuned, and enjoy the rest of the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum. My name is Cindy Marshall, and this has been Spoken Words to Mend Broken Worlds.
Welcome to the Future Academy on this day 2 of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. My name is Adrian Green, co-lead organizer of the forum. While in the 21st century change is seemingly constant, inequality remains at the root and rooted. If change is to be meaningful and beneficial, the knowledge and skills necessary to survive and thrive in the 21st century must be made accessible so that we can innovate towards sustainability and prosperity for all. To explore the theme 21st Century Skills to Shape Innovative Minds, I hand you over to your moderator, Mr. Matthew Springer.
Thank you for the introduction, Adrian. Much appreciated. My name is Matthew Springer. I'm moderator of this wonderful panel on 21st Century Skills. I'm CEO of Holistac and curator of Bridgetown Hub Global Shapers, a World Economic Forum initiative. I'm member of the organizing committee for the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum at UNCTAD 15. Before introducing our panelists, I would like to provide the audience with a background on 21st century skills. The term 21st century skills refers to a broad set of knowledge, skills, work habits, and character traits that are believed by educators, school reformers, college professors, employers, and others to be critically important to success in today's world, particularly in collegiate programs and contemporary careers and workplaces. Generally speaking, 21st century skills can be applied in all academic subject areas and in all educational, career, and civic settings throughout one's life. These skills are often divided into 3 main categories. Foundational literacies, so that is how we apply core skills to everyday tasks. Literacy, numeracy, financial literacy, and so on. We then move on to competencies, which is how students approach or how people approach complex challenges, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, communication. And the third of these is character qualities. So that's how we approach a changing environment. This includes our curiosity, our initiative, our persistence, grit, leadership, and cultural awareness. Whether consciously or not, we all apply these skills in our life. Successful people excel in some of these areas, if not all, throughout their career. In this session, I will be joined by Dr. Cardinal Ward, a professor of electrical engineering in Massachusetts and MIT, and is one of the leading experts on materials, devices, and systems for optical information processing and displays. His current research is focused on the development of optoelectronic neural network coprocessors that give computers brain-like computing power. With us as well, we have Dr. Chiranjeev Kathuria, an Indian-American investor, business person, and philanthropist. Dr. Chiranjeev Kathuria is the executive chairman and co-founder of UpHealth, a leading global digital healthcare company. He also ran for US Senate in Illinois, becoming the first Indian American to run for the US Senate in US history, in a race that included eventual winner, President Barack Obama. Dr. Kathuria has also been involved in space exploration and was the founding director of MirCorp, the first commercial company to privately launch and fund manned space programs. Lastly, but not least, we have Lisa Padmore, a chartered accountant by profession with over 28 years of experience in the public accounting space. She's an assurance partner with a Big Four firm, Ernst & Young, now known as EY, a fellow of the Chartered Professional Accountants of Canada and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Barbados, ICAB. Thank you guys all for joining us. And I wanted to start this conversation by asking you each, what skills of these 21st century skills have served you most in your career? Chiranjeev, I can hand the floor to you first.
You know, I think people always ask me that question, and I think it's passion. You have to have passion for what you're doing. If you don't, I think it's very difficult to get to the end. Don't let anyone say you can't do it. Stick to your dreams and never give up, and you'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. You know, Thomas Edison said people didn't realize how close to success they were when they quit.
Thank you. Lisa?
I think for me, it has always been my interpersonal skills that have augured well for me. Technically, I think I'm an average accountant. But what I've always been able to do is to create relationships, whether it was as a young accountant in my firm and aligning myself with the partners and other decision makers. And it's always been that ability to create a relationship and to value what I learned from it that I think has allowed me to be successful. Even now in my role, it's all about, you know, being able to meet new people, learn from what it is that they have done, and hopefully also share some of my experiences as well.
Thank you. And Dr. Ward?
Yes, Matthew, I would say in my case, given my profession as a research scientist / engineer, it has always been my curiosity about how things work, always asking why, how, that has driven my career. And in particular, the critical and analytical thinking skills that came naturally to me from when I was very young is what has really helped me most in my career. And that continues even today in my old age. My weaknesses were, of course, I tended to be a procrastinator, but I've learned to overcome that with more time management, planning, and the like. But that's what makes the difference for me.
Thank you. So as Dr. Ward has touched on this matter of the weaknesses, we all struggle in some areas of our lives. So Dr. Ward and Lisa, might there be a particular skill or set of skills that you guys have found more difficult to master over time or throughout your career?
I think for me, I've always been a very enthusiastic person. So sometimes I think that I have spoken more than I have thought. And I'm really trying now as I'm getting older to get some wisdom from listening first before I speak. But at the same time too, that that has been the enthusiasm is the thing that allows me to accept opportunities like being here today with these two eminent persons on this panel, and also them sharing with me what it is that's making them successful. So sometimes your weaknesses are indeed a strength if you turn them around and use them correctly.
Thank you, Lisa. Dr. Couturier?
You know, I think it's communications for me as a weakness is you've got to learn to effectively communicate with people and work with your team members, whether it's personal relationships or your work environment. I was joking around with Lisa and Professor Ward. I still haven't got married yet, so I need to work on my interpersonal and social skills. But I think that's one of the most important. And I learned, you know, when I ran for the US Senate, you have 30 seconds to stay on message. So that's always, you know, very important, communicating to people.
Thank you. Those are definitely great insights. So with regards to these skills that you guys, you know, you mentioned some of these skills have served you particularly well. May I ask, how did you learn these skills and how did you nurture some of them that where you may have found yourself lacking? Dr. Couturier, I guess I'll send that one right back to you.
You know, listening to what Professor Ward said, he said it was procrastination. And I remember a quote from Alexander the Great when they asked him how he conquered the world, even though India might have stopped him, he replied by not delaying. So I think, you know, one thing is you always got to keep working to get to where you are. And the other thing, I think, as Lisa, Professor Ward, or anyone can tell you, you do it by hard work. And my other favorite quote is what Walt Disney said. He said when people asked him what was the secret to his success, and if he could tell others how to make their dreams come true, his answer was simply, you do it by working. And I think you just learn through life and you develop those habits and you learn what is right and what is not right.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lisa?
I have to credit my parents first and foremost for creating an environment which was still very traditional. If I look at my upbringing, my mother was a teacher, so education's always been a big part of us. And I have a brother and sister who, like me, are all professionals, engineer, a doctor, and here I am, the professional accountant. One of the things that my parents did allow, without knowing that they were encouraging it, was me to be different. And I always remember that when I was growing up, I could not study without having music in my ears, whether it was Bob Marley or Elton John. I had to have music on. And I remember that, I was a scholar, Barbados scholar. And when I was awarded the scholarship, my mother was interviewed for the newspaper, and she remarked that her daughter studied to music and she could never understand that. But I always thought that that was actually pretty forward thinking of my mother, is why she didn't understand it as a traditionalist in the sense of education. She still allowed it. And that was, I think, the beginning of the skills that, in terms of just even in my role now as an employer and a supervisor, it's trying to find out how people do what they do by rewarding the deliverable as opposed to rewarding the way that they do it, and that everyone evolves in a different way. Even my children are very different to me in terms of what it is that they like and how they learn. And it's just being patient and giving people the room to do what they do best, and kind of measure the result as opposed to, the way that you're doing it. So I think that my parents were very much a big part of those skills being nurtured in me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Dr. Ward.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Ms. Padmore has just said. I was in my case, I often think of it a slightly different way. I often say, necessity is the mother of invention. And so oftentimes, because of weaknesses that I have, and I have to admit, all of our brains are wired up differently. So my problems will be different from the others in the panel. But I ended up looking at deadlines and saying, okay, you're a procrastinator. You've got to get it done one way or the other. And I've come up with creative ways of overcoming my problems so that I can get my work done in a timely fashion. Because procrastination leads to a lot of stress. So I don't encourage anyone out there to be a procrastinator. Learn from my mistakes. And so I end up making lots of lists upon list upon list of things to be done. And I put numbers beside them. So we all come up with creative ways of overcoming our handicaps. And for me, that has worked. And I continue to do that to this day. I like to write my lists on paper, not on the computer. I'm still old fashioned. I like to see them crossed out as done. And so over the years, I've developed my own skills for overcoming my deficiencies so that I can be productive. And I think the message to all of you out there is, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it also.
Thank you. Great point. I must admit, I'm also a fan of writing things down on paper, the old school way. Something about it just seems to make them manifest a bit more, and you just feel a bit better writing that out and seeing that cross the list. So I guess, right now, it's a pretty difficult time for lots of people, whether you're working for your own company or working within a company. It's usually, it's pretty stressful, especially with COVID and all of the uncertainty. So one thing that a lot of successful people tend to speak on is the importance of persistence and problem solving, sticking to it. And Chiranjeev alluded to this earlier, but it really is about making sure that you just keep on going. So as we all face difficulties, I must ask, what were some of your most challenging moments in your career and how did you get through them? Lisa, if you may, I'll open the floor to you.
Sure. I've had some, and even having one right now in my life, but I think the one that I would probably share is actually becoming a mother. And I actually became a mother after I had reached partnership. So I was a single person, I did all the work that needed to be done to become a partner. And then a year later, I got married, and a year later, I had my first child. And I think it is actually, you go through as a parent, the how do you balance trying to progress in your career and raising children that at the end of the day are going to be balanced, productive members of society. And for me, I went through a lot of emotions, as well as I actually saw the world in a very different place for my employees as well too. And what I would say is that it was the beginning of understanding that whole idea of the outcome. What is the outcome, and how do we assist in helping your employee or helping someone come to that desired outcome? It may not follow the same path that you did, but at the end of the day, we shouldn't reward people if they did it in a good way and they didn't, break any laws. So for me, it was that challenge of, managing the career and the aspirations that I had, which were still very high. But at the same time, to starting a young family, and how do I balance those two? And at some points, I actually made a decision that, the career was put on hold in the context of success, because the success at that time that I measured was actually that I wanted my child to be happy and to know her mother and to spend time with her. So for me at that time, success was defined differently. And I think that, when people have those decisions, we should be there to support them, because that's what creates employees that are happy and that can, at the end of the day, do anything.
Great, thank you. Great insights. Dr. Ward?
Yeah, for me, some of the most challenging problems I've had, they were probably technical because I'm consumed, as you know, with my research and it dominates a lot of the things and a lot of decisions I make in my life. But, you know, I did all my degrees in physics. So my PhD is in physics from Yale. And immediately after I got my PhD, I applied for jobs and I started as an assistant professor at MIT in a different department, electrical engineering department. So I had to relearn a lot of things that and do things in a very different way from the way that we would do it as a scientist. I had to do it the engineering way. And so there was a huge learning curve for me at the beginning, adapting from one style of teaching and learning to another, although the basic principles are the same, of course. And that was a challenging part of my life. I was still quite young at the time. But failure is never an option for me, and I will rise to the challenge, even if it means I get very little sleep, like you're getting right now, Matthew. And that's what I did. I decided that there would be some pain to have the gain, and I put in the time, and I learned. And after 4 years of teaching electrical engineers, a lot of it is physics-based engineering, I conferred upon myself the degree of Bachelor of Electrical Engineering. But yes, that was the most challenging time, and it really tested my mettle to an extreme where I hadn't been tested before. I thought when I did my PhD thesis and trying to crack the problems there was trying to solve, it's difficult. And I did, but that was my second challenge, and I think it was tougher in a way.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Dr. Kathuria, may you have any insights as well? Some of your most challenging moments in your career.
You know, I think one was when I was running for the US Senate. You know, I was the first Indian American to run, and then running, you know, very close to what happened after September 11th. I remember there was a cartoon in the paper saying, I can't understand why President Bush is having such a hard time finding Osama bin Laden. He's running for the US Senate in Illinois. So, you know, you kind of learn the different things that you overcome. And I think you overcome it with humor, with education. I used to joke around on my campaign. It's a little bit like the war on Iraq. When you first saw me, it was shock and awe. And now I'm trying to win, you know, your hearts and minds and telling them that I've lived the American dream and I'd like to see all of Illinois live the American dream. And I think even if you look at all these current refugee crises and what's happening in the world, educating people is going to be very important. I think the other thing from a business perspective, when we launched, you know, prior to Jeff Bezos with Blue Origins and Elon Musk with SpaceX, we launched the first commercial space company. And I remember when the Mir space station was being deorbited, they had a little banner in the middle of the ocean saying if any of the pieces hit it, everyone in America could get a free taco from Taco Bell. So I learned that you can't give up. And then, you know, we also bid for the NASA cargo contract with Lockheed, ATK, and Boeing, and we ended up losing to SpaceX. And I thought my career in commercialization of space was over. I figured I was almost famous, and they went on to launch successful spacecraft, which is a great accomplishment. Now we're working on passenger drones. So, you know, just ending, people ask you, what are your plans in life? I like to say it's so hard, just plan to be surprised because you never know what's going to happen.
Totally. Thank you, guys. Those are fantastic answers from each of you. And it again, you know, underlines why I've been so happy to get you all together with your different backgrounds and how you've been able to get over these individual problems in your life. So I guess Chiranjeev touched on the point of education, which brings us to our next question, which focuses on digital skills, which are, of course, part of these 21st century skills, allowing us to thrive in the 21st century. So digital skills are becoming a prerequisite to get hired in most industries. However, the widening digital divide or gap between people who have or do not have access to forms of information and communication technology often implies that youth coming from a poor background with limited or no access to digital devices are less likely to be prepared for the labor market. How could your industry adjust its hiring criteria to give equal opportunities to applicants from different backgrounds? Lisa, I'll kick this off with you.
It's an interesting question. And actually I was thinking about it and saying, why are we waiting until they finish the education to then hire? So let's think more about how we're educating them, because I think that, you know, if I go back to my own experiences in terms of the educational system in Barbados, it was very traditional, very British based, and it was based on outcomes. It was based on, you know, getting a job that you'd be for a very long period of time. So there's little mobility. We didn't aspire beyond, you know, our island. We wanted to work here and retire here, etc. And you know, I talk to my children, and of course, you know, the world's the oyster for them. It's all about being mobile. And even in terms of work, what hours you choose and where you work. So I think it comes back down to not that the hiring criteria changes, although I'm sure for some industries it should. It's how we are building that educational opportunity for our children so that they are indeed citizens of the 21st century. And being able to compete, not even compete, because I don't even think the competition is as important for them as it is for us. It's how do they exist and how do they help each other, because they're very much about collaboration and working together. And how do we, at the end of the day, provide more opportunities from how they're being educated? And I think that you know, probably takes us to a conversation about what a 21st century educational system should look like. But for me, it's really not as much about the hiring criteria, because unfortunately, in my world, it's still very technical based, and what we do is based on, you know, principles which have to be learned. But there are skills that I think are important that can be honed and encouraged in the educational system, which I think are not being done now. Mm-hmm. So I'll pause and let my colleagues also share.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Ward, just a bit of extra background on Dr. Ward. He's dedicated himself to working with Caribbean governments and organizations to help stimulate economic development in the Caribbean area. He lectures frequently throughout the Caribbean at scientific and government meetings on the role of technology and education reform on economic development. Dr. Ward has also set up the Caribbean Science Foundation, which tackles a lot of these issues that we're discussing now. So Dr. Ward, I will let you answer the question and ideally give a bit of background on CSF, please.
Oh, okay, yeah. And thanks, Matthew, for introducing the Caribbean Science Foundation, which has its headquarters in Barbados, but it serves the greater Caribbean area. And we're interested in improving the quality of life for all Caribbean people through the harnessing of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or STEM, as we often say. And in the region, a lot of the countries rely on tourism. And for those that have oil and natural gas, kudos to them. They have a chance to both do the tourism and diversify their economy a little bit. But by and large, our economies in the region are not diversified. And so the Caribbean Science Foundation exists primarily to show governments what is possible in building new businesses and building an economic pillar based on science and technology. So Lisa, you're absolutely right. The youth are going to be very important in building the future for the region. And we are encouraging the Caribbean Science Foundation and has several programs that encourage youth to join its programs or flagship program is called SPICE, Student Program for Innovation in Science and Engineering. And we bring students from as far west as Belize and as far south as Guyana to the Cape Hill campus in Barbados every summer. And they study calculus, physics, biochemistry, robotics, computer programming, and so on, because these are some of the skills that you just talked about that would be important for creating the future jobs. And I think the future of work is partly embedded in the theme of this conference. And how do we bring along those that are less privileged, that have less access to the digital economy and the digital tools? And so the CSF is trying to help bridge that gap and setting up programs to show governments what's possible. So we have a robotics camp that runs in Barbados every summer. We couldn't run it the last 2 summers because of COVID. And currently we're running 2 workshops in computer programming, one on website development, and the other one is a Python programming workshop, because Python is one of the fastest growing languages. You can do AI with it. You can process big data. You can do video games, which is what the students are doing right now in the workshop. So that's a very brief background on the Caribbean Science Foundation. But I think to address the larger problem here with digital skills, we need in the region, and this is true for a lot of small and developing states, we need to get our people educated so that they can compete on a global level and bring in foreign exchange, improve the quality of life. And I think STEM is one of the ways to do that. Software companies, for instance, don't rely on having a lot of capital up front to get them started. And so that's an area certainly that should be pursued, not just in Barbados, but elsewhere. And it's particularly true that we must help the middle and lower world, because lots of times those that have the education, and if they have their brains wired up to do science and technology, they're going to be okay. They will find jobs. But how do we help the ones in the middle? And that is what I think we have to focus on, since it's all about opportunities for less privileged people as part of the theme of this conference. And equality, of course, is the driving theme. So innovation is going to be important. And I think teaching our kids and helping our kids to become innovative and encouraging them to be innovative from young is important in the educational system. And I use innovation in a very broad sense. It doesn't just have to be in science. It could be almost in any field. And yeah, technology is here. This digital age is going to create a lot of new opportunities for jobs. It will displace some jobs, but it can create more jobs than it displaces. And that's why the workforce has to be nimble, has to be trained and ready to move up the ladder by being able to access and do these technology jobs that are coming along. Let me stop there and give others a chance to go on, because I can go on forever on this theme.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ward, and thank you for the great work that you're doing with the Caribbean Science Foundation. It's amazing, and I know a lot of people who've been through the program, and kudos to you. Dr. Kathuria, what are your opinions on the digital divide and how we may be able to address this, if you have any?
You know, I think the digital divide is probably going to be one of the greatest equalizers in the new economy. I think people, whether they're young, it's going to be more easier to adapt to a digital environment. Even in India, 77% of the people have smartphones. In Africa, it's approaching over 50%. And even in the poor or rural areas of America, people have access to smartphones. And learning digital skills are going to become probably more easier, because you don't have to be in a traditional college room infrastructure. You can do things online. My friends joke around to find out if they have a date, they got to look at 5 different apps, whether it's Bumble, Tinder, Facebook, all of these different apps to find out. And I think you're finding that the young kids can really adapt to a digital infrastructure. And having a diverse workforce is very important. Look at the results from the new US Census. You've seen Asian, African American, and Hispanic populations growing the fastest. And since the founding of the US, the white population is beginning to shrink. So not only is it a necessity, it's an imperative, because those are going to be your, your future customers.
Thank you. Great insights. So to the point of, companies and governments, what do you guys think these organizations and governments can do to foster more 21st century skills in the workplace and schools? Dr. Ward.
Yes, I think both governments, schools, industries, you name it, and I would even add to that professional associations. We need to do a lot more continuing education, especially for the young adults who might have left school early, in order to give them a chance to have a more level playing field. So industry already does a lot of on-the-job training. Even if you hire someone from MIT and they come out as an electrical engineer and they're brilliant, you put them into a company, they don't necessarily have the exact skills that they need to do the job on day one. So industry, at least in the developed world, technological industries do a lot of retraining. And today it's even more important because technology evolves so quickly that if you're not doing continuing education, you are falling behind. Mm-hmm. At the lower levels, say in high school and primary school, we need to do a lot more with enrichment programs, like summer programs, where the kids might go to a robotics camp or computer coding workshop and things like that. This is where the curiosity, and I know for myself, I was a curious young kid. This is where the curiosity can be rewarded. And governments and industry have got to keep a pipeline of talent ready for the jobs of the future. So small island development states can't wait. They have to be training youngsters right now and giving them all of the support that they need to conquer the digital challenges ahead. And oftentimes, I think collaboration between schools and universities and between schools and industry is important so that youngsters can see what the jobs that they may aspire to look like. So internships at companies are important. I know if the company is not very far-sighted, it might think, oh, we have to put all this energy and time and commitment to someone in high school to do an internship. You're not going to get much for it. But it's important to the society as a whole to keep our youngsters inspired. And people get inspired when they see others doing jobs that they think they might want to do in the future. So there's a lot that we can do at the primary school level, with education that's a lot more hands-on, especially for those kids who may not be mathematically inclined, but they might be very good with their hands. There's a role for them also. They may not be sophisticated engineers who are designing the next rockets, but they can actually build systems and maintain systems, which are important jobs as well. So we have to cater to the whole spectrum of human ability, whether we are going to be super mathematicians or physicists looking at dark matter, to whether or not we are going to be using our hands to make machines and tools and so on. And so the spectrum needs to be broad. And I know it's a challenge for governments to cover that whole spectrum because it's expensive. But I think it's a problem that all society should get involved in. So the companies, the schools, the universities, and so on, working collaboratively together.
Totally. Thank you for the wonderful answer, Dr. Ward. Lisa, I know EY does some fantastic work, kind of like nurturing the younger workforce and nurturing the juniors within, and just outreach to students. So how do you think companies and governments can do more to foster 21st century skills? And is there anything that comes to mind for you as to what EY does that stands out?
Well, let me first just add to what Professor Ward said around the collaboration, I think, which is important. It's almost the continuing a development for education, because while that collaboration allows the conversation two ways. So it allows us as employers to inform what the evolving curriculum should look like, and not have to do as much retooling when new persons join our organizations. For us, when recruits are hired, there is quite a bit of time that is focused on orienting and retooling them for the actual work that they would do in our organization. And to some extent, there is a thought that maybe we should have more of that sitting on the university side as opposed to the employer side. So that collaboration is very important. As it speaks to what EY does, the way that we learn in our organization is, yes, there is classroom learning, but majority of what we do is on-the-job training. And what helps is to have recruits to have interns, who are coming in and at least understanding what it is that we do while they are learning in their university education, and really understanding what it is that they are learning in the classroom, so that light bulb goes off a little earlier. And it's important as well for us to be also out there, because I think we then have an opportunity to shape the conversation, especially because in our industry, the transformation, whether it's of the audit or just how we do our services utilizing robotics and AI, it's very cutting edge. So we have an opportunity to also share what we're doing, so that universities, as they're developing what it is that's going to be part of their degree programs, this is what employers of today are looking for. This is where the job market is evolving. And so our education needs to move in the same direction.
I agree fully. Dr. Kathuria, I will leave this one to you as well. So what do you think companies and governments can do to foster more 21st century skills in the workplace and in schools?
So I think, you look at what's been happening in the environment. One of the themes of your conference was the fourth industrial revolution, right? You had the agricultural revolution with farming. Then you had the industrial revolution with steel and car makers like Ford. Then the information revolution with the internet, Dell, Microsoft. I think the fourth revolution is going to be creativity and the digital age. So you take a look at what's happening, look at the transportation sector, or even just trying, I would even look at finding your way around. You have Uber and Lyft, and you have Google and Google Maps. When we were driving, you used to pull out a map and stop at a gas station. Think about it, when was the last time you ever got lost? You look at the finance industry, whether you have Venmo or PayPal or Square, think about when was the last time you ever went to an ATM. The automotive industry, with Tesla and everything else that's going on, or the retail industry with Amazon and Chewy and eBay, you get things delivered to your doorstep. You see what's happening with traditional brick and mortar. Even in the fitness industry, you got Mirror and Peloton. You work out now at home. And even in the industry, one of them that we're in is healthcare. You have telemedicine. So we're seeing everything go through a digital transformation. I think what's interesting, with governments and companies is the COVID-19 pandemic actually forced us to develop those skills 10 years ahead of time. Telemedicine used to account for only 1% of healthcare visits. Today it's 46%. Governments have now learned to communicate through Instagram, through Zoom videos, and doing everything in person. So I think it's almost interesting that these skills were forced to develop to governments, workplaces, and schools. Can you ever imagine not having your kids do everything at school and do remote learning? So I think we've kind of almost leapfrogged technology and what's been happening.
I agree. Thank you. So to the point of skills, or I should ask, are there any more suggestions, or is there any additional feedback on that particular question that you guys would like to express?
Well, I would like to compliment the government of Barbados for introducing robotics into the schools and more computer coding into the schools. I'm sure it was a difficult decision, an expensive decision, but it is the right decision. You have to bite the bullet at some point in time. And I think that will pay dividends, I think, for Barbados in the future. The computer coding in the Caribbean, mostly at the CSEC level, has been focused on Pascal, which is a dead language. And I hear that in the region, now there are the CXC, the examination board there, is now considering implementing Python, maybe as a replacement for Pascal. And I hope that that's true, because with Python, you can do machine learning, you can do AI, you can do big data, you can, I already said this. It makes a lot of sense to equip their students with a modern language and a platform upon which they can build and innovate. And I would encourage other small island developing states to do the same. We cannot wait. The things that are low cost and easy to do, like science popularization things, math Olympiads, science fairs, all of these things government should be doing right now. They don't cost a lot of money and the payoff is huge. So I'm glad to see that Barbados has taken some first steps and that the CXC has finally taken the right steps. I think from a technical point of view, we're doing some of the right things in the region.
Superb.
All I will add is that Pascal is indeed dead, because I did Pascal when I did my undergraduate degree at McGill and MIS. That was over 30 years ago. So I'm happy to hear that we are at least evolved into a newer language.
Agreed. Dr. Kathuria, I'm sure it probably even came as a shock to you to probably just hear that we are still teaching and providing some examinations on Pascal, but I won't dive deeply into that.
I think it's fascinating.
Sorry?
No, I think it's fascinating.
Yeah, well, I think I share Dr. Ward's enthusiasm and Lisa's for the fact that we've moved on to Python and are including that in a lot of the curriculum. So cool. I guess whilst we're on the policy side of things, let's say you were given the opportunity to advise education policymakers in developing countries to include, to ensure that digital inclusion is achieved and that the next generation is equipped with the knowledge or skills. What would be your recommendation to these policymakers? I know, Dr. Ward, you just touched on those briefly. I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add specifically to, say, policymakers that you didn't just.
Well, I think policymakers generally need good advisors. I think it's important for governments and companies as well, and universities, to surround themselves with committees of people who have been there, done that, so that they can get that breadth of experience in their boardrooms where the decisions are being made. These committees should be broad-based in that they could use the diaspora to bring some of their own people back to their countries. They can bring in experts from the developed world so that you get the best advice. Because I think lots of times policy made without the right input is policy that's doomed to fail. You also need some local input, of course, from the people who are living in the country as well. And taking all these things into consideration, I think we can get it right. So, but the things I touched on before are still true. You know, the continuing education has to be a policy within the government or the institution. We should be sending our people out to conferences and internationally so they can see what the latest and the greatest is that might be applicable to the problem that they're trying to solve. Because it's very easy if you're on a small island to become so insular and not be aware of what's going on the outside. So a conscious effort has to be made to engage the outside world so you can keep abreast not only of technology, but of trends and ways of doing things, business techniques that are employed elsewhere in other industries. Can they be adapted to do things better at home? And I think that's probably also true for in the accounting and the audit fields as well. So that would be all I would like to add so far to what I've said before.
Superb. Dr. Kathuria, are there any, if you could speak to a policymaker in developing countries in particular to ensure that digital inclusion is achieved, what do you think would be the best? What would you suggest for them? Or how would you go about it?
You know, I can give you one practical example. I think policymakers should look at maybe what we could call a digital first infrastructure. If you look at what's happening in some of the emerging markets, we're pioneering healthcare to virtual exam rooms connected to remote devices for lab tests, and to have basically digital clinics that can dispense medicine. And that should be a way to leapfrog technology to rapidly build a healthcare infrastructure. And that's important for communities that don't have access to healthcare. For example, and you know, even you look at this novel infrastructure, it can be used in US rural areas and urban medical, you know, deserts where you have, you know, people don't have access to large income. I think COVID-19 has shown you can use this for treatments in those areas, at least, you know, in giving, you know, medical advice. You're basically leapfrogging the old model for healthcare delivery. The same thing that happened in the mobile industry. Countries like India, Africa, and Asia leapfrog technology to have mobile infrastructure as opposed to landlines. And if you can do it in one of the most difficult industries like healthcare, you should be able to do it through a whole vast area of industries. So that's one practical example. And I think digital or creativity is going to change the world. So if I were going to end with one quote, it would be a quote from Robert Frost saying, "The woods are long, lovely, and deep, but I have promises to keep, you know, and miles to go before I sleep."
Love that. And thank you very much. Lisa, what would your day as a policymaker, or what would you say to the policymakers out there as to how we can, you know, boost digital inclusion in developing countries in particular?
I think that it always comes back down to answering the question, what's the value of the education that we are providing to the children of our country? What is it that we are trying to produce? Are we trying to produce citizens who will add to the economic prosperity of themselves and the country? Are we developing citizens who are world class? And that question to be answered every time that a policy is set. It may not necessarily directly address the digital question, but I think an educational policymaker has to keep asking, how do I think ahead? Why I shouldn't be reactive. COVID came and a lot of our educational ministries across the Caribbean just went out and bought computers, went out and got laptops. But we have children who live in households that don't have electricity. So you have a wider problem than just the digital. It is, again, creating that landscape that everyone has the same opportunity. So I think it has to be first very broad in what it is that we're trying to achieve. You know, are there things that make sense that we can do that don't even involve us going out and buying new laptops? You know, is it the way that we are, is it the things we're focused on in terms of skills? Is it you know, a new set of language that they need to learn? But I think it comes back down to that organization always asking the question, what is it that I am here to do? And am I able to be successful and help my country grow from this experience? So that's what I would add.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess we're coming close to the end of the talk, so I'll just ask a question that you guys can direct towards the audience in particular. So this one's a bit more fun, but what are the most important skills that you deem necessary or outstanding to work in your industry? And what would be your advice to students who dream of a career similar to yours? Lisa, the floor is yours.
You know, being an accountant is easy, I think, sometimes in the context that you go off and you do your technical degree. But I think successful accountants are those who are very communicative, able to explain to their clients, to their constituents, what it is they're trying to achieve without their heads, spinning. Those who are naturally curious, who want to understand why it's happened, and not just that this is the way to get to the answer. Those who have skepticism, those who at the end of the day think about it and say, well, is there an easier way or is there a more difficult way to do this? How can I improve this? And are analytical and are want to get to the bottom of the answer. I think that those really will distinguish good professionals as compared to just those who pass an exam. And I think that those are the skills that need to also be rewarded and encouraged in our educational system.
Wonderful answer. Thank you, Lisa. Dr. Ward.
Yeah, even though I'm a technologist, I recognize the importance of communication skills. And in fact, in my department at MIT in electrical engineering, you cannot get a degree from my department unless you take the 8 courses of humanities, and we in Vision have an oral communications course where students have to present work that they've done previously and propose work that they might do in the future. Because as engineers and scientists, we realize that skills are not enough. You got to interact with people, you have to work with other people. So I'm championing what Lisa has also said. And to me, that combination of the digital skills, the communication skills, and a foreign language can equip you to go really, really far in life. And I think that the institutions need to basically meet the insatiable appetite for knowledge of a lot of our youth in all these, across all these areas, the digital area, the communications area, and maybe the language, foreign language area. And that has served me well in my career. I mean, I fortunately probably had the gift in mathematics and physics and material science and so on, which allowed me to go forward. But opportunities were given to me when I was a youngster in Barbados and even after I left to actually hone those skills. And so those opportunities have to be made available to our people at all times, at all levels. And I think if we can do that effectively with giving them mentors and so on and opening doors and making the right policy decisions that we came back to, small island developing states in general can prosper, succeed, and have a better quality of life for their people.
Totally. Thank you. Well, Dr. Couturier, I guess this is going to be the last question for all of us, granted the time. So yeah, what are the most important skills that you deem necessary or outstanding to work in your industry? And keeping in mind, you've worked across a wide plethora of industries, whether it be the space industry or technology or health. so please, what between all of these, what stands out to you the most, and what would you recommend to someone who's looking to follow in your footsteps?
So I think find something you love doing and believe that you can do it. And I think it always creates a lot of anxiety, whether you're younger or older. What am I going to do? And I remember watching this graduation speech, and it's called Trust Me on the Sunscreen. And it says some of the most interesting and fascinating people when they were 20 or when they were 40 still don't know what they want to do with your life. So don't worry about it. He said, like, trying to solve an algebra problem by chewing bubble gum is not going to happen. So, Dr. Ward could probably relate to it. So don't worry about it. There's a whole social media careers never existed, 10 years ago. So there are going to be so many opportunities. Find something that you love doing. And someone always asks me, like, what's really important in your life, or what does celebrity and fame mean? If I were to ask you who are the 5 richest people in the world, or the 5 people who won the Best Actress award, no one could remember. But if I ask you who are the 5 people you love the most, everyone can name that right away, whether it's your father, husband, or wife, or significant other. So always remember what's important in life.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciated all of your answers. So thank you for your valuable insights, discussion, and recommendations. That's about it for now. Thank you to Lisa Padmore, Dr. Chiranjeev Kathuria, Dr. Cardinal Ward for this enlightening conversation. We hope that our audience enjoyed this panel, and we hope that we've provided you with enough insights on how to nurture 21st century skills in order to future-proof your career and personal growth. We will now have a little break and then reconvene here at the Future Academy for the panel, Fostering Workforce Mental Well-Being through Mindfulness and Technology. Thank you.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, resolving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. On time, Barbados welcomes you.
Hello, my name is Annalie Bab, and I'm the co-lead organizer of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. Welcome to City Hall and our fourth plenary session titled Harnessing IP and Digitization, Current and Emerging Issues for Developing Countries. It would be a huge oversight for us as the organizers of this important forum not to have a session on the centrality of intellectual property to evolve in technological, cultural, and creative sectors. We've put together a wonderful panel to explore the core issues, particularly as they relate to developing countries and small island developing states. The panel is moderated by Ms. Josanne Leonard, a Caribbean broadcaster and creative sector champion of wide renown in the region. I'll hand over to her now to introduce herself and the members of her panel very briefly before they get into the details. You can find out more about all of us by visiting the Eastern Chattel House in the Animacon New Bridge City, an exciting part of our forum's virtual platform. Thank you and enjoy the session.
Thank you very much, Annalie. I've been with the session already at the start of the day, some very key issues about inequity in global trade and development arrangements were touched upon by that panel, were put on the table. And of course, it's all going to be there for our viewers online to go back and have a look at it. Okay, so as we move into this panel, it seems only natural that the focus of this conversation should drill down a little bit deeper into the status quo to provide some thought leadership and to engage our creative classes and our leaders in government and business and academia about the possibilities if we are to survive in this age of digitization. So how do we in the global South grow and exploit our cultural and creative assets to our benefit in this age of big tech? So I'm going to be asking my friends and collaborators some very fundamental questions. Is the Western notion of intellectual property, patents, copyrights, trademarks, etc., the best system for developing countries? Because if the goal of the system to which we subscribe, is to promote local knowledge, to promote innovation, to unleash entrepreneurs, and particularly in the digital space, to promote local investment and make money, could it be that an alternative investment or alternative system rather would do a better job? So now that I've cleared that little bit of patch, let me welcome my co-collaborators on this conversation. I will go for the furthest first. Well, maybe not, because we have two sides of the Atlantic. I have our friend and colleague in the United Kingdom, Kienda Hodji, Patrick Kabanda, who is Ugandan via Washington, and Clyde McKenzie, who is with us here in the region. Very quickly, Kienda is currently the assistant head of the School of Arts at the University of Westminster in London and is a principal lecturer in music law and business. He's currently a member of the Music Managers Forum and sits on the UK Music Diversity Task Force. But of particular interest, among other things, of particular interest, and we'll get into Kienda's head, is one of his research areas is the weakness of applying Western classical IP principles to cultural production practices in non-Western domains, including the Caribbean, Africa, and China. Next up, next batsman in the crease is Patrick Kabanda, who is a Juilliard-trained organist and a Fletcher-trained international affairs professional. He wrote a book his first book called The Creative Wealth of Nations in 2018, which has been published by the Cambridge University Press. So when he's not playing music, which is really what he says he loves, and he's lecturing worldwide, he's doing the work of as an academic as well. He's consulted with the World Bank and the Office of the Senior VP and Chief Economist, and has contributed to a number of their global reports. Last but not least is someone who is a friend and colleague of many years, and we've had many escapades in the cultural trenches in the region, Clyde McKenzie. He's a director of Magnificent Ideas, a company specializing in the creation and development of audiovisual content, and also its sister company, Magnificent Events, which stages festivals, concerts, and other live events. He's currently the global network he's a director of the global network operators of Bridge 99, which is a new terrestrial broadcast entity in Jamaica. Kienda, I'm going to kick off with you and get Patrick to weigh in. We know that the predominant position of the North, of the developed world, is that a uniform standard of intellectual property protection will be beneficial to all countries. This means essentially that there's a little room for countries like ours to tailor our IP laws to meet our needs, unless, of course, we decide we're going to opt out. So it's a bit of a balancing act at best. Do you think that the time has come for us to rethink intellectual property regimes in developing countries?
Absolutely. I think that fundamentally there's a couple of very big high-level questions that we must address when we're talking about the relevance of intellectual property as currently conceived by the North, and its interpretation or application rather in our regions around the world. And I think that one of the big questions we have to ask is, it's undoubtedly the case that the whole idea of the protection of, I don't know, ideas, goods, what have you, was definitely born out of trading activity within the regions that we might call the South, okay? So if we think about, for example, the Silk Road, the trading routes that were established, the trade that took place in the continent of Africa, clearly there is a notion of the protection of those kinds of ideas. And that was born in those regions. I think that's true to say. But what we can see now is evidence, very clear evidence from the interpretation of the law, that the emphasis on interpretation of that protection is very much of the making of the Western, of the North. And I think we can see that the whole idea of monopolizing ownership of non-tangible property is a complete anomalous to what we have known. And there's a difference between the protection of inventions and creations which are then tangible to the whole idea of non-tangible products, music, other cultural production, which I think has a completely different idea. It's undoubtedly the case that the North saw an advantage in controlling trade and wealth in the regions that we're primarily concerned with by instituting a regime of intellectual property in those areas, okay? And I think that when we start to interpret those regimes in relation to our own cultural production, and I'm talking about, by the way, not just music, I'm talking about the whole gamut of cultural production, we come across problems because our cultural production processes are very different, have evolved differently. They involve a whole set of different value systems, which potentially are missed by Western interpretations of intellectual property. One of the things that's always saddened me is that we've seen examples, for example, of how the North perceives the importance of intellectual property and how, largely in terms of the protection of its intellectual property rather than our own, is that we've seen examples of where regime change has happened in various parts of the country, largely as a result of actions taken by the West, where one of the first things they do is try and develop intellectual property statutes in those regions, okay? So we've seen, for example, the United States take action in various parts of the East. In nearly all of those examples, you can clearly see evidence of where one of the first priorities on the ground, as well as security, is to develop intellectual property in order to be able to shore up trade and to protect the trade of the property of the West. the defense is always, well, actually, we need to be able to create an economy, and the economy is largely based on us instituting some kind of infrastructure around intellectual property. But it's very rarely the case that anybody in those situations is concerned about intellectual property at first. It's about security. But the West has a particular perception of intellectual property, and actually promotes that through various organizations like WIPO and using TRIPS and so forth, and trying to get people to sign up. But one of the things that happens is where those things do occur, it doesn't necessarily help optimize revenue, it doesn't optimize income, it doesn't optimize the wealth of the countries that are then sort of following those regimes. And I think that it highlights an example of why it's not relevant, or why we need to think about alternatives that are away from those regimes.
Patrick, I'd like to ask you to come in here because Kienda just flagged up WIPO, for example, and of course TRIPS. And for those of our audience who don't know the TRIPS, the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, which were enacted in 1994, and actually govern the rules of the World Trade Organization, to which most of our countries are members. And implicit in that is the fact that in order to remain members or to reap the benefits of being members of the WTO, the World Trade Organization, that our domestic IP regimes have to be sort of compliant with this sort of framework, the framework and the TRIPS in particular. So you're coming from the continent, you live and work and so in the United States, and there are good examples like M-Pesa, for example, in Kenya. These are examples where we've had innovation coming out of different cultures, but really don't stand a chance, really, even though successful in their own domain, don't really stand a chance when they come up against Apple Wallet, Google Pay, and the rest of it.
Yeah, thank you, Jazan, for having us here. And Kienda, I want to build on your remarks. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. The first thing I think I should mention is that there's a difference between notion and originality, in that the West may have a notion of intellectual property. That's the way they interpret it, but does not mean that they actually invented all intellectual property. We do have evidence that in China, it has been there years ago. In Egypt, it's been there years ago. So I think that one of the things to look at is how can we look at how this benefits other countries, because it's also there's a trail of thought where they have been using some of these ideas. Now, I think the best issue is also fairness, because you just talked about TRIPS agreement. It's clear that TRIPS agreement is actually between countries, in that when I'm trying to trade with the United States, that's where TRIPS is really very applicable. When I'm trying to work within Uganda, TRIPS has no relevance. So when you ask me that, how can Uganda benefit from TRIPS, that means that Uganda has to be looking at the United States, not within Uganda. And yet some company from the United States can come in Uganda and actually take advantage of the local environment to see what they can do with their trade issues regarding intellectual property. So I think those are very, very important issues. But also when you're talking of fair play and digitization, right now, I think one of the major issues on the table, as they may say, the elephant is the room, is antitrust, okay? Many of these big companies like Facebook, I think Google, Amazon, stuff, all of them who are really big technological companies in many ways, are quite monopolies, super monopolies. And that means if I have a small company in Barbados trying to actually play within the system, which you may think is fair, we have no chance, because either Facebook is going to buy up this little company, or Amazon is going to be really flooding the market with cheaper goods. So basically, even if we say that the TRIPS is actually fair, it's not really working, because those mostly in the West are actually the ones who are really benefiting tremendously. So I think this is very, very important. And also, I think you just talked of maybe India and in case of movies. For example, Bollywood, I think one of the issues you can find there is like where they look at their movies and the way they could earn money from it is very different from how Hollywood works. In that, if you want to go and try to replace the Indian movie making industry and you're copying Hollywood, it's really not fair because what's going to happen is you have to try to crush the movie making, the local industries. And who makes all that money? All the movie big guys, producers, whoever they are in Hollywood. Whereas the Indian local market may suffer. Now, okay, interesting case with India because this has been tried, and actually Indians, I think, love their movies so much. It's very difficult to crush this kind of thing. But also, one of the things which could come up is the way you find like the people, like the Maasai, as we were talking the other day. They are very, very creative and everything. So, and they are a way of looking at intellectual property is really customary law in many ways, something like that. It's not like individualistic as we may find. So when you find that a Western concept comes and you copy what the Maasai doing, is like a company like Land Rover or Nike, or they can go there and check maybe images or things and use them in their marketing, but for them, they own it. And actually, if you are not even very careful, you may find that they can legally beat you in the court because in Maasai, the protections are different. Okay, it's something which is there. And this is where the delicate dance comes in. How can really be fair? But should we say that some company like Nike can go and mimic how the Maasais walk or whatever they do with their cultural life to sell shoes and make so much money out of it, and yet Maasai people are starving? I don't think it makes sense. Thank you.
Clive, I know that we're talking about the global thing and we kind of will come in and out and use some of our own experiences. Do you want to throw anything here in terms of framing this conversation about the existing regime? Because we talk about that, but we know it's not so easy to change because that's going to require an Herculean effort, which includes governments largely. And so we will come to the point where we have to talk about how we will operate in them. But in the context of this ideological position that has been put on the table by both Kienda and Patrick, what say you?
Well, I navigate a number of different spaces. I'm a businessman who sometimes moonlights as an academic. And as a result of that, I tend to have, different perspectives on these matters. I think the whole notion of intellectual property protection was predicated on the idea that innovation should be rewarded. And in point of fact, this incentivization of innovation, as it were, would lead to greater creativity and greater wealth creation. We have seen that the reverse is actually taking place, at least in terms of the restrictive nature of these intellectual property regimes. And so in many instances, decisions of creativity in the case of patents are not taking place in the labs, but in the courtrooms, because people are using restrictive practices to prevent others from adopting technologies which they want to claim and own for themselves. And so that's a serious challenge, because what it means is that something which was originally intended to protect the creators and to engender innovation is, in point of fact, foreclosing on innovation in many instances. The Disneyfication of copyright protection, for example, is another prime example where, Disney believes that, holding on to the copyrights of some of its cartoons and all of that is a way of fostering innovation. Now, it's an argument which really is specious at best, but the fact is it gains currency because Disney has clout and is able to influence Congress to extend these provisions. And so we have to be mindful of that. But and it's very important for us to understand the ecosystem in which we operate. And at the same time, as you said, realizing that the difficulty in overhauling the system is really monumental. And therefore, we might have to look at the system and decide how we can use some of the strengths of the system and of our opponents to our advantage. So it's almost utilizing the judo move. I had to employ a lot of that growing up because I was very small. And so in my own self-defense, I had to use the strengths of my rivals against them. So I'm saying that we, for example, in Jamaica, and I speak specifically here, have been good at technological appropriation, particularly in cultural production. And we have customized quite a bit of this to create an enormous impact on modern popular culture. I mean, hip hop, reggaeton are all offshoots of experimentation which took place in Jamaican studios, and the creation of the dub, which is something that was really the effort of people like Tubby and Scratch Perry. This is the basis of many of the popular music genres today. Hip hop, I mean, uses the same kind of production techniques and the same kind of approaches. And that is very important, that we are able to create around the edges and to push the envelope somewhat when we can't overhaul the system. Have we been benefiting sufficiently from these innovations? I would think not. And that is why we need to have a better understanding of the ecosystem so that we can better navigate and circumvent some of the challenges that exist. And so, for example, you know, we celebrate Rihanna today. I mean, because, you know, she has recently been declared a billionaire in US currency. And that in itself is a triumph of the use of intellectual property. Now, the question is, could we have even benefited more? And yes, the answer is certainly we could have. Now, what other benefits can we derive from the Rihanna story? How about telling that story? Because we now, as Caribbean people, would be able to tell that story with a greater sensitivity than most other people would be. And that doesn't preclude collaboration with people from outside, because we don't necessarily want to have the whole hog. Sometimes it's a case of wanting to be able to insert ourselves in certain spaces. And the Rihanna example is just a sterling one. I mean, but there are so many stories coming out of this region. And I mean, the Marleys, the Eddie Grants, the Ernie Wranglins, you know, the Peter Minchells. I mean, there's so many of these stories that would resonate globally. I mean, I'm just doing a documentary right now on Dennis Johnson. Many people don't know this man, but he was a world record holder in the 100 yards, a Jamaican, and he got injured and he came back to Jamaica. And what we see now as the real dominance of Jamaican sprinting is primarily due to him, because what did he do? He indigenized the coaching program. He brought coaching. In other words, Jamaicans didn't have to go abroad. So Usain Bolt, Shelly Ann Fraser, Elaine Thompson, they're all homegrown and home trained. They went nowhere. And what we're seeing is a conversion of these athletes, some of whom were even not stars in primary and secondary schools. They become superstars, all because the program of training was repatriated. So I think what we have to do is we have to think of how do we indigenize the capitalization of these ventures, because that will bring more value to our creative efforts.
Okay, well, you're taking us down that pathway. I know we have to go, but I do want to not wrap it up, But I do want to give Kienda and Patrick an opportunity, possibly if they wish to deal with the ideological underpinning of this copywriting, because we're going to have to whistle and chew gum, and we're going to see how we extract value and so on. That's another dimension to discussion. So Clyde has taken us there, I wouldn't say prematurely, but I'll come back to the question of what both of you have put on the table about the context and the global. I mean, straight up, should we begin to be thinking of refraining from contracting commitments under current trade, under current agreements, whether they're bilateral, whether they're regional, whether they're multilateral, if in fact these arrangements really jeopardize our ability to establish independent cultural policies and practices, and to be able to really allow us to harness and to grow and exploit our rights, our intellectual property rights. I mean, do either one of you have anything that you want to share on that?
I'll add something after they come in.
I think there's a very interesting thing that Clyde said, which is the very real practical application of what we're talking about on a broader scale. And my concern is, I think that actually there's, we use the example of Rihanna, numerous, multiples of people who are not known, who have been incredible innovators in the world of music. I mean, like hugely responsible for things that have influenced the world of reggae music and beyond. And actually, if we think about not just dealing with music, but transferring that into other worlds, we think about biotechnological advancements that have taken place through herbal medications and so forth, which have been adopted by the West and so forth, and sold back. This is the other economic problem. The West uses intellectual property in a way to monopolize creations from other places and then sell it back. And then we end up sort of being resold products which we actually are responsible for creating, okay? And that dynamic highlights the flaw in adopting or accepting Western notions of intellectual property, right? So we even look, and I think it's important to understand this, that when we start to talk about things that are relevant, or a system which is relevant more to us and our production, particularly in the digitized domain, we need to start thinking about what our cultural production processes are. How is it that we make music? How is it that we make products? How is it that we invent, innovate other things? Because I take on board Clyde's point again. In the American Constitution, this idea that intellectual property is there in order to promote innovation is not really what's happening. We're not seeing that. I often give my students the question, debate the question, does copyright in its current form protect owners more than it does creators? Because we need to distinguish those things. The West talks about copyright being the protection of creators. Droit moral is at the heart of intellectual property, is the protection of the author. One of the examples why we can see that this actually does not work even within the West. So what does it mean for us if it doesn't work within the Western context? And I'll give you an example. So we talk about moral rights. Moral rights fundamentally establish protection for the author as conceived, arguably conceived, and I know Patrick will also have a commentary on this, but arguably conceived in Europe. This idea that, droit moral, although we know that even earlier notions of intellectual property protect from the creator. In the United States, one of the big, mass-producing countries of the world, where are the moral rights? Where are we talking about the emphasis being on the creator? In the UK here, we have an interesting position, which actually somehow also reflects our geographical position, in that we have the concept of moral rights, but they're waivable. In other words, corporate, in an attempt to monopolize the creative works of individuals, routinely ask those individuals to waive their moral rights, which is something which is completely unknown. They're unassailable rights in Europe, and in America they don't They're talking about them, but they don't necessarily exist in the same form. So even within the context of the West, we can see that there is that notion, that different way of looking at intellectual property. Now, if we add our own regions, we can hardly expect the protection of our intellectual property to be seen as in terms of our creators. I'll give you an example. So we start to talk about non-tangible cultural heritage in terms of the protection of this work. Now, my argument about this complete campaign for us to be given this title of, you know, having our national heritage protected is that it shields, it actually avoids dealing with what I think is what we really should be dealing with, creating a system that at its heart creates wealth, income for the creators and those people who do own the work in order to be able to boost local economies of small countries. So if we start to talk about, oh, but it's already covered by cultural heritage, it's okay, it's fine, it's all right, it's good, then it doesn't really do anything economically for those people that are responsible for creating the music. If we were to look at a new system that was beyond that, then there would be far more Rihannas. Far more Rihannas. And as a result of far more Rihannas, there'll be much more respect for the cultural production that comes from those countries, and then that will boost innovation, which in turn increases the GDP of smaller countries. So we need to think about how intellectual property can be adopted, or how we can create a system, an alternative system if that's what we need, that understanding is aligned with our cultural production.
Patrick, you wanted to come in there.
Okay, you want to come in, Patrick? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I think thanks, Kienda, for those comments and also Clyde. Well, I think one of the things which maybe actually also Clyde you had mentioned when we had our pre-discussion is we also have to look at the contexts of finding ways of how we tabulate. Because in my own work, I argue that if you're trying to protect a Nigerian movie from copyright piracy, and you really want to enforce this, that has nothing to do with how you want to maybe now try to make sure that COVID sort of drugs or the way to make them is also protected. They are completely two different things. I think things like drugs, like for COVID, patents for that, HIV, which is a big problem when it's going up, that is in the same basket under the TRIPS agreement, but clearly we can't use the same yardstick to assess that, oh, piracy is good, or we should just give away knowledge because, you know, we need to have free drugs and parties to make drugs. At the same time, we also have to have ways to make movies generally. And what normally happens is that some people who are able to manipulate the system, especially the movies, make a lot of money. Whereas other artists who would actually also be making money are unable to make the money. So I think that's very, very important. And also the other thing we should look at is in terms of knowledge transmission. Yes, I completely agree that, for example, when I was growing up, as I said, I could not afford the books, even if they are only £10. Yet I needed these books, okay? So how many young kids there would even become more excellent musicians who can't get books because they are so expensive? If we can make these books free for them, get to them without making sure if they copy them, we say you are breaking the law or something, then maybe we'll be able to transmit this knowledge better. But at the same time, I don't want to go to Barbados and play on a wonderful organ and record some great organ music there, and someone just gets this music and makes it without even acknowledging me or making money off of it. And it's like, oh, it's free knowledge, and I'm struggling to pay my student loans. So these are kinds of issues we have to try to see how we look at business, moral cases, and how we can really make sure we find the right balance. Then the other thing is also can connect to geographical indicators. One of our latest cases, you may have seen that in South Africa, they have this wonderful tea. I don't think I can pronounce the name correctly, but it's Robias tea. They just now made South Africa, I think that tea is the geographical indicator. I think you have to make sure that you label it right. I can't be from Uganda and also just claim that I'm making Robias tea. It's now they have the geographical indication in South Africa. Now, this is a very interesting case because there are many cases where some company in Alabama or some place in Thailand or some other place can go and claim to make that kind of tea, whereas farmers in South Africa are starving. So how can we make sure that we find the right balance to come up with these very complicated issues? Then the other thing I think we need to do is that we need to take our knowledge seriously. Many universities are not funded very well, okay? Many lawyers, legal lawyers, are trying to really make sure they understand how the justice system works to actually really make sure enforce copyright laws and things like that. So if our own governments are busy trying to focus on oil and other maybe soil and copper and other things which are material, and not investing in a knowledge sort of transmission and how we can promote our knowledge, I don't think it helps us. Because I think if I'm in Uganda and I create a music a video or something, and within Uganda, the richer people are, the more they want it for free, then how are we going to be able to enforce it when it can actually contribute to our country's development and be more musicians if we are not really taking this seriously? So those are some of the points I would like to leave with you.
Clyde, you wanted to jump back in here.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, you know, in terms of the trade architecture, in terms of the algorithm which runs the digital platforms and system, nothing is neutral. And in point of fact, most of them are skewed against us. And therefore, as a long-term approach, we're going to have to look to see how we can, in the short term, well, circumvent some of the challenges and the obstacles which they present. And in the long run, as we accumulate the kind of clout and power, be able to change or to demand change in these systems. There are countries that are able, because of their economic size, because of their economic power, they're able to affect changes in the system. I think we in the Caribbean, for example, we punch well above our weight class in terms of cultural production. What we need is to secure more of that value chain, because what happens right now is that we are primary producers. I mentioned the whole question of technological appropriation, because it was through technological appropriation that Jamaican musicians was able to create dub. I mean, we didn't create multi-tracking, but we exploited multi-tracking by using all of the features that multi-tracking have to create that kind of spatial innovation in terms of sounds, the acoustics, that gave rise to dancehall, that gave rise to hip hop, that gave rise to reggaeton, and which has affected the production of modern popular music. And I'm saying that that is one way in the short run that we're going to have to look. How do we use sound system in Jamaica is another innovation where, I mean, the sound amplification technology is not something that originated in Jamaica, but we customized it to circumvent channels, for example, in traditional media that was not accessible to the music of the people from the fringes of society. And what we saw is something there that is able to propagate the ideas of the marginalized towards mainstream society. So we have to look at these modalities and see how we can, in some instances, allow them to grow, encourage them, you know, see these points of innovation and see how we can embrace them, because I think that is very, very important. And so often we seek to just take solutions from outside, which are inappropriate for our own experience and practices, and we try to impose them on our own societies. And I think that is the central challenge that we face.
You know, I just, before we probably move into some things a little more granular, we're doing an accordion thing here. You know, both Kienda and Patrick hit it a little more maybe on the knuckle, which but didn't really develop it. And that has to do with education. That has to do, say, for example, Kienda, you're a lecturer. You have people coming through your university in your classroom who are learning to be new copyright lawyers. And we're going to unleash them into the world to actually do exactly, to become another generation, whether it's in Barbados, Uganda, wherever we are. It's the framework, the theoretical framework and the legal frameworks and the things that we're putting into their brain is really just it's giving life, continued life to what we say needs to change. If it's not happening in our institutions, then where does it happen? Anybody want to take that? Patrick? Kienda?
No, it's a very, very, very interesting question. And I pride myself on saying to students, and I think this is what we need in order to get over that problem, Jazan. It's like if you teach music, and some of my colleagues in the department that I manage teach music, right? They teach music production. My thing is always about the difference between reproduction and production. Recreation or creation. You can't, we all know that the whole idea of recreation is a contradiction in terms in itself, counter to the whole copyright idea. But one thing that's really interesting is that my whole approach, and our whole approach should be to develop an idea in the minds of the thinkers of the future, of the building blocks of intellectual property, rather than this is what you need to apply. So within our regions, the Caribbean, Africa, on the continent of Africa, wherever else we are, it's our responsibility to ensure that the knowledge that is given about the existing regimes is then used to create new regimes. So we should be encouraging, we shouldn't be taking it from the point of view of almost perpetuating what I argue a WIPO does. We'll walk into a country and say, you must do this, you must do that, if you don't, blah, 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 right? WIPO has been banging at China for I don't know how long in order to do various different things, okay? But my feeling is that at the end of the day, it's important for us, it's incumbent upon us to give, if you like, an idea that there are various options. There's Creative Commons, there's various different other notions of how systems can work, so that then new thinking can come about, not just how you interpret. We should be setting exams that should be like, saying, okay, what's the meaning of moral rights? Define moral rights from the, what's paternity or what's integrity into the moral rights, aspects of moral rights. We should be saying, what would you do? Taking into account the cultural aspects in your own region to create new systems. So you're right, Jazan, it's about education. Education, one of the things that I do when I do travel to various places is I talk about, I'm very much against the educational imperialism that so many people are responsible for, which is going to a country and saying, this is how it is. I'm more interested in, this place does this place does that, what do you want to do? Will that work for you? And posit those kinds of questions. Whereas we are absolutely, some of the work that I know that we have been doing already together is already tackling this. We've already been looking at initiatives, haven't we, around building institutions in our regions that can start to be the birthplace of new thinking around how we can protect intellectual property, how we can protect cultural products, building a body of knowledge. Because one of the things that we've grown up with, particularly in the Caribbean region, and Clyde is absolutely right, we influenced activity all around the world as creators. And I always say this, we've got the studios, using a colloquial way, we've got the studios on lock. We know how to use the studios, right? We're in there making, but how many of us are actually owning the product? So we're producers, not owners of the product, not people who are earning from the exploitation of that work. So we need to create institutions in our region. We need governments to support the building of knowledge bases, funding of research around new concepts in terms of protection of cultural product. A lot of the regions that we're talking about have inherited intellectual property regimes from colonial powers, and try to sort of just put them into place in the region, because actually that's the way that the West protects their interests. So what I'm saying is that, you know, my program of action, my 10-point plan would be, you know, let's continue to think about how we can build new bodies of knowledge, fund institutions, universities within our regions, not just to perpetuate ideas, but to think about new ideas, different ways of thinking, and test people on that rather than on how they, you know, how they understand Western notions of intellectual property.
I agree.
Okay, well, we're into the last quarter, and I kind of want to bring this. I'm thinking that there may be a number of really, by their own definition and maybe by their environment, creatives who are they're using online platforms, whether they're in music and they're using the Spotifys, whether they're in gaming, whether they're in animation, whether they're in the fintech area. I mean, all of these things are the outputs. And a lot of this is taking place in our regions without necessarily being wedded to an idea of how we are going to build real value out of this. So a digital native, so to speak, thinks, well, I have the latest gear and, you know, and endless bandwidth. And, you know, we've created a wallet. And there's some of these solutions emerging, like M-Pesa did in Kenya. And we have things going on in the region and, of course, in India and other places. So we sort of have to have a bridging conversation almost, and a mechanism for kind of redirecting and possibly even re-educating, not in the formal sense in terms of a university or classroom, but what's happening in the market, because these kids all have these devices and access to technology. They're all on TikTok and Snapchat and Clubhouse and thinking, well, we have arrived. But the question is, have we truly arrived? And how can we help them understand that the script has to be flipped a little differently if this is going to be sustainable?
But can I come in?
Yeah.
It comes down to what you've just described is almost like the dog chasing the car, and when it stops, you know, what do you do with it? The importance again of education. I alluded to it in my opening remarks, but we've expanded on it. It is important that our people understand the ecosystem in which we operate, because that is how you're going to be able to tweak it when necessary. That's how you're going to be able to overturn it. That's how you're going to be able to use it to your advantage. And if there is a major deficiency that I see in our operations, largely in the region, I mean, most of the times it's the same people who are involved in the deliberation of particular issues, because we're not seized sufficiently of the importance of knowledge, and understand that if we don't really grasp this body of knowledge and manage information, we're at a disadvantage. I mean, there are many, many things. Yes, ultimately, we should move to change many of these trade regimes. But I'm saying that there are ways sometimes of circumventing these things if we have knowledge that is sufficiently granular so we can actually tackle some of these issues or circumvent them. And I think that is what we need to do. We have to understand what are the success stories, what are the best practices, what are the things that have worked here. For example, have we been looking at collaborations? I mean, you know, we have glorified the possibility of the digital opportunities. And so, you know, we've thought that it's a democratized environment, and so that leads the small players a greater opportunity to take advantage of what's happening. The reality is that it is really not so in this digitized environment, because algorithms and the architecture is still in favor and designed and manipulated in favor of particular groupings. We need to understand how these things work so that we are able to get around them. Unless we start taking advantage of knowing what others know, then we are going to be, you know, runners up. that I think is fundamental. We for example, I don't think the people in the Caribbean are parts of diasporas, Indian, Chinese, African, all of that. We have been uprooted, and so many of us have very little connections with our roots. But it is critical that we establish and use our connections with some of these blocks, whether it be Asian or African. We need to be looking at how do we use our relationships, or how do we create relationships? I mean, Africa, for example, is an area that is just bursting with possibilities. But where are the alliances with the Caribbean, say, which has such a natural affinity and relationship with Africa? I mean, and we could say that about China and India, where so much of our population originated. And I think we have to look at that, because a lot of what we do in terms of how we configure our trade relationships and how we strategize is directed at Europe and the United States, North America. And we have to now start looking at how do we start the South-South kind of arrangement that so many people like to talk about. I mean, there are solutions sometimes in India that would be much more appropriate to Jamaica than looking to the United States or Europe, where the cost of that solution might be manifold times what it is from one of these developing countries.
I know Patrick wants to come in here, Clyde, because I'm looking at the time and I'm going to give everybody a chance to kind of do a quick wrap. But Patrick, you wanted to posit something here. We talked about education. We talked about...
Yes. Yeah, there are quite many good points which were pointed out there, but I'll just add on some things. I think that as one saying goes, you can't really go forward without knowing your past. And I think it's very, very important. In that, for example, for me, when I was doing research, I was surprised to find that actually software, hardware first studied in where? Actually, you know, believe the area which is now Iraq. How many of young people know that Iraq is known of what? I think ISIS would be the trademark. But actually, and for me as an organist, it was remarkable to find it was actually some kind of organ they were playing with to make sure it plays itself, and they developed these concepts. Okay. Now, recently, I was speaking at the UN because it's actually the first the year of the arts for the African Union, and also the International Creative Economy. And in one of the panels, I mentioned that many of our young people want to go into coding and technology. But how many of us, and also me, I did not know it if I wasn't doing research, will know that actually the very first idea of wireless communication comes from the West African talking drums. Okay? So if you don't know these kinds of things, you're always going to believe that the best comes from the West, and this is where the trouble comes from. Okay, and we don't get a chance to really teach our own education. I don't think the Ministry of Education in Uganda needs permission from the World Bank or something to actually teach the African curriculum in a full-fledged way. And we were even talking of globalization, everything. Globalization is not new. Africa was trading with China and Arab countries way long before even, I think, maybe America existed. Yes. And I think that the linkages we want to come up with here is that in terms of intellectual property, we actually have ownership on some of the things. How can our curricula and understanding of things really help us to really that we argument this and talk about things with pride, other than always thinking that we need to get the best ideas from the West. And that's really to do with education in many ways.
Well, I'm going to throw the pigeon among the cats because because you know this discussion is one like many others during this forum that we need to be ongoing, and there is a case to be made for a previous UNCTAD where then Minister of Culture in Brazil, Gilberto Gil, who is a renowned Latin American musician of Afro-Brazilian heritage, hosted UNCTAD in Bahia. I was very fortunate to be able to attend. And he wanted to set up a South Center for the for these, a repository, you know, they say observatory, a center for the creative economy for the South. And, you know, it was all well, and everybody applauded, la, 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 and they had all kinds of good speakers and ideas, but nothing came out of it because we have to get to the next stage, which is commitment. So maybe we need to posit something at the end here that could possibly begin to nudge our decision makers, our politicians, our business class, our academic class, because this is where the leadership needs to come from. The constant thing about, oh, well, the artist needs to know, or the creative needs to know, or the micro entrepreneur needs to this and needs to that. The environment doesn't exist. It's not going to happen. They're succeeding or penetrating in spite of. So I'll come to you first, Kienda.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we create these repositories of historical. Patrick he was so interesting in what he says. Again, you know, I've even been talking in the UK amongst some of us about the origin of manuscript music notation being found evidence of that even originating in Africa. You know, the whole idea of noting music playing, and so forth, right? So it's the historical knowledge that we need to capture. And I would suggest that what we need to do is to encourage our leaders within the Caribbean region, within Africa, wherever, to come together on a mission to maintain this history, to promote the history. But in addition to educate, I think that it's all about education. We talked about this before. So I think that it's the things that must be linked together in a holistic way. It's all well and good talking about historical examples of history. That doesn't necessarily do anything in terms of forward motion. And the kind of forward motion you're talking about, Josanne, is only allowed to happen through what Patrick referred to, Sankofa, the idea of understanding what happened in the past and using that in order to be able to educate people about the future. So institutions around the Caribbean, we should have, if we like, and these are just ideas, but we should have governments in our regions determining that universities shouldn't, where there's creative programs, there should be adjoined business programs. There should be programs that provide people with an understanding of intellectual property and also business practice within the creative industries. I'll just touch on one last little thing to do with digitization. It's true that digitization was originally perceived when it started to happen, when the internet, everybody was talking about democratization, as Clyde said. But what we need to understand is actually that intellectual property is a double-edged sword. And as it's being used in the digital realm, is a way to try and control those repositories and to control the monopoly, to further tighten the monopoly in cultural product. And that's exactly how we need to understand. We need to understand how the beast works. And then we begin to create our own, if you like, antidote.
30 seconds, Patrick, because we're going to have to make some time for our question.
Take your time, Patrick, sorry.
I needed like 30 minutes, but here we go. First thing, I actually believe that all countries are wealthy in terms of culture. And the first thing I say, for example, my book is called The Creative Wealth of Nations, in that even Barbados, Jamaica, Uganda have culture, India. No, all these countries have immense wealth in terms of culture. But we focus so much on natural resources like land and oil and stuff. Until we break that kind of thinking, we will never be able to really get so much from our culture. Because when we start to see our culture as a way of wealth, it's going to really make us even richer. Okay? Because the world runs on ideas. A lot of people fall for American culture because of the so-called soft power they're able to entice, until some place like Taliban says, hell no, not here. So what I'm trying to get at is we have to take our works, our culture seriously. And the other second thing to point out is like, I really believe in this concept where culture leads, trade follows. In that, if I want to come to Jamaica, I want to come there because Bob Marley is my hero. I was sometimes some small town, maybe actually was the capital of Sweden, Stockholm, And all these people selling Bob Marley hats. And like, what is this all about? You know, that for me, I'm going to come to Jamaica because of culture. I'm not coming there because you have the best kind of maybe oil or whatever it is. But culture really does drive a lot of trade. And I think all of these things are very important, how we can harness them and think we promote our culture. And education comes also with culture. And I think using this concept, we can really do further. But it will mean shifting our minds to see that we take our culture serious as a form of wealth.
Clyde, you get the last 15 seconds at this point because we have some Q&A coming up.
Well, you know, the importance of education, we can't stress enough. I mean, and that idea of the marriage of business with academia is so important. I remember just talking at a function the other day, and I was saying that I think our tertiary institutions are too dependent on tuition fees rather than being able to generate business from partnerships with their students and their academics. So these institutions should be collaborating. You should be having these incubators and accelerators that ring these institutions and are able to resolve issues, real problems in those societies. So if culture is our emphasis, the incubators should be able to resolve those problems, deal with those issues, and that would be able to generate enormous amount of money for our academic institutions. And it would also lead to greater and better placements for their graduates, many of whom sometimes have to struggle to find jobs and meaningful ways of engaging themselves.
Well, we haven't even begun to touch some of the more granular issues that we talked about when we were sort of bumping our heads together, because we know we will be constrained by time. But I think this is really maybe regenerating a conversation, not just in the Caribbean, but across the South. But we have, you know, 3 people from the diaspora and from the continent, from the continent here, because we need to talk about some of the realities in the market that have to do, or in the environment that have to do where money comes from, the fact that we're always hearing how poor we are, and the fact that we sort of defer our development agenda because, on the one hand, because we have to go cap in hand begging for some sort of debt relief or grant funding or development aid, just the begging bowls all the time. So this is something that we would need to explore. And as you said, Kienda, yesterday, we have a lot of skin and effort in the game, and we need to actually really push the envelope. So I can't thank you all enough for at least clearing a little green patch in this field that we're clearing. So now it's time for us to have an opportunity to field some of your questions. And there've been a plethora of questions. And I'm going to go very quickly. And guys, I suppose we're going to have to constrain ourselves as well in terms of how in-depth we go and the amount of time. One of the big ones that came up was the fact that both Kienda and Patrick raised these issues of possibly contemplating an alternative kind of system of intellectual property regimes. How can, in fact, we deal with the unprecedented convergence of digital platforms, when in truth and fact, what you might have been talking about had to do with maybe the old digital model, and now we're dealing with this accelerated occurrence of digital platforms where there are cross-border flows, et cetera, et cetera. So Kienda, Patrick, and of course yourself, Clyde.
Well, if I might just say 1 or 2 things. I mean, I think there's a couple of things about a dual approach to this. One, it's about historically dealing with an opportunity to regain some headway in relation to what has already passed. We've already, within the region, lost out on incredible amounts of earning from cultural output. We do need to do something about that. It's not as though we can start to think about replacing those structures only for future production. We do need to do something about the past. I have spent an incredible amount of time dealing with historical issues. So I have a number of artists, for example, from Jamaica, old reggae artists who come and seek my counsel in order to try and see if they can recover missed royalties and all kinds of stuff that go back many, 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 many years. And I think that there is definitely a need for us to think about how we might be able to use the existing regimes in order to be able to deal with the past. And like we were saying earlier on, it's about learning from that past that will allow us to be able to develop systems for the future. One of the things that I think in relation to the future, not necessarily as an alternative, but something that will help us optimize earnings through creative product, would be things like the blockchain, for example. So I'm very interested in how we can harness the system of blockchain in order to be able to provide ourselves with, if you like, a more democratized transactional process. And I say that slightly guardedly, because the whole idea about sort of democratization we've already talked about. We know where that leads to. we know that the false comfort that people get from the idea that the digital realm is somehow much more democratized, is we know is not borne out in reality. So I think that if we're talking about alternatives and what we need to do, we need to be able to educate people to understand these new platforms, the platforms that you talked about, that you referenced, Jazan. We have to absolutely understand how they work and what benefit they can bring us. And we need to do what we normally do within the Caribbean diaspora, within the African diaspora, is to innovate. You know, there's no doubt at all that we would know once we understand how these technologies work and how they can benefit us and how they can potentially replace some of the existing systems. That I have every comfort in knowing that that we will be able to optimize our income and to generate income for our economies around the world.
I want to come to you, Patrick. Sorry, I want to come to you. But we're also having to deal with the fact that intellectual property regimes may not necessarily, we may not be ready in terms of what we have in place in terms of our laws, copyright laws and IPR, intellectual property rights regimes. Would that be an accurate assumption take?
Jazan, I'm sorry I missed your part of a question. I don't know if it was a microphone. I couldn't hear.
It was muted.
If you can repeat that.
No, I'm not muted at all. Oh, well, anything that can go wrong does go wrong when you're live. Okay, what I was saying, we talked about being able to learn about the platforms and use them to our advantage. Yes. We're talking about the fact, though, that we have to be dealing with laws, regulatory frameworks and laws that may not have yet contemplated the yes. fact of the way in which these platforms have accelerated and we're beyond borders, for example, whereas laws may be domestic, dealing with companies, big tech, for example, that are cross-border.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think, first of all, one of the things I want to mention is that nowadays we tend to assume that technology is having the latest gadgets and is having the latest connectivity ways. And if I'm on Instagram and on Facebook and other kinds of social media, that's what technology is. But technology is also just trying to see how can this pen write better, okay? How can we get water supply to flow better to houses? And also, it can also be, it's not all about innovating products, it's also about innovating laws. Now, what's clear, and this is no one's blame, I think that technological transformation, and this in the social media, is catching up or going basically so fast than the laws themselves can basically manage to keep up with. So what does that tell you? In my view, I think there are two things. First of all, I think quote the work of one of my heroes, Amartya Sen, the Nobel prize-winning economist and philosopher from India. Amartya Sen like to say that I think we should be careful not to blame technology for the problems, because it will always be there. But how we interact with technology, it's like saying I'm using this pen and I'm writing poorly, and I'm blaming the pen. Maybe the pen's way, the ink is flowing quickly and I can't control it, but arguably what I say and how I use it also has a lot to play, other than just always blaming basically the pen. But I think here, what we have to look at is maybe we're asking so much because it must be going to moral philosophy of the way we are thinking about the world. I think the capitalistic structure, at least the way it's being practiced. In fact, you know, Yole Shoyinka has just come up with a new novel since 1973. And when I was reading the review in the New York Times, it was saying that American culture, for example, is based on a slavery mentality. In that I want to extract and extract and take and take and take. So that's where we have to be careful from our countries. How can we have laws or find out ways or have space that in case things don't go the way we're envisioning, we can actually try to come in and rectify the issues. In the United States, I think, as I mentioned earlier, the questions of antitrust are very, very big. In that, if I come to Barbados, if I come to Uganda, if I come to Jamaica, all I want is gobble and take and take and take. Clearly, technology can enable that, but what's the moral fiber, or what should we look at it in terms of equitable growth and benefit for everyone? I think our chance here is not falling into the trap of the developed world, as we may call it, and really try to come up with sound ways of trying to promote systems which will be equitable, even if we may not realize what may come next.
Clyde, I'd like to come to you because we had this one was a question that was posed specifically to you. Mr. McKenzie calls it a lot of the creation at the margins involves appropriating and transforming the creative products of dominant cultures. In many cases, this may be considered an infringement on IP, but what would be done without sampling, for example?
Well, it's interesting because the very concept of sampling might have originated in the Caribbean. In fact, most people who are knowledgeable will credit somebody like Lee Scratch Perry, and also King Tubby for using technology to create sampling, to create dub, to create reverb, that whole thing where versioning, all of that came out of this region. Yes, there is no doubt that there is going to be considerable borrowing in terms of the creative process. You can't help that. I mean, just the other day I was involved in a discussion, where people were saying foreigners were appropriating reggae, for example, in Jamaica, and that maybe some form of restriction should be imposed. I tried to figure how that would be done. And I pointed the people to copyright arrangements which protect individual creators of reggae, but that it would be problematic to restrict people from actually participating in the genre. And I think there's always that question of people not getting credit, especially the originators of these genres. And it has implications for earnings. But I think if we make the appropriate intervention and allow those who have appropriated our music to make the appropriate attribution as far as the origination of the genre and the style is concerned, then I think we're on our way. I think we have to have these discussions where we take control of the narrative, because in many instances, we are lagging behind, not only legislatively, as you pointed out earlier, in terms of taking advantage of the situation, Josanne, but also we are lagging behind because we are not the ones who are responsible for the narratives. In some instances, we need others to provide the platforms for us to tell our stories. And in other instances, people from abroad and people from outside, they decide that they know best about our narrative. And so, you know, you have the story of the hunter and the lion, and who tells the story. So I think it's very important in terms of how we protect our IP, that we take better control of the narratives, because by taking more control of the narratives, whether it is by way of documentary, by way of docudrama, by way of feature films, we are able to use our own cultural products. I mean, it is no accident that Jamaican music got a significant boost from the Holiday Come in 1972. And that really introduced it in a serious way to the Jamaican music to the United States in a serious way. And so we have to think also in synergistic terms in terms of regional collaborations. And we have to think in terms of synergistic terms in terms of discrete disciplines. So
I need to jump in here, Clyde, because we're going to have to wrap the session to come out on time. And I'm going to encourage the people who are posing questions to be able to interface with you, to interface with all of you on the platform, because a lot of questions have been coming. If we could do this in 45 seconds, one big question that came: should we be looking at taxing big tech in our local jurisdictions, given what has just happened in Ireland, in France, in Australia, where the big tech guys are actually, by way of the EU legislation, for example, where they're making billions of dollars, and should we be thinking about that? Really quickly, Kienda, go around the table.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. What we need to do is to understand that these big tech companies are largely appropriating our content, and they're making huge amounts of profit from exploiting what we create. One of the previous speakers in one of the earlier sessions today talked about the net, if you like, the amount of product that we generate that then gets brought into other countries and made money. So, you know, we have to have something come back. If we're going to fuel our creative economies, if we're going to fuel our general economies, we must be able to do this. It's outrageous that, you know, that these big companies that make tons of money off of our product don't pay anything back. So I would say absolutely 100%, we need to tax these companies, and they need to be paying much more.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. You know, I knew that we all knew that our Q&A time was going to be very short, but I'm going to encourage everyone to interface with the comments on the platform, because questions have been coming fast and furious. And it would be good if our participants can hear from you directly, particularly if they directed something, a question to you. I see one to Kienda, maybe another one to Patrick. So all that's left for me to do is to thank you all for being a part of this really important discussion, which we need to carry forward, and to thank you who've been online. Stay tuned for the next session coming up. I'm Josanne Leonard. See you over the next day or two.
Thank you. Thank you, Josanne.
Welcome to the Future Academy on this, day number 2 of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. My name is Annalie Babb, co-lead organizer of the forum. I'm a former journalist, diplomat, founding CEO of Invest Barbados, and most recently, special envoy to the Prime Minister of Barbados and a special advisor on innovation, science, and smart technology. In my consulting practice, I focus on development issues affecting the sustainability of small island developing states and less advanced economies, particularly in the context of digital transformation, the new digital media, technology, and innovation. Today, I'm excited to moderate the Future Academy's 4th panel, Fostering Workforce Mental Wellbeing Through Mindfulness and Technology. We've brought together an experienced group of mindfulness practitioners to guide our understanding of this important topic. I'll briefly introduce each of our panelists in a moment. You can find out more about all of us by visiting the Eastern Chattel House in the Anamekon Newbridge City, an exciting part of our forum's virtual platform. Few would argue that the world is in upheaval as we enter the 3rd decade of the 21st century. A COVID-19 pandemic, record job losses, rising food and fuel prices, an escalating housing crunch, a spiraling climate crisis, growing poverty and inequality, religious, ethnic, and other intolerances, the rise of frontier technologies that are blurring the lines between man and machine. All are impacting the mental health of individuals from every walk of life. More than ever, mindfulness is needed to help people better navigate the world's growing complexities and to develop collective solutions to the intractable challenges of our time. Research shows that employees and entrepreneurs with positive overall well-being are more likely to thrive throughout their professional lives and careers. In companies and institutions where workforce well-being is prioritized, employees are more likely to feel empowered and experience less burnout, resulting in the ability to enhance their performance and create collaborative, empowering work environments. This 4th Future Academy panel, part of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum, is aimed at fostering workforce mental well-being through mindfulness and technology. It explores how improvements in mental health might be facilitated by mindfulness apps and best practice. A special thank you to Mr. Matthew Springer, founder and CEO of Holistic and one of the architects of the Future Academy, for his foresight in conceptualizing and creating room for this inspiring panel. Jamie Bristow is director of the Mindfulness Initiative, a policy institute centered on mindfulness and compassion training. It grew out of a mindfulness teaching program for politicians in the British Parliament. Jamie now helps politicians around the world make capacities of mind and heart serious considerations of public policy. He has supported the introduction of mindfulness training in more than 10 national parliaments. His research, publications, and advocacy have had a global influence on the cultivation of inner capacities. Dr. Sankyal Chaturvedi is a professor of organizational behavior and leadership at the Imperial College Business School, London. He also leads the school's Gandhi Center. The central focus of his research is in the areas of leadership, mindfulness, and collaboration mechanisms in teams. He uses behavioral genetics methodology to advance the understanding of the biological basis of behavior. He also examines different conditions and mechanisms by which leaders can be more effective across levels and contexts. Chris Ruan is a trustee of the Oxford Mindfulness Centre and a former member of the British Parliament. In 2013, he set up free mindfulness classes in the UK Parliament. Since then, more than 150 British members of Parliament and peers have received mindfulness training, along with 250 members of their staffs. In 2014, he worked with Professor Lord Richard Layard to establish the Mindfulness All-Party Parliamentary Group, a cross-party group dedicated to developing public policy on mindfulness in health, education, criminal justice, and the workplace. Working with the Mindfulness Initiative, Chris was active in producing and publicizing 2 reports, the Mindful Nation UK report and Mindfulness in the Workplace. Welcome, gentlemen. My first question goes to Jamie, and I'd like to ask you, what is the mind? What is mindfulness? How do you define those for people who don't understand?
Well, the mind is a set of faculties that gives rise to what it is to be a human being, our conscious experience. It's sometimes, the word is sometimes used as sort of synonymously or interchangeably with conscious experience itself. And the mind changes depending on what the conditions are. We're probably quite used to having a cup of coffee and suddenly the mind feels quite different. You know, have a couple of beers and the mind feels different again. So the mind has kind of moods. It can kind of feel tight or contracted or open and spacious, and particularly in the workplace, it can be scattered and distracted, or we can feel sort of focused and concentrated. So it's like the mind, this experience of being human, can take on different shapes, different colors or tones. And so mindful awareness is a bit like just having, is a bit like one particular shape for the mind. So it's a type of awareness, a kind of shape of the mind that is attentive particularly to what's happening in the here and now, in and around us. So in our own bodies, in our own minds, but also in our environment, what's happening with other people, and the world. And it's so it's the regulation of attention in the present moment and in a particular way that gives it this shape. So it's a way that is open, curious, and kind. And it turns out that this kind of shape of mind is really helpful for things that we'll go on to shortly, and we can develop the ability to have it more of the time. And so perhaps the primary way to think about mindfulness is as a capacity or an ability to have this shape of mind more often.
Okay, that was excellent, Jamie. Thank you. Sankal, what's your view? How would you describe or explain the mind and mindfulness?
Thank you, Annalie. Jamie has already started hinting towards what I was kind of planning to talk about. In psychology, mind refers to the aspects of intellect and consciousness manifested as combination of thoughts, emotions, memory, will, imagination. It's sort of brain's conscious and unconscious cognitive processes which we are brought together. Whenever we are feeling, thinking, it's the mind that gives us a process itself, a thought process for reasoning of why is it happening. So it is where we process things. But mindfulness, which is extremely important to understand, it derives from there, but there are three interconnected components which were hinted by Jamie as well. One, associated with the attention, which is internal to us, focusing on what's inside ourselves, our strengths, our weaknesses, that's something you can regulate about. Awareness, the second part, is about something that is external to us and gives us strength and weaknesses of the environment having a push through. And lastly, because for us, mindfulness is a process-based view, the third most important part is being non-judgmental. One of the things that we humans try to do is try to look for past, present, and the future at the same time, in the present moment. And that's what complicates the cognitive processes associated with it. So in my research, we're trying to make it understand and try to utilize the understanding of mindfulness in the workplace to make it happen.
That's wonderful, Sankal, because I think you kind of led into the next thing that I wanted to ask you in particular. What does it feel or look like not to be mindful? Can you give us a sense of that?
Yes, thank you so much. Again, Annalie, this is something it should be understood. If we really are getting into the notion of understanding mindfulness, what does it feel not to be mindful or mindlessness? This whole idea of mindlessness revolves around the complex equation of multitasking. Traditionally, this concept of multitasking has been over-glorified, saying it is something which is a very good thing for people, leaders, and society in general. People try to do multiple things at the same time, hoping that things will go well. But in fact, cognitively, we are not designed to do multiple things at the same time. We can only do one thing at a time, and we can do it well. What we try to do as humans, we have our past experiences, which we try to give us a bad or a positive experience while doing at the present, but we are also hoping for the future, expectations that things will not go bad. All these cognitive processes together actually puts pressure on our brain itself. Our mind is not designed to do multiple tasks at the same time. And whenever there is a wandering mind, where you're thinking about mindlessly about multiple things, you are here, but thinking about emails, you're here, but thinking about kids or taking them to the weekend spot, and all those things actually affects our ability to perform something better. Our mind actually has a big impact, because our mind, research suggests, is actually wandering up to 47% times in a single day. And it is actually unhappy mind. And we have shown it in research multiple times that if our mind wanders, it has impact on your emotions, which can be spilled over into other emotions and the performance at the workplace as well.
Well, that is absolutely fascinating for me. I want to go to Chris now and ask him a question, this notion of mindfulness. Is it the preserve of a privileged few, or is it accessible to anyone?
Well, it is accessible for everyone, because our name is not Homo sapien, it's Homo sapiens sapien, the man or woman or person who is aware that he is aware. So it's about awareness, it's a foundational human experience. I think a lot of it has been lost over recent years for various reasons: loneliness, alienation, atomization, isolation. We are feeling rudderless in this world. And some people have latched on to mindfulness. They've been early adapters or early adopters. And research in America in 2012 showed that the people who were most into mindfulness were white, female, well-educated, and I don't know how they found out this, that they were slim and middle class. And the field has been largely dominated by that, but now it's breaking out into different areas where it should be. We're seeing mindfulness appear in Kenyan jails, sponsored by the prisoners themselves, delivering it to the guards. We're seeing in Wales mindfulness at the school gates, where parents and teachers are getting together and meditating together. We're seeing it in US prisons, in UK prisons, in Washington street gangs, and that's where it should be, where there is stress in the community. So it shouldn't be for the privileged few, and I'm glad that the privileged few led the way on this, but it should be opened up to the whole of society. It is there, it is innate, it's in the First Nation people in North America, it's in the Maoris, it's in Africa, in Ubuntu. So it's there, and it needs to be expanded and taken around the world, the whole of the world, in these troubled, stressful times.
So that prepared the pitch beautifully for what I want to ask Jamie next. I wanted him to tell us a little bit about his own personal journey to mindfulness, and then perhaps to take off from what you just said, Chris, how is mindfulness relevant? Specific examples, how is it relevant to people's everyday lives, and not just the privileged few, but people anywhere and everywhere? Jamie?
Well, I, like most people, according to research, started practicing mindfulness in order to develop some self-regulation in my life. Like, some people come to it, like me, because they want to be able to concentrate better in their workplace. Some people come to it because they want to want some help with managing depression, staying well, or managing anxiety. Others, their main issue is sleep, and actually they'd like to sleep better. And then over time, when I developed that better self-regulation, I regulated my attention, I then started to use this greater awareness of my inner life, this greater sensitivity of my body, of my heart and mind, to start to inquire into my experience, who I was, and that kind of the deeper questions in life. And as I mentioned, research shows that people often start with this self-regulation benefit and then move on to this self-exploration. And that has huge implications for who we are and how we are tuned into what's most important to us and how we live our lives. But the evidence is really strongest in we could say 3 categories of health, performance, and relationships. So, for instance, in the United Kingdom, mindfulness has been available on our National Health Service since 2004, I believe, for the prevention of recurrent depression. And there is evidence for that it helps with a number of other mental health conditions, and also physical health as well, like living with cancer, dealing with irritable bowel syndrome, and pain management. So that's in health. And then, because this is a training of the mind, this training has implications for the performance of the mind. So we have focus and concentration. We also have improvements in working memory. That's how we can combine different sort of concepts in our mind and keep things in our minds as we think about them. And it also has implications for how we live and work with each other. So some of the politicians that I've worked with who practice mindfulness say that actually it's their wife that has noticed the biggest benefit, or husband, or and there are real implications for kind of conflict resolution, collaboration, and what some researchers describe as collective intelligence. So the ability to work together in groups to make sense of the world and to return order in a otherwise chaotic environment.
Sankalp, thank you so much for that, Jamie. Sankalp, is there anything from your research and your wider experience that you want to add to what Jamie just shared in terms of the benefits of mindfulness, and are there any drawbacks?
Thank you, Annalie. So yes, we at the workplace, in organizations, we see a mindfulness having an impact not only for the individuals, but leaders in particular. We have actually done a lot of work saying that if leaders become more mindful, it does have an impact on followers' stress reduction. Their turnover intentions going down, their commitment on the job going up, job satisfaction going up, and their willingness to help others beyond their job description goes up as well. We also notice that the skill, the capacity what Jamie was mentioning about mindfulness actually helps in complex jobs more than the rudimentary normal jobs. We also find that as you grow up in the hierarchy, the skill of mindfulness can actually help through the challenges that leaders face eventually. So there are benefits definitely which is happening on the research side. On the drawback side, I must acknowledge it, this is something researchers have started looking into it, and there is a lot of research happening on this front. And the idea here is maybe too much of things or the same thing might be a bad thing, which is suggesting that there might be an inverted U relationship of sorts, which can have if you are trying to focus too much. One of the influential research on this one, a friend and colleague of mine working on this, the negative or the dark side of mindfulness, we found that this particular mindfulness meditation actually has an impact on negative task motivation, which means that day-to-day activities, the interest in day-to-day activities is actually going down. But thankfully, even they found that it affects the performance on the job in a positive way. So it is ongoing research. So we are still working on it. And I do hope that we can be very particularly clear about this as well. One other thing that is important on the positive side, it is for some individuals are more mindful than the others, but this is a skill that can be taught over time. And it actually takes up to 8 weeks of 10-minute exercises every day to actually improve your mindfulness state. This is something very important, because if we want to develop mindful leaders, people, this is something they need to believe that it can happen. It's not something you are born with, which can make a difference.
So that's brilliant. So what I want to get to a sense now, And I'll ask you, Sankalp, to jump in on this and then go to Chris. So we're talking about mindfulness. What does that look like? Daly, what is a mindfulness practice? Can you give us some idea or examples, and then I'll ask Chris to do the same?
So in particular, the way we have tested what we call the trait mindfulness. Is it some individuals more mindful than the others, using the survey techniques, which we try to give mindfulness measurement every day to individual to understand what is the static across days, but also try to see if there are changes over time based on the intervention. And in my work, we have tried to do mindfulness intervention by breathing exercises. We have tried to use music as an intervention, which can actually help calm down the nerves over time. There's some work we have done even with the sports interference. So people who are playing sports, like a sport like squash that I like, that was my journey starting into mindfulness research as well, making a difference of my ability to focus on the present in the moment, which made a big difference. So there are multiple benefits in different parts of life overall. Chris?
Yeah, well, my take on it is that the techniques are very important and they need to be mastered. The techniques of using the breath or the body as an anchor, of mindful walking, of mindful movements, of work on the mat. But the techniques are only the start of mindfulness. They're the key that enters you to the path of mindfulness. And if you concentrate too much on the techniques, the mastery, you may lose out on the mystery. That's not my quote, that's from Rosenbaum and Bohart in this marvelous production of the APA's, American Psychological Association's latest journal, double edition, double thickness on mindfulness. So I think that mindfulness should imbue our everyday life. Thich Nhat Hanh talking about mindful walking is a technique, but every step should be a mindful step. He said, the miracle is not walking on the water, it's walking on the earth. And I think that is absolutely true. And talking about ways into mindfulness, different people come to mindfulness for different reasons. Jamie's outlined his for attention and focus. Some come because they're struggling. And our wonderful teacher in the Houses of Parliament, Chris Cullen, said, you may come to mindfulness for a specific reason, but it will affect you in a different way. Mindfulness doesn't come in through the front door. It comes up through the floorboards. And mindfulness, I think, means different things to different people at different times. And I know I've been on my journey, mindfulness journey now for 13 years, and I'm finding it more wonderful by the day. And the gifts of the mind, gratitude, compassion, focus, attention, awareness, are all there for the taking. But you do need the techniques, but techniques for a purpose.
So that is absolutely fascinating. As I'm listening to you and listening to all of you, I keep thinking, how do you practice mindfulness in a world where people are just glued to their cell phones or their handhelds? I remember traveling one year, and I think it was a major airport in the United States I was traveling through. And I love to wander and people watch and so, and I got onto a tram, and there were maybe about 20, 30, 40 people in there. There was not one that wasn't glued to their phones, not speaking to each other, not engaging. So can each of you talk a little bit about, first of all, how does technology and this digital age that we're in that is moving to the frontier technologies of artificial intelligence and all of these things, how do you get people to think about mindfulness in that context? I'd like to start with Jamie and then Chris, have you jump back in, and then Sankalp as well.
Thank you, yes. So before I started working in the public policy of mindfulness and compassion, I actually worked in the technology sector in a couple of different startups, innovators in the area of how you help people through their smartphones to become more mindful, or to train their minds and train their hearts. So there's obviously a lot of benefit and potential to harness that technology to help with mental health. And now I'd say probably most people practice mindfulness through some kind of app. That's often the first way they get it, get access to it. And it's a really great gateway, I think. There are limitations for that, and I think many people find a great benefit in doing a face-to-face course where they meet other people, or they go on practice weekends to really feel the kind of what it feels like to really deepen their mindfulness practice. But in terms of scaling this and making it available for people who can't afford the time or the expense to go to a class or a weekend retreat, and apps like Headspace, which is one of the companies I worked for, make their app available to public servants, students, people who can't afford to pay for it. Obviously, technology is also having a deleterious effect on our attention, and making us more alienated from each other in the way that you described. These technology companies are making their products as addictive as they possibly can, and they're using computer algorithms, AI, in a kind of runaway process to feed us more and more of what we find most addictive. So, and they're capturing and selling our attention to the highest bidder in many cases. And so to train our minds, to regulate our attention, to be able to attend to what we most want to attend to rather than what the technology companies want us to attend to, it becomes a kind of political act, a kind of act of emancipation. And I think it's a foundational 21st century skill, an act of psychic or psychological self-defense in a world where we're hardly, I think, equal to the technology giants who know us better than ourselves in many cases.
See, but that's where I challenge you, Jamie, because it's easier said than done, to use a cliche. How do you do that? Do you have any suggestions or recommendations of how someone would actually begin to kind of decouple themselves from that kind of dependency?
You're absolutely right. It's easier said than done. And perhaps mindfulness training or forms of training the mind might be just enough or to help us get other things in place to decouple. So knowing where our mind is at all times, rather than it kind of being sucked into a black hole, and 3 hours later we come out and go, whoa, it's 1 a.m. and I've just been scrolling through Facebook or whatever. That's a really important part of it. But then we can also do other things, like digital detox on a Sunday, turning off the notifications on our phone so that we're not constantly pinged. I have no notifications on my phone. I have to choose to go into an app to check what's going on there. And that's made a huge difference to my life. Now, there are many others who are working on this. For instance, the Center for Humane Technology, founded by a former Google ethicist, and they have lots of advice for how we might legislate and actually have policy change which regulates some of these technologies and things we can do in our own lives. But they've also suggested that mindfulness is a foundational training which might tip the balance in our favor.
Excellent. Chris, I want to jump to you and ask you, how can mindfulness prepare young people for 21st century world? And I also ask that in the context of our young people really are digital natives. I think that if you took many of them, certainly in the developed world, you took away their phone or their iPad or computer, they feel like you cut off an arm. So there you go. So it's a kind of a two-edged sword in a sense, but how can mindfulness prepare young people for 21st century world, but also how can mindfulness help with that decoupling? And I ask because I have found, and I don't know if it's so in Europe, but I have met lately a lot of people, but especially young people, that are very angry. And because we started by talking about the disruption in the world right now, and it has an impact on your mental health. So can you talk a little bit about that? And then I'd like to go to Sankalp to pick it up and kind of run with it. So Chris, you first, and then Sankalp, please.
And I was a teacher for 15 years before I was a member of parliament for 21 years. I taught meditation, but not mindfulness, back in 1987. And I know how there is a great traction with young people. I think that they are born naturally mindful, but I think the education system actually, in the past or the present, has taken that mindfulness out of them. And not only are young people angry, they are suicidal, they suffer with mental health, they're suffering with self-harm. And the stats, I think, especially in countries like the US and the UK, show that that's a huge increase in children's and young people's mental health. So they need these 21st century skills, and they're taught them in the school, the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic. But I think there's a fourth one that needs to be there, and that is resilience, the fourth R in the education system. And PISA, which is the international comparator of education systems around the world, they were focused mainly on the academic skills of young people, but more recently they've included well-being, and that's a positive step. And the World Economic Forum has given a list of, I think it's 10 21st century skills that's needed for the fourth industrial revolution. And you think these would be IQ skills, or you would think they would be subject-specific skills in computers, science, maths, engineering. Well, of these 10 skills that are listed by the World Economic Forum, the majority of them are human skills about connection, about cognitive flexibility, emotional intelligence, how to work in groups, how to make good judgments. And all of these can be taught or developed through mindfulness. And I think we're at a junction now, especially in our elite universities in Harvard, in Oxford and Cambridge, those universities that are training the future leaders, that many of those young people are stressed. I think the figure for or stressed, anxious, or have depression, I think the figure for Harvard was 85%. Monash University Medical Department in 1991 was 75%. Monash introduced mindfulness, and those rates rapidly declined. So I think it's a human capacity. It's been drawn out of our children and young people for various reasons. We need to put it back in there. It needs to be the center of the curriculum. And I know there are programs that are going down to 3-year-olds and even to the pregnant mothers who are using mindfulness to calm that stress for the fetus in the womb so that that baby is born with less stress. So it's a fascinating field. The research is developing, but I think we know it intuitively that mindfulness can help us to self-regulation, self-exploration. And these are gifts we should be given to our children and young people.
Sankalp, can you add to that in any way?
Yeah, so thanks, Chris. For me, as a researcher, let me quote some data which you all will find interesting. There's a fun influential research that caught my eye which was published in 2012, 2013. And they were trying to measure attention span of young people. In year 2000, they found the attention span was 12 seconds. They did the same research in year 2012. The attention span was 8 seconds. And unfortunately, the worst part, which is an exciting part to hear, but they were trying to compare us humans with a goldfish. And their attention span was 8 seconds. It's 9 seconds for a goldfish, 8 seconds for a human. And that was year 2012. Think of what has happened in 2021. We have a pandemic. Many people like working from home, kids working from home, and the attention span, which is overloaded with information right on the web. For my take on technology is always designed to be supportive, enable few activities. It was not to overpower the humanness that Chris was referring to. There are skills that we as individuals, we and the university at Imperial as well, we're trying to teach those things to people because they are going to be at the forefront of the change. And how can we actually make them more resilient throughout the changes that are happening in the environment? And I need to refer to what Chris said. Even the WHO, the WHO said mental health will be one of the biggest challenges of the decade itself. In the next few years, mental health costs, and they have done all the analysis to suggest that the single most thing that is going to affect individuals is depression, followed by suicidal thoughts. Even within the NHS, we realize that there's so many people who are actually suffering from the stress-related work. Stress is coming out to be a bigger worry itself. In US, they spend over $300 billion to tackle stress. And most of that coming out of the workload that people face. And for the kids as well, there's a workload and information coming from multiple sources, and they're just about trying to maneuver these things. So mindfulness training is extremely important. And one of the things that we teach people, students, to talk about is multitasking is bad, but what you need to focus is on what we call is task switching, one thing at a time. We have heard about that, having a calendar, timeline, but making sure you're focusing your mind to focus. If you're this assignment you're working, you're not going to talk on your WhatsApp, on your mobile, or go to Insta, Twitter. You don't go for those things. You just focus on the assignment, and half an hour, you're not going to be distracted. So cutting the day into multiple slots can actually help them to train their brain to task switch. And mindfulness as a training technique can definitely help in the process itself.
Now, I don't want to run down what I call a rabbit hole, gentlemen, but in listening to you, I must confess a little dissonance. Because when I look at the world, and I am a woman of faith, I look at the world and I think a large part of the pain that we feel and the anger our young people are feeling, in my view, is because we have commoditized everything. Everything is monetized. And so if you're not getting paid for it, or it doesn't have a value that is material, that becomes an issue. So everybody is almost like a rat race. And when we talk about mindfulness, to my way of thinking, sometimes it might sound as if you're talking about something that is in the mind itself, the intellect. And I want us to take a moment for you, each of you, to explain, if you would, the relationship between mindfulness, spirituality, and faith. Because for me, it is a little bit more than mindfulness to be present in this moment. And it translates into something to do with the heart and the spirit. So I would like to ask Jamie to jump down that rabbit hole with me, and let's try not to get lost in it, and I'll pull you back out if we go too far. But I'd like to start with Jamie on that one.
So many of the spiritual faith traditions of the world have practices and traditions which could be described as mindful, that mindfulness is a foundation to types of prayer and inquiry and cultivation of positive qualities in one's life. There are, in the Christian tradition, particularly with the Desert Fathers, in the Sufi tradition, in the Indian traditions, their mindfulness has an important role. The place it was perhaps most rigorously cultivated and taught as a priority was in the Buddhist tradition, where it forms just one part of a wider spiritual path. Now, over the last 40 years, mindfulness has been, over 40 years now, mindfulness has been brought into a secular context through research and mindfulness is trained and cultivated in a way that doesn't require particular beliefs. And that's been a really positive development, so that it's more accessible to people. And in fact, places like Sri Lanka, which is a Buddhist country, are actually bringing sort of mindfulness practices back because of this sort of secular scientific element. So it's been an exchange of ideas over the decades. And this secularity, although it has benefits that it can be paid for by the public in schools and hospitals, and even in countries where they are strictly separate, sort of, faith and the public realm. But on the downside, perhaps there are some ways in which it takes on the kind of the quality of the world that we now live in. And you mentioned the kind of individualist and kind of flattened, perhaps, way in which we see ourselves and our relationship to others. However, mindfulness as a phenomenon in society has really been a kind of a bottom-up grassroots affair, where people have kind of, well, the joke is that mindfulness isn't taught, it's caught. You kind of catch it from someone who's caught it themselves. And what mindfulness teachers describe is that they're not able to kind of come in with the answers to the big questions, but mindfulness courses are often forums in which people start to ask the questions themselves. So that capacity of being able to attend to what's happening in the here and now, to be more sensitive to our hearts and our minds, is really helpful to ask the big questions, and perhaps to inquire more into what is a beautiful life, what is a spiritual life, what's the purpose of living. And there are some innovations and trends now where mindfulness is actually more explicitly being used for that, helping us inquire into ethics and what are more spiritual questions.
But I go back to when somebody's struggling to pay rent or put food on the table or get their kids good health care, just live in the world. There's some statistics I saw that suggested that about, and I think the figure was 500 million people have fallen into poverty since COVID-19 started. But at the same time, the wealth of the 2,000 and something billionaires in the world has risen by 54%. And people are struggling. When you see these things happening and people are just having a tough time living day to day, how do you say to them, mindfulness is relevant to your life? Sankalp, and then Jamie and Chris, I'd like each of you to touch that question, please.
Thank you, Annalie. For me, yes, the pandemic has actually brought about this inequality in various forms, which we can see because, and I can imagine how much of these things are leaving a scar in everyone's memory. But one thing which I really believe, for healing to me starts with acknowledging that there is a problem, something which is there. But if you really want to heal, you have to let it go, which is one of the main principles of the mindfulness. When you are non-judgmental about the outcome, that's when you start healing as a process itself. There has been inequality. And for me, that's where there is a purpose associated with what is faith or religion, what is spirituality, and what is mindfulness. For me, as a researcher, I try to differentiate them. Faith or religion is about those specific set of organized beliefs that a sect or a group of community actually believe in. Whereas spirituality is sort of an individual level practice and has to do with a sense of peace and purpose and making sure the process of developing those beliefs around the meaning of life and connection with others. Whereas mindfulness is with the whole idea of being non-judgmental in the moment and not worried about the past makes it easier for people to start thinking about it. We can't do much about inequality unless there are systemic policies wherein the institutions and organizational leaders can come together to understand that there is a need and we need to solve it together. And it may start with individual level, with the bottom up we talked about, but it has potential to start with the mindfulness as individual, mindful leadership for teams, and going to the mindfulness culture itself. So we can go up if we are trying to bring different people as a belief system as we move along across this path. And it is, as I said, it is unfortunate, but we do need systemic policies to help us through the pain that humanity is suffering right now.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to that, Sankal, because that's the closing question I want to ask everyone. But Chris and Jamie, do you have anything you want to add to that before we move on quickly? I think we're coming to the end of our conversation. But please, Chris and then Jamie.
The pandemic has left a huge tale of mental distress, and the United Nations and the World Health Organization were alerting governments to this last March at the start of the pandemic. And I think mindfulness can help in two ways. It can help the individual, even though there have been job losses, hopefully those jobs will come back, but they have to be in the right physical and mental state to access those jobs when they arrive. And if you're suffering with mental health, the traditional route, certainly in the West, is antidepressants or it is talking therapies. And I think there's been an over-reliance on antidepressants, and the queues for talking therapies are massive. And since 2004, when Jamie mentioned before, mindfulness has been approved by the British National Health Service as good as, if not better than, antidepressants for repeat episode depression. So here we have an intervention that's been almost around for 20 years, which is cheaper to administer than antidepressants. If introduced properly, minimal side effects, it puts the individual in control, and it's scalable even in the height of a pandemic through technologies like we're on through Zoom. So I think mindfulness can help the individual be ready for those jobs when they come around. But I think it's also that pyramid. It's not just the people at the bottom, it's those people at the top that Sankal mentioned. It can open their hearts and minds to the issues of inequality, and to make them think and feel that that cake should be distributed more equitably to help all in the world.
Thank you. Jamie?
Thank you. There's a couple of things I'd like to say briefly. Firstly, we talk about economic inequality, but there's also obviously other types of inequality that interrelate with that, and inequality in education and cultural opportunities are well known about. What's starting to emerge is that there's a kind of cognitive inequality developing, and it sort of connects back in what we're talking about in terms of technology use. Like if those people who are educated into understanding the effect of technology on themselves and are able to train their minds to defend themselves and to be more attentive and have better working memory, that's developing an extra kind of form of inequality. So that's why we should have policy in place to make this not just the preserve of the rich who happen to know about mindfulness and can pay for it, but instead we're all taught these foundational skills in school. And the other thing I think, Annalie, your question points to, which has been responded to by the mindfulness world in recent years, is addressing the fact that it has primarily been an individualist pursuit that's come in through a clinical health channel. But now, rather than just looking at individual distress and trying to use mindfulness training to combat that, we can use this sort of greater awareness and sensitivity to look at social drivers of distress, the patterns in society, and develop capacities to work together to address those sources. And this is something called social mindfulness. And there are new training programs that very specifically broaden that lens, so it isn't just about me and my distress, and more about our collective predicament.
So that's a wonderful way for me for us to wrap this up. Sankalp talked a lot about policies, and you just mentioned that as well, Jamie. So in the closing moments, if each of you can identify one or two policy areas where you think governments or the international community need to be engaging with respect to mindfulness and making it more mainstream, what would those areas be? You are aware that you are at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or the Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. So in a sense, you're speaking to the world, but if you had to speak to government leaders, to international leaders, on one policy area for each of you that would make this mainstream and perhaps help us to address some of the existential challenges of this time, what would those three areas be? I'll start with Chris, I'll go to Jamie, and end with Sankalp.
As an educationalist, a vice principal, a deputy head teacher in a large school, I would say education is the key to take mindfulness forward from the earliest possible age, as I said before, from pregnant mothers right the way up to degree and postgraduate level, indeed throughout life, continuing education. And as I say, and again, another plug, this is Jamie's the head of an excellent institute, the Mindfulness Initiative. This is a recent publication about evidence-based guide for mindfulness in schools. So the evidence is there, the best practice is there. What it needs to do is be galvanized and globalized, and institutions like the UN can help to do that. So I would say education. I would also say for refugees and those suffering through war, that some of them have no states to represent them. The United Nations is already sponsoring mindfulness in some war-torn, traumatized areas through the marvelous work of Paula Ramirez, a Colombian national who is working and living out in South Sudan and Palestine, Iraq, Myanmar, helping those refugees to stabilize themselves and their small families. And these are the most traumatized people on earth. Those are the people that we should be reaching out to. So I would say in education and in the most distressed areas of the world are two areas that the United Nations should focus on.
Thank you. Chris mentioned education, and of course that's the place to start. We need to balance what we currently have, sort of knowledge, skills, with capacities, transferable capacities of mind in school curricula. In the workplace, I would say that with the coming disruptions of the fourth industrial revolution and the potential changes in our jobs, we need to develop what is most truly human in order to compete with the machines. Because if it can be done on autopilot, which is the opposite of mindfulness, then a machine will probably do it better than we do very soon. So we need to develop our conscious awareness, our ability to hear and listen to each other, to collaborate, to be creative, to have collective intelligence. And so it is the 21st century skill set. Mindfulness and compassion training underpinning emotional intelligence and what makes us truly human.
Thank you, Jamie. Sankalp, last word to you, sir.
Thank you. One thing that I actually feel surprised about is, even though United Nations has recognized mental health as one of the SDG goals, the understanding of mental health is actually tabooed in society. It's people are not taking mental health as a normal disease around us. And it's there prevalent, and they need to invest in mental health. The organizations, the leaders, the private, the public sectors, they got to acknowledge that mental health is a problem. It is one of those silent killers that people are not willing to talk about openly because there is a social taboo associated with that. So if they really want to proactively create an effective and balanced life, mindfulness as a practice and a philosophy can give leaders a potential, powerful, non-intrusive tool which can actually help them. And my request is to recognize mental health as a normal disease and make people speak up. Education will make them proactively happen, but these things, if you are trying to stay away, people will come up and to talk about those things and actively engage with mindfulness as a practice. And we have a lot of work to do to make it happen together.
We sure do. I trust that this is the beginning of that work, and that we can find ways to advance it from here on in. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Please don't go anywhere, and I'd like to ask our audience also to stay tuned, because we do have a question-answer session coming up. Thank you so much. So we're back now. We're back now with questions and answers for this session for Jamie, Sandkelp, and Chris. And we have quite a few questions coming in, but I'd just like to start with one, Jamie. You said something that really struck me. You talked about how to train your mind and how to train your heart. And usually when we think about mindfulness, we don't often think about heart stuff. I know we kind of danced around it a bit, but can you share a little bit? What did you mean when you talked about how to train your mind and to train your heart? That question is for Jamie. Jamie, what did you mean when you talked about how to train your mind and how to train your heart? Can you expand a little bit on that with respect to mindfulness?
So the word mindfulness obviously contains the word mind. So our consideration obviously goes there first. However, being mindful of our thoughts, our emotions, and our bodies are also part of the mix. And so when we train in mindfulness, we're also training in sort of emotional intelligence and awareness of our emotional lives, what experts call emotion regulation as well, so that we're more able to respond sort of wisely and compassionately more of the time. So training the heart is definitely part of mindfulness, but you can also specifically cultivate other qualities directly, like compassion. And there are certain practices and there are training courses that target that specifically. So in some cultures, in some languages, the word for mind actually is inseparable from heart. It's like heart-mind is one word, and really it would be helpful in English if we had something similar.
Excellent, thank you so much. Well, we have some questions coming in. Somebody asked the question, how do I start being mindful? Chris, would you like to start off on that one, and then Sandkelp?
Yes, you can start mindfulness in many ways. There are apps available. There's some great free apps out there, including Insight Timer. It's got, I think, 90,000 meditations on there, various lengths, and there's Headspace. So you can come in and dabble and try different practices through those. You can sign up for a course, an 8-week course usually, and I personally think that is the best way to have that professional one-to-one training. So there are many ways, and I think different practices affect you at different times during your life, or during over the course of a year or course of a period of time. At the moment, I'm into my mindful movement and my mindful stretches, trying to be in my body, my mind and body connected. Jamie mentioned before practices to increase your compassion, like loving kindness. I had a time last year when I really concentrated on loving kindness. So there are various ways in, face-to-face, by yourself, through technology, on retreats, but it's a lifelong practice, but it's well worth it.
Excellent. Sankalp. How do I start being mindful?
Yes. So for me, the first step is to be motivated. If you really want to be more mindful, you got to start somewhere. And there are lots of, as Chris was mentioning, different tools at present. There are lots of YouTube videos, but if you want to follow systematically, there are a couple of apps that I personally have seen the differences in how people are engaging with them. One is Headspace, which Jamie was part of, but also something that's coming up called Calm app, which is pretty good actually. So maybe something to look forward to, but more importantly, starting that you really want to change yourself. Right. One of the things that happens with our brain is because it wanders a lot, which I was mentioning earlier. So the initial start is going to be very challenging because your mind will keep on wandering and it will not. So you need to be patient at least for the first few weeks before you start getting the hang of it, and then you train your brain slowly into it itself. If I may just add on to one of the things that was asked to Jamie, but I thought maybe I will just put a point on that. Our brain, as you all know, divided into a left and a right side. Left is much more on the logical side of remembering the data, which we think about logical thinking in the terms of the mind, but also the emotionals, the experiences stored on the right side, which something is important to think about, because we are trying to balance the left and right in that sense of trying to engage both of them, to concentrate on your breath or your activities, being mindful in those things, which something would be useful as well.
Excellent. Can I kind of jump off of that question a little bit? And someone sent in a question that says, what makes a good or effective teacher of mindfulness? But I'm also interested in what makes an effective, successful student of mindfulness. So can you kind of expand a little bit on that, Sankalp, and then I'd like to go to Jamie for that same question.
For me, the starting point is always practicing it. Even though we do it a lot research-wise and talk about preaching it to other people, one of the things that I realized, unless you practice, do it yourself, you cannot really teach these things. For me, you practice and then tell other people how not to do it. And if you're not authentic towards that, it does make a difference in how you think about it itself as a concept. But it's like swimming. You can't tell people how to swim just by talking about it. They got to experience this throughout so that they start delving into the problem itself. So as I said, the starting could be as easy as trying to focus on breath, because our mind needs a goal, and that's what you need, a target to start training it. As soon as it wanders around, you bring it back, and that's what is going to make a difference. And you start by making them, preach them, start practicing mindfulness makes a difference.
Excellent, thank you. Jamie?
So as Chris and Sankalp have mentioned, it's possible to learn mindfulness through apps and websites. But I'd really recommend, if you can find one, to access a face-to-face course with a teacher. Learning in a group environment, hearing from others about their experiences is really a rich and helpful part of the learning process. But it's really important to find a teacher who is qualified. Mm-hmm. There are many people who will set themselves up as mindfulness teachers who maybe have themselves just learned on an app or something. But there are now forms of accreditation, or like good practice guidelines, as they're called. So these are minimum standards of teacher training, and sort of ethical guidelines that teachers sign up for, and there are listings of teachers who can sign up to those and have the minimum level of training to be able to deliver one of these sort of scientifically verified, often 8-week mindfulness courses. You can, I suggest searching online for a listing where you live and look for some of these guidelines. So in order to be a mindfulness teacher, generally that means having a practice yourself for at least a couple of years, and then going through a training of up to a year, or of at least a year, so that you understand how to hold group dynamics, you know how to lead practices, and deal with some of the difficult stuff that can come up. And what we're finding now is that there are many ways in which it's really important that a teacher understands, for instance, how different people react to certain practices and can respond well when they encounter some difficulties.
Okay. One of our audience members is asking us, in a world that is consumed with so many pressures, stresses, etc., that are out of our control, both at home and in the workplace, how do we shake a habitual attitude of mindlessness in order to adopt one of mindfulness? Chris, do you have a take on that question?
Yeah, well, one of the course that we followed in the British Parliament was by Mark Williams, Peace in a Frantic World, his book, Peace in a Frantic World. And it was an 8-week course. And one of the weeks we looked at breaking habits, breaking bad. And we tried to break small habits. Once you get successful at breaking the smaller habits, staying off chocolate for a week or caffeine for a week, it's easier to get into the habit of breaking habits. So, but it's also allocating time and realizing how important it is to cultivate our brain, to cultivate our mind. We spend time every day brushing our teeth 2 or 3 times a day, having a shower, going to the gym 3 times a week for 1 hour, 10,000 steps a day. All of this we see as purposeful and helpful. And I think that's the attitude we need for mindfulness as well, that it becomes part of our daily habit.
Excellent. Someone wrote in and said, I can't sit still for 10 minutes. Is it okay if I move around while I meditate? Sankalp?
Well, if you can sit in a place, 10 minutes is an excellent thing. But if you can control your mind for 10 minutes to not think about anything else, you will be probably a superstar. So the idea for you is mind is something, and it's really hard to focus for a long time. And for us, what we are trying to emphasize, that you need to train your brain to disconnect with everything else. Just focus on a task, whether it's your breath or your music or whatever you are trying to do, focus on that. And 10 minutes, it's just about a habit, because one of the things we do as humans, we just give up so easily. And for me, that's the way. If you don't feel that you are able to stay longer, don't give up. Initially, it takes time. You have to give yourself time to be mindful. And it's not only the physical side. Some of the times, even I was being asked this question, that, Sankalp, can I meditate when I'm sleeping? Well, sometimes that is resting itself, the brain, but brain still works. But what mindfulness training or mindfulness meditation that we have been talking about is making you train your brain to start focusing consciously, that you are mentally awake, but it's regulating, as Jamie and Chris mentioned, to the task at hand. In being in the moment is what we are trying to push towards. And I think that's where the difference lies between the physicality and the mental, the focus of being in the moment we are talking about.
Thank you so much. Jamie, this question is for you. Can you talk a little bit about the relationship between mental health or mental illness and artistic ability or output? Is there any kind of discussion or discourse around that? Jamie?
That's what an interesting question, and I have to hold my hands up and say I'm really no expert in this area, and I'd love to know more. There obviously anecdotally there is an association between sort of creative thought and sort of chaotic, disorganized thought. And I believe being able to be productively creative requires us to both have kind of that ability to be open and receptive, and also regulate ourselves enough to be able to act on that and produce. And that's one of the things that we can train to do. Walk that tension in between being sort of open and creative and structured enough. So I haven't really answered your question. I've dodged it a bit because it's not my expertise. But this is one area I do think that if you're on the end of the spectrum where you tend to be very open, very creative, but not ordered enough in order to be able to produce, then mind training might be helpful, and actually the other way around as well.
Thanks so much. We have run out of time, but I'd like to see if Sankalp has 30 seconds in which he can answer that question about any linkages between mental health and illness and artistic ability. Sankalp,
so, just with
30 seconds.
Yeah, so quickly, there is work going on in this space, but not a definitive one. We do know that the mental health has a big variance from minor to major disorders. What we do find that it does help in stress reduction in multiple forms, but to the extreme level, the work is still going on to be giving a definitive answer. So yes, lots of work is needed. Creativity, you can be mindful and creative without going to the extreme of thinking about the sort of a mental disorder in that sense. But the work is still going on.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It has been a pleasure. I hope that we can keep this conversation alive. Thanks so much for joining us for this session on mindfulness.
Hi, my name is Aisha Kamashong, and I am the founder and artistic director of Rhythm Tribe. Now, the program that you're about to see and the dance film that will follow constitutes a Barbadian exploration of the very pertinent, very real, and very pressing issue of Black Lives Matter. The issue of systemic anti-Black racism, the need to confront it, the need to transcend it, and the need to create a world where Black lives truly do matter, in theory, and most importantly also in practice, is something that has been at the heart of Barbados' history and our sense of who we are as a nation. For me personally, and for Rhythm Tribe, it has been a topic that we have thought on, discussed, focused on, and addressed in quite a number of our artistic offerings and works for the last, give or take, 4 years. In fact, creating choreographic works that address issues such as this one is nothing new to me. It's something I have been doing for about the last 10 years with Dance in Africa under the artistic directorship of Jennifer Seeley. And I'd like to say that we have a special relationship. I'm also a member of that group, but I will definitely say that I found my choreographic voice while working with them, and I managed to create my own niche in choreography on Dance in Africa. And I always like to say that I like to put up a mirror to society, and that's what I try to achieve whenever I get my brain going, and I decide I'm going to illustrate something or choreograph something. In 2011, I did Remembering Forgotten Souls, which dealt with the plight of our ancestors. In 2012, I did Her Story Chapter 21, which looked specifically at the plight of the Black woman. But most recently, in 2015, I did a piece called Black Lives Matter, and this was done for the National Independence Festival of Creative Arts. The piece won a gold on Dance in Africa, and it was on the heels of the Trayvon Martin killing, Eric Garner, and Mike Brown. So it actually should come as no surprise to anybody that on the heels of this situation with George Floyd, that I would feel moved to create something to follow on to Black Lives Matter. And that's why I decided to call this project I Can't Breathe. And in the months that followed the truly horrific public lynching of George Floyd, we witnessed what appeared to be a fundamental breakthrough in popular consciousness worldwide to the evils of anti-Black racism. Now, this led to a widespread declaration of enough is enough. And the historic scourge rooted in centuries of slavery and colonization that so scarred and so marked the history of Barbados and the other Caribbean nations. You know, we really and truly had to do a follow-up to the Black Lives Matter piece that was done in 2015. Now, before we dive straight into this conversation, I must thank the National Cultural Foundation for coming on board with us on this project. They definitely have a history of creating platforms and encouraging and supporting us artists to tell our stories, to tell untold stories, to tell Barbadian stories, and just, you know, in fact, just expressing ourselves through the arts. And so we are truly appreciative of the support that they have given us on this dance edutainment offering that we have for you. So without further ado, it is my absolute pleasure to present to you the I Can't Breathe project. Do enjoy.
If there's one group of people on the face of this earth that must be advocates and supporters of the Black Lives Matter movement, it has to be the people of Barbados.
We are the only country in the Caribbean which has a substantial white minority which still rules us.
Those who say that the Black Lives Matter movement is not relevant to Barbados are not conscious people, and they are miseducated.
From a poor man to a rich man or whoever it is, as long as it's a human being, it's a human being, and we treat people as a human being.
When Barbados get free, the whole Caribbean and the whole world will get free.
I used to live in the United States, and I was harassed by a policeman unprovoked one day. I went to visit a friend of mine called Mike Humphrey, who is also a very good songwriter and trumpet player. And as we exited Mike's home, this police car came up, and they dropped off one guy and asked me to get out the car. I got out, he stood there. My friend Gallon, who was driving, they took him up the block. And in less than 20 seconds after that, this policeman just shot me like that and said, "What you got there, man?" I said, "Nothing." "That's what you got there, man." And he really chopped me and knocked me back. I said, "Nothing. Do you have a problem over here?" "Yes, we do." I said, "Well, I'm sorry, but I would never be part of that problem. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not from this country. I'm from Barbados." "Oh, where is that?" I said, "In the Caribbean." "Oh, Jamaica, Barbados, the same thing." You know, he started to get really aggressive with me. So I remained calm. And then he chopped me again and told me, "Stand on the sidewalk or we may have to take you down for more questioning." I said, "That's not a problem with me at all." And only when the other police came back with Gallon that he stopped checking me. So when people talk about Black Lives Matter and so on, I could have been a victim like anybody else. It means a lot to me. And furthermore, when it comes to understanding the contribution that black people have made to the world. I mean, from way back, Egypt, Ethiopia, and come across. I am quite aware of that. And so I know that Black Lives Matter because we are the ones that gave the world all 7 liberal arts, including mathematics, science, linguistics, music, architecture. You know, we gave them all. So Black Lives must matter.
We Barbadians need to be conscious of our history. We occupy a very special place in this whole phenomenon of anti-black racism, particularly where the English-speaking world is concerned. We need to know that Barbados was the first black slave society. Barbados was the first place in human history where a society was organized totally on the basis of slavery. I'm not talking now about a society that had slavery as a feature of it. There have been many societies like that throughout human history. What made Barbados unique was that the entire society, everything about it, its economic system, its social structure, was organized totally on the basis of slavery. And the Barbados Slave Code of 1660 became the prototype. It became the slave code that the British took all over the world. They took it from Barbados, they introduced it to Jamaica. They took it from Jamaica and introduced it to South and North Carolina and then all across the then 13 colonies of North America.
We actually black people in Barbados have never really become conscious of the 1937 rights. The 1937 rights has never gone into our head as to why the black people was writing for their rights. And throughout the whole of the black history from the African days right now, there's never been a fight to understand that we, black people, have built England. Our money created the first steam engine in England, our money. So the whole development of England comes from Caribbean sugar and Indian sugar money. That's us. You know that meeting we had in the Independence Square 2000 ago when the white girl talked? And she was talking like a revolutionary, a white Bayesian.
I think that one of the important things around Black Lives Matter is to ensure that we recognize that it is relevant here as well, and how we can present that and how I've wanted to present that is in a series of conversations or allowing myself to be heard. There is some racial segregation around, well, between communities in Barbados, and that's a reality that we have to deal with and we have to face in order to unpack and to rebuild a better future. I firmly believe that we need to talk in order for things to be addressed. So this is me talking. My mother's mixed race, so I am white presenting, which has led to a lot of interesting reflections on my side. And questions around my identity, how I move, how I operate within a majority black country, while at the same time, how can I offer my voice to support my friends, my family, those that I love, especially when they face oppression.
Barbados was a very difficult place in which to be a radical, a black power radical. So you had to sublimate your activity and your attitudes and your very serious orientation and your impulses to pull down the system, break down the system, mash up the system. So you have to sublimate them, that is, put them into socially non-threatening activities like folk singing and drumming, etc. And I tried wherever possible, like community college, to inculcate a sense of black consciousness in my students, some of whom, as I said, have become cabinet ministers in Barbados. People in Barbados started some serious, very, very serious research. And the Cultural Foundation under Alambe Martley encouraged my research, and that has been the foundation for our activity in Calypso and Crop Over, I've immersed myself in those things.
I was the first black person to work at Cable Wireless in the West Indies. And that in itself was a shock to me, because I'm working among white people that I never knew, never talked, never went to school with. There was no connection between me and them. And you had to live and work in that kind of society. And you learn that the society that you went to school with never taught you whiteism as a position. And I found out that we had a cricket club at Cable Wireless and a football club. And we had, at that stage, 5 black people working at Cable Wireless. But they couldn't get a player in the cricket team or the football team. It was all run by the white management and the white Barbadian players. And so I got together the 5 black brothers. We found out that the club, Cable Wireless Club, had meetings once a year on a Sunday. And the Sunday coming up was when they were supposed to have the meeting, but we also found out that they never attended any meetings. They made themselves captain, this and captain and that there. So we went to the meeting alone, the 5 black brothers, and we created the captains, the cricket captain, the football captain, the hockey captain, everything as the 5 blacks. But when we had to go and pick the team to play cricket this Saturday, we couldn't pick 11, because we only had 5. And the white general manager called us in for a meeting. And so he's very diplomatic, he was very calm and talking. And he asked us what it is we wanted that caused us to have this meeting and change the leadership of the club. And he said, because we joined and we want to play cricket and football like everybody else. He said, that's the only problem? Yes, and the white people won't let us play. The white people left Cable Wireless Club and joined the other white clubs in Barbados. Wonders Cricket Ground, Carlton Cricket Club, YMPC Cricket Club, and Football Club. So again, we didn't have a team to play. So we had to remove ourselves from the Cable Wireless Club to allow Cable Wireless to play cricket, because we didn't have sufficient black members. But over the next 2 or 3 years, we got the black members, and we went back, and we became the captain of the cricket, of football, cricket, lawn, tennis, everything for the club. And the white ones left completely and joined the white clubs. So the first place I got that whiteism was really bigger than just the color of your skin. It was the power.
There is a practice in Barbados, and if you young people are not yet victims of it, you will soon be. Look in the newspaper every Sunday, and you will see a column just as big as that, and it says, work permit. Hail, Selassie I and I, right, work permit. And it says, and I could say it in my sleep, having found no one suitable, it is our intention to apply to the Chief Immigration Officer for permission to advertise for non-national for the post of XYZ. That happens about 36 times every year. And most of the people, about 30 of those 36 instances, are white people coming into Barbados for what I call job reservation, like executive chef in the hotels, like manager of this and that, right? And not only does that person come in, he's a male, he brings a wife and 2 children. The jobs have to be found for them, for his wife, and if his children are big, yeah. Now that depresses people like y'all who are university students. Now that happens in the private sector every week, every month.
My name is Aida Gebramariam. I'm from Eritrea, a country in East Africa. So where I grew up is where everybody is the same. Different shades it could be, but everybody is the same. I didn't experience colonialism, and I didn't experience racism. So when I came here, didn't really understand how people felt, and I was always when people get offended about being being called a name or discriminated, and I always say, so what does that bother you? So who's this? I didn't understand them, but slowly I understood, and I read books, but the way I grew up, I didn't understand racism, which I feel very lucky as well, because when you get to understand racism, it's not a nice thing to happen to anyone. If we work hard and empower our children from home, mostly for me it's from home. If we empower our children from home, we're going to make better teachers, better doctors, better lawyers, better everything. And especially at school, we need the best teachers who are so proud of themselves, who are so proud of being black, who are so proud of their country. And the teachers are, after the mothers and the parents in the house, the teachers are the most important people in a country, where they have the children every day with them and they raise them to be a man and a woman. So we'll have to have good teachers in our schools as well.
What I like about the movement as well is the fact that it has attracted younger people. Because even within Rastafari, a lot of the members are middle-aged to becoming elderly, you know? And it's necessary for something like this to really fire up the young people. Because I may be being unfair, but it seemed to me that when it was at school, for example, when it was 16 and 17, 18, we were very, very, very politically conscious, very much so. At Harrison College, we used to walk about with Chairman Mo's Red Book, you know, and a copy of the Barbados Constitution, you know. We were very, very political, right? And it seems to me that a lot of that spirit seemed to have gone, at least among a large sector of the population. I may be wrong, but that's how it seemed to me. Now, with the Black Lives Matter movement, it is really heartening to see younger people, you know, younger people taking up that mantle, because it means that the fire will never stop burning, you know. We will always have a set of younger people who have to carry the thing further on.
In starting this, I first spoke to some of my friends who did deal with social issues as well, and we were just talking about it. It was like, what do you guys think? Like, is this something that you believe could be successful? Me starting the petition, you know, giving people some idea as to what this statute really means. And, you know, with their feedback, I decided just to do some research, just write up a brief on, you know, what Nelson was, what it stood for, why it's important that it comes down. And we launched the petition, and, you know, in a couple of days, I think it was a couple thousand, maybe 10,000 the first week. And it was crazy to see, you know, Barbadians at home, Barbadians abroad, just sending messages about, you know, why they think it's also important and showing support for this thing. And to be honest with you, when I first started it, I didn't really anticipate that large of feedback, and I didn't really think that it was going to be successful. I mean, this thing has been up for so long, and so many people have tried, you know, great people, great historians, and great, like, social activists, they've tried, and it hasn't been moved. And so, you know, I really hope that this time it would change. I wasn't sure at first, but then I started reaching out to some of the historians like Trevor Marshall and so on, and they gave me some feedback on the things they had done, what wasn't successful, and things I could try and see if it could work. And I took their advice and a lot of support from everyone and started pushing this, and I'm just so happy to see that it's finally got to the point where it's finally coming down.
People like David Comishon, David Denny, far back in time, Leroy Hayward, Trevor Marshall, Gabby. We have been vilified for pointing out racism in this island. You young people gyrate to Jack. Da 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 da. Jack don't want me to be on my beach. For you, it's just a jumpy number. In 1982, when Gabby sang that, I heard at the stadium, it was about a situation in which the chairman of Parks and Beaches A man called Jack Deere, born in Grenada, working and living in Barbados and pretending to be a white man, right? Right, he was like Davis Thompson, like Patrick Gollop's complexion, and he was included within the white committee. As chairman of Parks and Beach Committee, he had a rule that black people selling coral and things could not go on the beach and sell to tourists. And that's what Gabby sang about. This was pure, undiluted racism.
This is not just about America and Britain. This is about a world that has made impoverished a set of people who are equally, if not more valuable, because history tells us that they created you. If you are white, it is said and scientifically proven that you were created by us. Why do you hate us so much that even though you know that your ancestors have beaten us for 500 years and disempowered us to the point that we're always having to beg you to be ourselves?
No, we know that you can't change the past. But history is another story.
Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. No place big enough for holding all the tears you're gonna cry. Cause your mama's name was lonely and your daddy's name was pain. And they call you little sorrow, cause you'll never love again. So why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. You ain't got no one to hold you. You ain't got no one to care. If you'd only understand, dear, No place big enough for holding all the tears you're gonna cry. 'Cause your mama's name was lonely and your daddy's name was pain. And they call you little sorrow, 'cause you'll never love again. So why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. You ain't got no one to hold you. You ain't got no one to care. If you don't understand this, no.
Take your knees from my neck. Take your knees out of my neck. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I want to hear you. I can't breathe. No justice. No justice. That's no better. Take your knees from my neck. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
For a race that has experienced so much prejudice and abuse and demonstrated so much resilience at that, the Black Lives Matter movement is important to me because I think it is time that the world understands that we are here just like everyone else.
For far too long, we've been basically held hostage in the past, held hostage in the current.
I think it's really important to understand that being the source and being a source of power, a source of presence, a source of strength, it's really not our place to be othered and to be ostracized.
Rhythm Tribe is an edutainment group. Our focus has always been on edutainment. We have a huge platform and we've always been interested in just letting persons know what is important to us. And you would always see us, you would not see us do a Valentine's Day shoot, but you would see us do something for Black History Month. You would see us do something for Emancipation Day. You would see us do something for any social injustice that occurs, which this was not out of the box. Us doing a Black Lives Matter project was not out of the way because we've always been focused on these type of projects.
The rehearsal process, it was tiring, but that's normal. The video shoots, however, it was very emotional. One emotion that I felt throughout from the different, because we did it like 4 days, was anger. It was frustration. It was just being, tired of being treated the way that we are being treated. And it also taught me a lot. I will admit that I don't know as much as I should, but it did make me want to research a lot more to know what my ancestors had to really go through, and then also what my people now continue to go through. So I'm really happy that I got to be a part of the process.
So the process for this shoot was an enjoyable one for me. We had many early mornings, but we are a huge family, and I think being able to come together every Sunday, I think for like almost a month, just helped the vibe of the set. There were moments where it was a bit strenuous on our bodies, but we all pulled through. And one of the moments that stuck out to me the most is when we were doing the scene where Raheem was being hung, and it really took me back to a place of,
this is what my ancestors experienced. And even though, like, again, little goosebumps, thinking about it and knowing, like, the people before us fought for us, and we have no choice but to do the same. And whether we do it as a politician, whether we do it as creatives, and the way that we do it is dancing and using our art.
Personally, the process for me was similar to that of Black Lives Matter in 2015, choreographed by Aisha and performed on Dance in Africa, where I felt like it was very important for me to take on the role and get across the message of the role I was playing, the character I was playing. And this project was the same. And I remember from doing that, I had to research some stories on even the descriptions and the bio of the piece so that I could embody the role. And no, it was just very present situations that would have happened like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So again, that's where the frustration and the anger come for me, that we are still doing the exact same thing, feeling like a revolving door and we're not progressing in the situation.
Doing a project like this is very important for us because as much as people wouldn't say or it's not broadcast, things like this still happen around the world. It may not happen here, but around the world, we still have a lot of the acts being committed to our African brothers and sisters.
The actual shoots, it started off as, all right, we're shooting today. That was supposed to be one day. And then the project evolved and it evolved and it evolved into something that is, I think, even greater than us. For me, the shoot was, I think, even more difficult because we're actually following on from someone that was senselessly killed. And for me, through the shoot, I lost my brother earlier this year from a senseless killing. So going through that process and having to think about that and what they went through and then having to deal with that as well, it was extremely hard, if that's the word I could use. It was extremely difficult. And even to think about the stories of the persons that went through that process, I cannot imagine living back then, and then to think that all these years after slavery that we're still having these same conversations and we're still fighting for the same things and we're still having the same marches. Is like the world is literally repeating itself. And it's like, yes, we think we have come a little further forward past emancipation, but really and truly it just feels like a circle. We're pretty much writing the same stories or rewriting history in a different way, just telling the same story in a different way with more technology.
For those people who think that this movement is a reaction to what's happening in the States right now, if I go to the States, I'm a Black person. If I go to England, I'm a Black person. If I go to Canada, if I go to Europe, I'm a Black person. So they're not gonna distinguish, they're not gonna be like, oh, you're not African American, you're African Caribbean, or we're all Black people. So it has a trickling effect. If it happens to one Black person, it can happen to me.
The Black Lives Matter movement is not just about George Floyd. It's not just about Americans being shot. It's about our rights as Black people, our rights to be able to live the way that we want to live and be able to express ourselves the way we want to be able to express ourselves. And I think that people don't understand how much we've been brainwashed and not seeing the systemic racism that is here in Barbados, whether it's with classism, whether it's with even not being able to wear your hair a certain way in school. All of those things are connected into the Black Lives Matter because your hair is part of who you are. Your hair represents your Blackness, your skin, your eyes, the way you speak, the way you walk, the way you move your body. So yeah, it matters.
We, of all people, if that history, if all that suffering is to have any meaning, any redemptive value, we of all people must see ourselves as the champions, the defenders of the values of Black dignity and universal human rights, freedom, for black people. And so that brings me to this, because this is what I really want to talk about. This is the text of a resolution that the Barbados House of Assembly was moved to debate on the 23rd of June of this year in response to the George Floyd incident. And the Barbados House of Assembly, speaking for all of us, that is our resolution. That is what our House of Assembly resolved in our names and on our behalf. And we should be so proud of this. This is an historic act of the Barbados House of Assembly. And what it does, it outlines to us, in light of this history, this is what our vocation, this is what our mission must be. So, if there's one group of people on the face of this earth that must be advocates and supporters of the Black Lives Matter movement, it has to be the people of Barbados.
Barbados House of Assembly, Black Lives Matter Resolution. Whereas the central theme that runs through the entire history of Barbados subsequent to English settlement is the struggle to overcome racial discrimination and oppression, to eradicate the many negative racial legacies that were derived from centuries of criminal enslavement of Africans and people of African descent, and to create a non-racist society in which the fundamental human rights of all people are respected. And whereas the people of Barbados are conscious that the struggle for freedom, human rights, and the dignity of the human person, irrespective of race or ethnicity, is an interdependent enterprise in which the entire human family is involved, and as such, recognizing that the United Nations has in the past adopted resolutions aimed at eliminating racism and racial discrimination. And whereas Barbadians recognize that their history has bequeathed to them a duty to stand up and advocate for the interlinked causes of freedom and respect for human rights. And whereas, in light of the Barbadians' deep investment in seeing the struggle against racial oppression advance in strength and success throughout the world in general, and throughout Barbados' geographical region of the Americas in particular, the people of Barbados were profoundly shocked and dismayed by televised images of the brutal and heartless killing of the African-American George Floyd in the city of Minneapolis in the United States of America. Be it resolved that this House of Assembly, acting on behalf of and in the name of the people of Barbados, A, reconfirms the commitment of the nation of Barbados to champion and advocate for the cause of freedom and respect for human rights, inclusive of the eradication of all forms of anti-Black racism. B, extends sincere and profound condolences to the immediate family of the late George Floyd, to his extended African-American family, and to all American citizens irrespective of race who were deeply hurt by the tragedy. C, expresses support for the principle that Black Lives Matter and endorses the notion that it will not be possible to unequivocally assert that all lives matter unless and until all Black lives are in theory and in practice treated with the respect and regard that is their due. And D, confirms that Barbados would be more than willing to contribute human and other resources and to participate in any regional, hemispheric, or international initiative that is aimed at providing assistance to nations that are currently struggling with their national efforts to eradicate racism in general and anti-Black racism in particular.
Black people ain't the only ones who've been living without our roots. Those unripe fruits they reap by backcombing their entitlement, trying to create afros without the hardship, caricaturing the symbol of Black existence, teasing tension into their experience that they know nothing about. Can I touch your hair, Black girl? They say the highest form of flattery is imitation. But am I still meant to feel complimented when it becomes cultural appropriation? Can I touch your hair, Black girl, Black Medusa? I wanna know how them coils be casting spells. How that Black girl nappy curl magic be flipping the script, hypnotizing the menfolk and turning white hearts into stone statues. Can I touch your hair, Black girl, Black and Samsonite? I wanna know how it marries religion and science. I wanna know how that fro has such an undying devotion to defying gravity. How it tells every comb to genuflect. How it can bring the sinners to their knees. How it always seems to be wearing its Sunday best. I wanna have a faith as strong as your hair, Black girl. I wanna hear the stories them strands could string together. But they want us to relax, Black girl. They don't want us to recall, Black girl. They don't want the reminders, Black girl. Can I tame your hair, Black girl? I only want to reverse engineer you for the sake of familiarity. Only want to break you down to your component parts so I can see your secrets properly. They only care about our coils as another one of their commodities. Take the Zulu out of your Bantu knots and call them mini buns for profits. Make us into a fashion trend from our roots to our ends when they quick to rock them full locks and call the real things knots. And ain't it funny? Ain't it amazing how people historically obsessed with whips and chains and bondage got the audacity to kink shame you, Black girl? Can I see your hair, Black girl? It's just as easy to jack our culture when we hide from it. But I want to know why it seems to take up so much space. Don't know why it always forgets its place, Black girl. Remember when they told you to keep it under wraps? And up to now they're still trying to 1786. The sass put that thing on. I remember that the class you're in is a function of the color of your skin. Keep quiet, Black girl. Damn. Why everything about your hair gotta be a throwback? When they just want us to relax, Black girl. They don't want us to retell, Black girl. They don't want the reminders, Black girl. They done already gentrified generations of traditions to try and sugarcoat mass murder and plantation labor. Slap designer labels on our struggles like they still trying to turn us, human beings, into capital, and we ain't the ones reaping the profit margins. Cause cultural appropriation is the currency they pay us reparations in. They have taken from us, and they still taking our cornrows and calling them box braids, anything to see us erase, Black girl. They want to force us to forget. But I remember, Black girl. I remember the brawn in them braids and how it ain't got nothing to do with boxed in thinking and everything to do with breaking the box with our bare hands. I remember, Black girl, how they tried to claw tie our heads, how we adorned the shackles they made for our hair with bright colors and beads, how we wear our history on our heads, in our hearts, and on our sleeves. It didn't ting on no more. Now when we put that thing on, we breathe free. Our crown is revolutionary. So let me ask you, can we love our hair, Black girls?
She stirs a cauldron of problems, looking to solve them, and she serves a portion of this Black girl magic. She been stretched to her limits to the point where her conscience is no elastic. Aztec, Mayan, science, religion, visions on peyote couldn't show me the formula to form her, cause only black girl magic has the energy to conjure such a beauty. A true African deity. And this ain't a cliche display of affection, nah. This is a mantra, an anthem, a declaration of admiration, signed, sealed, and delivered to your location or wherever you may reside. If chivalry was dead, consider it revived, cause I will climb mountains with my bare naked fingertips so they are chipped and filled with grit. If it means that the summit I could kiss your lips and pick your brain for a second. In the race war, black girl magic is your weapon. They reckon you're crafting potions when they see you mix coconut oil with olive, and then you warm it on a stove with your arcane knowledge, cause only sorcery can explain such a rich moisture deposit. And if logic won't suffice to explain how a black girl could shine despite having such dark skin, then it must be sin, and therefore condemn. Cause what if she casts a spell that has an effect that she didn't intend, like making white men like her and fall in love, or even worse, a black man having a fair trial in court? What if her magic makes police want to stop killing black people for a sport? What if the sweat excreted from her pores contains pheromones that make white women want to look like her? What if it's something worse? What if black girl magic is a curse that brings equality to a white privileged world? What if the last spell she casts actually works, and that cauldron that she stirs serves social justice? What if she is all the things we thought she wasn't, and sisterhood is her new coven? What if crow's feet are only used by those who accomplish the feat of old age? What if she casts a good vibe spell by burning hard weed and sage? What if she casts a protective barrier to protect her friends from the men with which they lay? What if black girl magic is actually real? If that's the case, I just want to say to all my fellow witches I love when are bad, and please continue to practice your faith.
They tell me I is free. I and I control my destiny. I am my own woman. Can do as I wish upon this land. Yet still, they bring me to my knees. This battle for space like Rex Netherford dancing gracefully. Cause the strong getting stronger, while the weak still suffer contradictions. Yo, I see them clear in this space. This Caribbean is full of them, saying yes but meaning no, telling you you're independent but your mind is in chains, being waiting to shape by your white persona, whom we believe is not there. Yes, physically he is not there, but mentally he is. The beginning of paradoxes. No man is an island. No man stands alone. Yet when I stand up and begin to fight, I am the Lone Ranger in the fight. With my only weapon in hand, I take command to eradicate the mental confines of Caribbean society. Finally fulfilling our destiny to reason, even though they claim Caliban had no reason, but we did. Thank God Paget Henry wrote about it, that we can reason much more than the boring narrative that define us. That ever boring narrative that Caliban is nasty, disgusting, and brutish, and we should all perish. Such contradictions, because we all know Africa started civilization. We in the Caribbean are very informed intellectual individuals whose minds are light years above what you socially construct.
We see these contradictions and illusions that have made us political prostitutes, prostituting ourselves for the best deal, yet still contradicting all your beliefs. Yes, we are prostitutes, open and ready, but we're using condoms to protect us from the STDs you carry. Imperialism, globalization, dependency. You thought this was so easy that we would blindly follow your lead, take, but not receive. I'm laughing at you. You forgot you in the Caribbean for truth filled with the cup of dependency and begging, pleading for our voices to be heard. But you don't hear, do you? You only hear when you want to vote, so you put on your sheep cloak, paradoxes and contradictions. Big bad wolf. Yeah, right? You forgot you in the Caribbean, right? That could put up a good fight and keep their culture intact. You try to inject us. I dare you do that. Our philosophy tells a story you try to hide. We have no philosophy. Lecturers, lecture them for we so they see the Caribbean full of life, not just for sea, sand, and sex, for a deeper understanding of self, who you are. Who feels it, knows it, should radiate in your mind like the beat of a Congo drum. I am who I am should radiate on your skin, creating goosebumps, educating your mainstream mind, for you have been brainwashed all this time. Poor soul, you should have read that all that glitters is not gold, because half the story has not been told of what we have to offer. It's like grandma's secret recipes. Until death do you start, yet still I must start, because writing is an art. A pen is my tool to uncover these paradoxes to you, so you can free your body, mind, and soul from the belief that we in the Caribbean ain't got no reason.
Generational wealth? That was never my family tree. The people are the leaves and our souls are the branches. But all we got are receipts from buying branches that take advantage of the disadvantage. In other words, me and you. The cash cow? The cash cow never grazed on the pastures I played on as a youth. Never. I remember hearing of Wall Street, but it was only ever charter houses on my avenue. We had to use outside bathrooms while keeping a bunch of crap on the inside. So you get economics when the black and me and economics collide. We love to boycott or protest, but it's only for a short while. Whether it's Gucci or H&M, a year or two later we still buy from them. Adding value to the style. Black people been struggling. We've been struggling for a while, but I guess that's just economics.
I heard someone say black people don't care about maintenance.
We don't.
And maybe that's why I never really had an inheritance, because we don't seem to care about taking care of the old. We would rather build something new while our past lives fold, forgetting that everything that glitters ain't gold, forgetting that our history is always at stake.
Always.
And we as stakeholders are responsible for the blows that it takes. But hey, money talks. So we try to keep change in our pockets at all costs, like change gotta be synonymous with culture loss. Money talks. And it's like we never fully learned the dialect.
Never.
Cause years of hustle mentality still got we in all sorts of debt, selling ourselves short for pittance paid checks while we operate in a cultural and a spiritual deficit. Hell, we poets could prophesy prophets like prophets could predict a panic, but you feel we could ever get we people to invest? Black people been struggling. We've been struggling for a while now, but I guess that's just economics.
It's like we use gin and tonic in our hydroponics when growing with money tree. It's like we're intoxicated with indoctrinating norms and beliefs. More outdated than 2000 BC. We chase fast money, then spend it at light speed, then worry saying things tight. It's like the grip of poverty always had a tight squeeze. So tight you see the jaws of life couldn't free us or our mentality, because we are boxed in. We're boxed in inside human pains, being reared and raised like cocks and hens till we meet ends meet or till we meet our end. Black people been nothing but meat for them. Meat they sent to the fields and hills to feed and fill the bellies of the bellies of children. It's a pity because the fruits of our labor still couldn't fill them. But I guess that's just economics.
See, maybe our relationship with words like stocks and bonds is too unpleasant for us to think that money ain't evil. Must think that brokers sounds too much like broken backs to broken blacks. Must think that bonds sounds too much like chain shackles and whip cracks. So why, when we teach our children about Dow Jones and NASDAQ, why trace trends in the market when we can trade tragedies? As if complaint about poverty could ever be a currency valuable enough to save us from this bankruptcy of identity.
We never had a black Socrates or Plato.
Never.
The doors around moral upbringing remain closed. Our officers for change were playing clothes, not conforming to uniformity, doing it because they want to, not because you said so. Our hustlers and ghetto superstars were our CEOs, making it their own way without a way back or legal recourse. We've been individualistic way before our modern ebonics took hold, giving birth to the mold that you know as ebonomics.
This is day 2 of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. My name is Adrian Green, co-lead organizer of the forum. This is the Future Academy panel number 5 called Teaching Entrepreneurship. Mission possible? One of the biggest myths about starting a business is that all entrepreneurs must either learn to do everything themselves or be natural-born geniuses with a brilliant idea. This perception often discourages many aspiring entrepreneurs from starting their business journey. Education for entrepreneurship. Is it possible and is it necessary? And can it challenge more traditional approaches to education, which may tend to reinforce the inequalities at the root? In this session, panel members discuss what defines an entrepreneurial mindset and how an entrepreneurial mindset can be taught. I'll hand over to panel moderator, Mr. Matthew Springer, to introduce the members of the panel and get the session started.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Green. Much appreciated. My name is Matthew Springer, and I'll be your moderator for this exciting panel on entrepreneurship. I'm also CEO of Holistic, curator of the Bridgetown Hub at Global Shapers, a World Economic Forum initiative, and member of the organizing committee for the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum at UNCTAD 15. In this session, I'm happy to announce that I'll be joined by Kevin Simmons, Parminder Veer, OBE, and Anna Bakshi. For a bit of background, Kevin Simmons is a technology investor and strategic advisor to CEOs of technology startups. A graduate of US Naval Academy with service in the United States Military Academy at West Point, he excels at leadership and team dynamics in high-stress environments. He is a former project manager for the global oil giant Chevron, where he managed complex engineering and construction projects in 6 continents, and his work has been featured in the leading industry publication Offshore. He holds advanced management and business degrees from Stanford University, Rice University, and University of Oxford. He has helped launch or co-found 4 technology startups, including UK award-winning Acceleron, where he was the chief finance officer and the operations officer, and notable US-based Inclusive, which was featured in the Fast Company, The Washington Post, and Forbes. He is an experienced angel and venture capital investor and co-founded Valhalla Investment Group and Afropreneur Angels Group, and is now a venture partner with Pan-African VC leader Lofty Inc. Capital Management, which has invested in over 100 technology companies, including Africa's first unicorn, Flutterwave. Kevin writes and gives classes on pitching, raising capital, and navigating startup challenges. Moving on to Anna Bakshi. Anna is the inaugural executive director of the Oxford Foundry OXFO at the University of Oxford's Multidisciplinary Entrepreneurship Center. She has founded and launched world-leading entrepreneurship and technology centers and accelerators that have upskilled tens of thousands of people, bridging the skill gap for employers and accelerated hundreds of startups working in high-impact areas, climate change, healthcare, equity, and cybersecurity. The portfolios she has enabled are collectively valued at over £250 million and have raised over £75 million in investment and have created nearly 1,000 jobs. Anna has been instrumental in creating positive, systematic, and cultural transformation within complex, centuries-old educational establishments. She has demonstrated the critical role universities can and should play in upskilling and reskilling wider populations and accelerating commercially successful, purpose-led startups through their unique positions. The multidisciplinary networks, international partnerships, and institution-wide programs, opportunities, and cross-sector challenges Anna has pioneered has and will provide lifelong learning on a global scale. Anna is a world leader in democratizing access to entrepreneurship. She has launched Oxford's first women-focused startup program, the first diversity entrepreneurial fellowship initiative for students from Black, Asian, and minority ethnic backgrounds, and has enabled Oxford University's first scholarships for Black British students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And last but no means least, we have Parminder Veer, OBE, who is a commercially focused executive with broad international experience in entrepreneurship, business development, and media. She is a recipient of the Order of British Empire, OBE, by the Queen Elizabeth for services to the broadcasting and film industry. She has designed and implemented an ambitious Pan-African holistic entrepreneurship program, providing training, mentoring, and seed capital, access to networks and markets impacting over 10,000 African entrepreneurs. She's advocated for entrepreneurship as the best path for social and economic development on the continent, changed the African narrative through entrepreneur stories, and helped shape the agenda for the growth of African entrepreneurship. Prior to her work in Africa, she was the investment manager for Ingenious Media and CEO of PVL Media. For over 2 decades, she enjoyed a distinguished career as a film and television producer with the BBC, Carlton Television, as well as the CEO of her own production company, Formation Films. Through her work, she has challenged the mainstream media to open up itself to stories and perspectives that emerge from the margins. She was the co-founder of the Cultural Diversity Network campaign to increase the diversity of talent on and behind the screen. She has also served as non-executive director of numerous government boards, including the Department of Culture and Sport, UK Film Council, and UK India Business Council, contributing to the development of international strategies and policies. In a professional career spanning 40 years, she has dedicated her life to telling untold stories, resourcing the skills and imagination of underserved communities. Guys, thank you all for joining us. You have some incredibly stacked backgrounds, and it's my pleasure to host you all. So thank you for being here. So to dive right into it, there's an increasing number of entrepreneurial programs which are available, from public sector and private sector to foundations. We have incubators, accelerators, and startup competitions, in addition to those courses taught at university. However, there's a great deal of skepticism around the idea that entrepreneurship can be taught by academics in a classroom. Countless successful entrepreneurs never even went to university. Many didn't even graduate from college. So, to start things off, what is your take on this matter? Are today's institutions managing to instill in these students the penchant for imagination, disruption, and counterintuitive action required for effective entrepreneurship? Anna, I'm going to start with you.
Lucky me. Thanks for the introduction, Matt, and thank you for having us here today. So yes, I would say I'm biased, having spent the last 10 or so years building these entrepreneurship centres within higher education institutions. I would say that we've moved away, or we are slowly but surely moving away from the narrative of
entrepreneurship needs to be taught within conventional academic settings and really looking at what does the interdisciplinary nature of educational institutions mean for teaching entrepreneurship. Now, that doesn't mean just an academic in a classroom, but it means an academic in a classroom that might be a professor of data science working with an alumnus of the university. That might be some like Kevin, for example, that graduated at West Point and knows a lot around resilience and leadership and has come back to support, mentor, and advise. And then it could be bringing in somebody else like Parminder, for example, who's been exposed to hundreds of thousands of startups from different backgrounds and actually creating an optimal environment where you've got one campus of academia, yes, in the conventional sense, but you've also got incredible student talent across different disciplines. You've got an underutilized and now hopefully increasingly being utilized alumni body that's exceptionally successful, and you're bringing them together to create optimal environments where entrepreneurship isn't being taught in a conventional sense. It's being taught through an experiential sense, i.e. through challenges, through competitions, through accelerator programs, etc. Now, does that defeat the question of can entrepreneurship be taught? I think that's a whole different dialogue, right? I think it can be taught to a certain degree, but it is like the nature beast nurture debate, where to some people, yes, entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial skills or personality might be innate. And then you've got the whole spectrum where it just wouldn't be a career pathway. But I think where the most exciting piece lies here is right in the middle, where you've got the unknown unknowns, right? The people that have the talent, they've got the ingredients, but they haven't got the right environment to really thrive. And that's where I think teaching entrepreneurship or creating ecosystems to support entrepreneurial endeavor can really add like immeasurable, insurmountable value.
Thank you very much. Parminder, would you like to add to that?
I'd like to respond to Anna. I think while I agree with you, Anna, I also think if the academic was the only route to entrepreneurship development, there's a huge barrier to entry. It excludes vast numbers of people, particularly the kinds of entrepreneurs, the tens of thousands that I worked with across the African continent. Yeah? I think more importantly, I think the institution, and I love your approach of the interdisciplinary, approach to that, leveraging the extraordinary intellectual knowledge and resources and information of an academic institution. I think it would be fantastic if those academic institutions really developed programs that was about developing an entrepreneurial mindset, because it's not just entrepreneurship and creating SMEs, who are running their own businesses, but actually what the, certainly the business community and corporates and the private sector needs today are entrepreneurial mindsets and those skills that certainly we always imagine that only entrepreneurs have those skills, which is, thinking out of the box, the ability to take risks, thinking about opportunities, Whereas in fact, within, particularly the corporate and the private sector and the public sector in particular today, we need those skills even more now than we've ever needed them before. So my answer to that is absolutely no. The academic route is not the only route, and not be the only route, because there's a huge economic ticket attached to that, and it almost at the start of it begins to differentiate those who can afford to pay. It is literally hundreds of thousands of pounds, right? And that precludes a vast majority of people who have amazing entrepreneurial ideas, who've seen extraordinary gaps in their markets, right? And have come up with the most, mind-blowing solutions to those gaps or those opportunities, business opportunities in their markets.
Thank you very much. I totally agree. Kevin, is there anything that you would like to add to this?
Well, it's very difficult to add onto what were just, two amazing answers, very comprehensive. I would probably echo both of the panelists and Parminder particularly, where not only is the academic route, not the only one, I think it's insufficient on its own. I think entrepreneurship can be taught, or elements of it, but I think when we think of today's entrepreneurship, and we're talking maybe, okay, I may be biased or lean heavily towards the technology startups that get a lot of the attention, but I think there are three kind of elements that come into play. And one of them is the what, okay? That's the academic bit to some extent. But then there's a how, which I view more as the skills base, because the academic covers the knowledge. And then I think there's the when to use something, and that's the instinct or the awareness. It's a lot like, I don't know, I like sports, or, it's like a great sports player. What separates a really top sportsman isn't just the knowledge of, they have to have the skills, they have to have the knowledge of the game, etc. But then you become great when you get the instinct that's going to serve you in all the different settings, etc. And today's complete entrepreneur needs all three. And it's very difficult in an academic setting to get the last two, really, especially the instinct. That comes from practice, that comes from exposure to other entrepreneurs, that comes from cohort building, that comes from trial and error, frankly, to some extent. And so I think academia, or traditional programs, so to speak, can serve one portion of that journey, but they're not going to take you the entire rest of the way. And that's where other alternatives and the competitions and mentorship and exposure to the networks and to entrepreneurs, that is needed to fill in the gaps that academia alone cannot do.
Thank you very much. So I guess that leads us right into our next question. As it relates to, building up this entrepreneurship, what do you guys think governments, educational institutions, or organizations should be doing to help build entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial ecosystems, and what could they be doing to support entrepreneurs? Parminder, I will let this one go to you.
I was just thinking that, this forum is part of a phenomenal gathering. What is it? It's the largest intergovernmental gathering in Barbados, which is absolutely amazing. That this small island is hosting this huge gathering. Well done to your Prime Minister and to all the people who are supporting this conference. Over 2,500 participants are expected, and 195 member states. And what we have to say about entrepreneurship, they must listen to this, right? Because organizations like the UN, like all the governments, heads that are gathered, it's absolutely imperative. It was always imperative. It becomes even more imperative post-COVID in reimagining and rebuilding and re-energizing the economies that have been shattered across the world. So, for me, the role of governments is absolutely fundamental in supporting SMEs and the emergence of entrepreneurship. They must invest in local entrepreneur support systems, right? Particularly the entrepreneurship support organizations. They must create a strong, viable, sustainable business enabling environment. And look at some of their regulations around taxation, just the regulatory environment. I know in some countries across the 54 countries that I work with in Africa, you could register your business in 6 hours, to another country where it would take you 6 to 12 months of going through multiple windows, yeah? Really, we talk about the fourth revolution, but digital infrastructure is not going to fall from the sky. The governments have a fundamental role to make internet accessibility universal. In the context of Africa, just make the basic power and available, yeah? And the whole financing structures have to be really examined when it comes to dealing with and supporting African entrepreneurs, or entrepreneurs wherever, yeah? And I would say the governments have a really vital, important role to play in really collecting and analyzing and using the insights of data, and collecting data on SMEs, collecting data on the informal sectors. I think above all, governments that are going to be gathered at the UN conference in Barbados must listen to the voices of entrepreneurs and harness their solutions, yeah? And, and to know, I get tired of when people talk about the African continent, the population explosion, the young people, it's a continent full of young people, same with the Indian subcontinent, that it's seen as a problem, that demographics are seen as a problem. For me, Africa's most important asset is its human capital. And the government's role is literally in supporting and developing that human capital and that human capacity. I guess my final point is, for too long, the entrepreneurship ecosystems, particularly in the emerging markets, have become dependent on international investment, whether it's foundations, governments, the World Bank, IFC, etc. It's really important that we begin to develop and incentivize, that governments begin to incentivize domestic investment. I could go on, my list is long, but I'll pause there.
Thank you so much, Parminder. Anna, is there anything you'd like to add on that? Is there anything that you think these educational institutions or government organizations can be doing to help build these ecosystems? I mean, you are, the ecosystem builder as well. So, please let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just to kind of go back on one step on my initial point to the question on can entrepreneurship be taught within academic settings, that's where my yes was. But I would say by no means am I saying that it can't be taught outside of academic settings by noting that. I would also say that people's perceptions on conventional academic settings might be like 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It's really progressed, right? So as Kevin was saying just now in terms of that mentorship and that venture acceleration, so I know it's Oxford, but for example, over here, we house our own accelerator program that's been modeled on a commercial accelerator where we're taking on like hundreds of ventures, idea competitions, and they're going on to raise like 15 million. They're going on to create jobs. So they're going through that same trajectory that you would do outside. The only difference is that they leverage on an institution's networks, external and internal, government, private sector, venture capital, and beyond to help accelerate the growth of that said venture and increase its livelihood or like life cycle, basically. And I think that even with governments, going to your point just now, Matthew, the value of learning when it comes to entrepreneurship and skills and training and giving opportunities to young people in the millions, whether that be in entrepreneurship and technology skills and training. Parminder spoke more about the entrepreneurship mindset, so looking at entrepreneurship for the workforce alongside scaling those ventures, like, is huge, right? Like the magnitude of impact that can be created even if it's investing in education up until 16, up until 18, right? It's not something that you have to go to university to access. But when you're speaking to people, for example, that have gone through the private school system, by the age of 15, these people have, like young people, have gone through several idea competitions. They've learned about what a business model is. They've learned about financial modeling. They've learned about like pitching and public speaking, or like what resilience is or looks like, what leadership looks like. And how can you expect others to compete on that same platform? Like, I don't know if it was Flutterwave or if it was Paystack. I mean, Parminder, Kevin, you correct me, that went from Africa to YC, for example, because they had the optimal environment within Silicon Valley to support that. But that also includes Stanford. It includes having the businesses over there alongside having the accelerator programs. And that's what builds that really kind of optimal synergy and environment for success, and success breeds success. And I think, and I'll be biased to say, like, education is such an untapped kind of avenue of potential for young people. And if governments invest in education more, I mean, like Parminder's already spoke about finance, digital infrastructure, favorable policy for entrepreneurs, whether that's around tax or anything else. But like, honestly, investing in education not only like upskills your talent and your workforce, it enables you to grow businesses, and those businesses to hire the talent you're accelerating. And then it just becomes this self-fulfilling, evergreen, magical ecosystem. And I don't understand why institutions haven't put more in it right now. Across the board, we're starting to see some, like, I mean, in the US, Stanford has been doing this for ages. Oxford, we're only starting to see it. Europe's still quite behind more broadly, but yeah, education is important, and not conventional education, not classroom education.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're definitely all on the same page with that. Kevin, so as our audience should know, this conference is being hosted by Barbados, which is a small island developing state. The point of UNCTAD is really about drawing that awareness to these developing countries and bridging the gap however possible. Kevin, you and I are both Barbadians, and you know, you have the luck to be based in Barbados as we speak. As an entrepreneur based in Barbados, recently moved, what do you think, you know, how do you think Barbados's government, for example, or the institutions in the Caribbean could support entrepreneurship, and what are some of the things that you've seen, whether it be in London or Oxford or around the world, that you wish we could emulate in the Caribbean? Let's say you're speaking directly to the policymakers.
Thanks very much, Matthew. I know we've just gotten going, but I'm already dreading the end of the panel, because there's so much I'd love to get into with Parminder and Anna. I just have to tell you that. So I'm looking forward to the after panel. But to answer your specific question, and I'll try to inform it from a number of different places. It piggybacks a lot on the previous question, right? Like, what is the role of government in growing and supporting an entrepreneurial ecosystem? And everything that was said before, yes. And I kind of would group them into three, just because somewhere in my background there was a stint as a consultant. So I think in threes and I speak in threes, right? So the first is going to be that rules and regulation, okay? And that is to do with everything from ease of setting up businesses, from a supportive environment that allows people to try and to fail, even within the regulations, et cetera. And that's fairly clear, and I don't think many people would push back on that. I think the second piece, or the middle bit, which I would probably group into resources and response. And those resources are, like Parminder mentioned, the infrastructure. You know, I mean, once upon a time it was physical infrastructure, and that's still needed in the Caribbean and in other places, but also the technology infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, that's also still needed. And when I say the response, is one thing that I sometimes find, maybe frustrating from where I sit, is, a very well-established business that has passed the entrepreneurial stage, that's, that runs itself into trouble, there's often a response from government or from supporters to help that business. Which is, I get it, because, you're focused on the problems today. But if you think of entrepreneurial businesses as the businesses of tomorrow, there also needs to be a response sometimes to assist those businesses. And so that's all about creating that environment of supportiveness for entrepreneurship. And the last R, just to kind of throw it in there, is going to be, I would call it recognition of risk. In addition to celebrating the winners, yes, everyone loves, in my business, in my field now, we love to talk about Ian at Flutter and all these guys, and I love that space I'm in. But I think in addition to celebrating the winners, it's really important to celebrate the process. And that, because it's a portfolio approach. You have to understand that that's just one of, it's a picture. And I think that governments, actually the entire ecosystem could well do with understanding that and celebrating that a little bit more. Now, just to kind of bring it home now to like the, to where we are. And yes, like you mentioned, I've just recently started to split my time and to relocate here to help with an accelerator lab with the UNDP. So the United Nations Development Program has started this program of accelerator labs embedded in all of its regions to specifically bring innovation and bring people like myself who don't have a development background into the development space. And I think that's the model that we all have to kind of look at in terms of, as I said, increasing the tolerance for risk generally in the society, in our organizations, in our institutions, making rules and the regulations simple and supportive of that. We can talk a little bit about what's happening in Africa at the moment in the fintech space, and lately there's been quite a few moves by the CBN, so the Central Bank of Nigeria, that are challenging for the startup ecosystem and for investors like myself. So that's one when I talk about clarity and around rules. And then the resources, making risk capital available or incentivizing it, like Parminder mentioned. So when I'm in the UK, there's a very supportive ecosystem in terms of what we call SEIS and other tax relief schemes that allow me to take those supportive risks of a founder. That's not yet in place here. And I think that would also assist to jumpstart and spur a local or regional, rather, capital industry, which is needed because governments can't do it alone, and nor should they. So I think those are three things that, well, it piggybacks on the last answer. I think it addresses what we need to do here. If I'm speaking to the policymakers, it would be those three things: clear rules, resources, and recognition of the process of failure.
I agree wholeheartedly, Kevin. Parminder would like, please.
I just want to build on what Kevin has, and I absolutely agree with him. Kevin, I mean, my first trip ever to Barbados was to attend Carafesta way back in 1981, before Matthew was born, or even before you, either all of you guys were born, I'm sure. But you know what it was this extraordinary vision and the audacity of ambition to bring the entire Caribbean together and celebrate Caribbean arts and culture. And which sort of leads me to the point where it's fine us building, training, growing, empowering entrepreneurs wherever we are, but is actually the biggest thing is market access. And that intra-Africa, for me, it was the intra-Africa trade. Why is it that an African entrepreneurs, Paystack, and a lot of the entrepreneurs that came through the program that I designed for the Tony Lumley Foundation would come to me and say, "Ma'am, we're thinking, how can we access the UK market, the US market?" I said, "Well, actually, before you think about that, have you thought about the 53 other markets on your own continent and how you're going to access them?" And it's fantastic to see that finally there is an intra-Africa trade agreement which is being implemented. And I would say to the Caribbean, it's exactly the same. That it's one thing growing your entrepreneurs and building entrepreneurial ecosystems, but when you're creating products and services, you also have to sell them. And the Caribbean as a whole, and I know it very well, having made many programs and also being married to my husband, who is from Jamaica, in fact. So I understand that there is a huge market across the Caribbean for Caribbean-based entrepreneurs to be able to market their products and services. And I guess one of the challenges to you, Kevin, given that you're going to be driving the development and the growth of this ecosystem through the UNDP Accelerator Lab, is how do we also get the government to enable that trade, intra-Caribbean trade, to emerge as well?
I don't know, Matthew, if you want me to jump, because that's such a good question. It's a very difficult question. I mean, it speaks right to the heart of the matter. I mean, as Matthew knows, over the last 4 or 5 years, how he and I began interacting was just that, helping, especially Barbadian innovators attempting to set up companies. And the list is quite long now. And one of the challenges they ran into was just that the vision, the market size, even here, was just insufficient to allow them the ability to make mistakes. So just the price of failure was so high. And broadly, we all realize that you need to really be thinking in terms of the broader Caribbean, a larger market, so in entrepreneur speak, a much bigger TAM, for example. It just allows you to grow and scale and to reward investment, et cetera. And like you said, it's going to be a challenge. Obviously, it's one thing that I have to take on as well. How do we get the governments of the Caribbean to recognize that and see that just as Africa's doing now and just as has occurred in Asia, that collaborative approach, that knocking down of barriers, that ability to really unite those markets is going to have a net positive effect for entrepreneurship in their individual countries. It's going to allow solutions to come to market that would be starved otherwise, just because it's just too small, for example, and that's just a fact of gravity. I'm going to recognize it. I'm not going to say how, because I don't have the answer yet, Parminder. I don't know how yet to convince or persuade governments to do that more deliberately, but that is the challenge of the day, I would suggest, for Caribbean entrepreneurship, definitely.
But, there's a lot, it's not about reinventing the wheel, as we know, Kevin. There's a lot we can learn from the Middle East as a trade bloc, from our own European Union as a trade bloc, and we're now fundamentally suffering as a result of leaving it, as we know, as a result of Brexit. But also the Asian trade bloc, the African, and the Africa is, there were already 7 trade blocs that were created, but now the move is to enable literally, a trade between. I mean, one of the stories I'd love to share with you, I remember the first year that I gathered 1,000 entrepreneurs in 2015 from 54 African countries. There was a young man who stood up and said, I am from Egypt, and he has an amazing solar business in Egypt. And this is my first time that I've come to Sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm really grateful that you have connected Africa, Northern Africa, with the rest of Africa. And I'm sure the same is applicable across the Caribbean as well, that it's easier to think of US as a market rather than to think of all the other countries, or the island of the countries actually across the Caribbean. But it'd be really fantastic to share some of those examples with you as you begin that conversation with your own government, and also for you to begin to put pressure on Britain as it launches its own global Britain vision, which is obviously what is it? Well, it's something it's something that's being thought about, or they're beginning to roll it out. But absolutely, global Britain has to have a relationship with the interconnected Caribbean and the interconnected Africa.
Totally. Thank you. And to quickly expand on Kevin's point for our audience, and I guess to really try to underline something that I've witnessed as well on my end, even though I'm not a speaker, I just feel like I should throw this in there. Cash is king for any company, and they need these investments to grow. And what I have seen, at least in the UK, that I would love to see emulated within the Caribbean are schemes that Kevin mentioned, SEIS. This stands for Seed Enterprise Investment Scheme. And I believe within the first year of its unveiling by the government, I believe it unlocked about £9 billion in funding. And that number has probably grown tremendously since then, because that was like 2016. SEIS is a beautiful thing because it helps with the risk reduction. Essentially, there are a number of different perks to having SEIS investments. That includes 50% tax relief off of your bill. So if you invest, it's capped at £200,000, but if you invest £200,000, you're getting £100,000 off of your tax bill. There's also loss relief for another further 25% on that, and 0% capital gains if you hold your shares for more than 3 years. So from an investment standpoint, it's really about, it's a risk reduction. And that's a classic example in ways in which I've seen the government here in London, where I'm calling in from, it's a really good way in which I've seen them take some of that risk reduction and allow some of that capital to flow into the industry and, drive that innovation. So Kevin, thank you for raising that point. And if there's only one contribution that I may have for this panel, I really hope that the Caribbean and other developing countries can implement these types of things, because it really helps investors get behind, and that's critical to building out the teams and whatnot. So is there anyone that would like to build on that before I move on to the next question?
I mean, Anna, I don't know, but I really do, because I think, yes, all of those schemes, and and I know that the UK creative industries sector benefited, amazingly. And that's how I ended up at Ingenious Media and structuring the World Cinema Fund, SEIS and EIS and others. But in all of this, we must not let the banks and the bankers off the hook either, right? Have you've been an SME? Have you tried getting a loan from a bank, particularly in the African subcontinent? And I'm sure it's the same in the Caribbean. So I think it's really important that we begin to engage as we develop as not just the entrepreneurs, the SMEs, the entrepreneurship support organization, the academic institutions, everybody really, begins to educate the bankers on what it is to be an entrepreneur and what are the challenges that entrepreneurs face and what are some of the risks that the bankers have to take. In Africa, you could you go to a bank and they said, yes, of course, we can give you a loan. The interest rate is between, 25 to 30%. Which entrepreneur is going to be able to support that? Yeah. So that's on the kind of commercial banks, but also the DFI, the development banks as well. And I, certainly started to work with the French Development Bank and with the Africa Development Bank in looking at ways that they could begin to structure financing that allows and enables SMEs to be able to leverage their products and services.
Agreed. Anna, is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, I completely agree. I think with the banks, etc. as well, I think culture is playing a huge part here.
Yes.
And that's literally a core thing, right? And you've seen that within the UK and also the West Coast or the States more broadly. Like you've got Silicon Valley Bank, you've got British Business Bank, you've got more organizations that are now culturally understanding the value of the SME clients and high growth startups, and they're taking on more risk. I think it's starting to be done. There's more data around, and hopefully there'll be just more leaders influencing that. And this is, I guess, exactly what this talk is about, right? Influencing that. But I think it all boils down to a culture of acceptance and support and empowerment and encouragement when it comes to entrepreneurship. And that literally means every single facet of society and the economy, which is absolutely clear from, the examples that Parminder and also Kevin have given as well. But yeah, that would be my only addition. It's culture and actually looking at how do you influence and change culture in old organizations conventionally. And that's tough, but it's not never been done. It has been done. So Kevin's like, yeah, that's me working for the UNDP in Barbados. You'll do it though, Kevin. You'll do it. It'll happen. And that's the main thing, because you're entrepreneurial, right? And that's what entrepreneurs do. They push the status quo, and they push hard to change culture. So it will happen slowly but surely.
That's why, the fintech revolution is really taking hold across the African continent, and I'm sure will come to the Caribbean as well. So as you said, Anna, yeah, entrepreneurs, also look for ways of going under, over, through, around the phenomenal obstacles that are constantly put in their path.
Yeah, it's I can attest it is difficult for entrepreneurs in the Caribbean, and I can assume that this it's hard enough as is. Anna, you and I had discussed previously, entrepreneurship is very hard as is. The odds are incredibly stacked as is. So even if you're in San Francisco, the odds are very, very low and things are extremely hard. So it's definitely, you don't need to unnecessarily multiply that difficulty, but 100-fold, to people from disadvantaged backgrounds. So I really hope that this talk can be seen and heard by the right people and really drive that change. And I trust that it will. So that moves me on to my next question. Business school. Business schools' access and affordability could represent a roadblock to many aspiring and talented entrepreneurs, especially if they come from an unprivileged background or underprivileged background or developing countries. Some of them are probably even watching this talk right now. Do you have any suggestions as to how they can sharpen their entrepreneurship skills without having to enroll in a business school? Anna, I'm going to throw this one at you as you are dialing in live from Oxford.
Yeah. First and foremost, just stating the absolute obvious, your one success in life is not determined by their education. Like it's just not. I genuinely don't believe it is. I didn't study at Oxford. I'm working and leading an entrepreneurship centre at Oxford right now, right? I studied at Queen Mary's and then Manchester. But even if I hadn't, I do think that you do need environments, no matter how talented you are in life, an environment of support, right? Whether that's through your family, but then looking at, are you a first gen within your family to be an entrepreneur and build a business? Do you need financial security? Actually, can you take that risk of being an entrepreneur? Your peer group, I don't know whether it's a workplace support, like you need something. And I think Kevin touched on it as well when you asked your question about what governments should support you on, around the ecosystem of support and encouragement. So I would say, no, you don't have to go to business school. If you do choose to go to business school, there's no disputing the fact that business schools do give incredible opportunity to access networks, a platform and a profile that wouldn't come in such a conventional route outside of business school, right? So if you're going to a business school, like for example, we said we've taken on 29 entrepreneurial fellows at the University of Oxford. In the last 8 weeks alone, they've got bursary funding to work with high growth startups in our accelerator. They've got a bespoke leadership curriculum, and they've got like mentorship and training roundtables from everyone from the co-founder of Twitter to the co-founder of Evernote, the chairman of McKinsey Africa and beyond. So straight away, you're giving these individuals not an advantage, right? Like they're getting access to networks and an audience that might have access to capital if they're building a business or whatever else at a far easier, like the kind of like the accessibility is far easier to them. Whereas outside of, I think, the education ecosystem, it's more challenging because it's really more reliant on your individual hustle. It's reliant on your individual networks, where your parents work, or do you know anyone that knows anyone? It's required on individual self-confidence and self-belief, and there are different skills and environments that you need. That being said, it's not being done, right? If you've got the raw talent, you've got the raw talent. You just have to go out there and identify the people, the resources, the tasks that you need to do, and go out there and get it, right? I mean, to go back to basics, I'm still a firm believer in like cold calling, for example. Cold calling still results in investment deals, but it's just not as accessible on your fingertips. That, again, just feeding off that as an individual, if you have a broader ecosystem of support, i.e. you don't need to go through an education institution or do an MBA to apply to an accelerator program. Right, you've got Entrepreneur First, you've got Techstars, you mentioned there's some in Barbados, UNDP Labs. I'm presuming Kevin's not going to have a kind of entry requirement that you need to have an MBA over there, amongst many other organizations. And if government also, again, to access funding support, tax breaks, etc., you can do it either way. I do think that educational ecosystems provide an advantage. That being said, outside of them, you can still capitalize on it. It's a very long way of finishing on one sentence.
Great. No, I agree as with everything you guys say. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a single thing you guys utter that I do not agree with. Kevin, do you have anything to add on this matter?
I was scared you were going to come to me. This is a question I've considered heavily for a long time. You know, I'm incredibly supportive of business schools, and I'm incredibly critical of business schools, right? And so, you know, sit and listen to Anna. You know, she's talking about, you know, the world I'm fortunate to some extent to be moving in. You know, Atch is a friend from grad school when we're at Stanford who's done great things with McKinsey in Africa and all over, and ALA. And so, you know, and I have an insight where, you know, obviously when I was looking at my decision to go to business school, so I'm kind of a product of, you know, where I had access to, let's say, the top business schools. The accessibility and affordability was definitely a challenge and a question. And largely, it even influenced my decision to then keep working, do an entrepreneurship program at Rice, which is still a very good school, and not to go take the placement, say, at Harvard Business School, right? So at the time when you're going through it, you're really thinking, these things where it's like, do I go, the options are investment banking, consulting, and now it's a startup. And I understand how business schools support that. But I'm critical, here's why I'm critical of the business schools and the MBA and what it's become. And again, I think it leads to this concentration or fetishization of opportunity and talent, which I think are counterproductive to what you're trying to do. Like Anna said, the best founders that I interact with now on a daily basis. I mean, with Lofty Inc. Capital Management, where I'm a venture partner, we see 20 to 30 decks a week. I'm engaging up to this morning, 3 calls. Very few of the successes we've had, whether it was Ian, Andela, before we went to Flutterwave, whether I could call a list of names, it was not traceable, or it was not, causation wasn't because of a business school or MBA. So that is firm and fair. I'll recall a comment, or really a line of question. I was, a few years ago, at the Oxford Union, we had a John Hennessy. He was a former provost at Stanford while I was there, and he was, and he lamented, and he was giving a talk. They have these phenomenal talks at the Oxford Union, and he was lamenting, and I hope I'm not paraphrasing it incorrectly, that some of the world's best talent is concentrated in working on the same small things and replicas of the same thing. The top minds are working on 10 different widgets on some app, literally, and he thinks it's a tragic waste of resources and talent. And then you look across the African continent, where I happen to see, and I'm seeing phenomenal talent working on phenomenal problems, and I can sit here all day and tell you some that don't have the resources, and they're not being adjudged to have the credibility because of a lack of an MBA, et cetera. And so I think that system is fundamentally broken. Again, I'm not saying not to go to, I'm not saying, I have an MBA, and there was a lot that came from my MBA. Although the funny thing is, strangely enough, people ask, would I be where I am now or doing what I'm doing if it weren't for the MBA? I would say, well, actually, no. I mean, I'm not using much of my MBA, although it was a relationship with Idris that we formed in business school, where we started working on our first startup together, libraries across Africa, that have led to where we are now as the most active investor on the continent. So again, was it because of business school? No, I could have met him in an accelerator program. I could have met him in a networking session. I could have met him somewhere else. So it's hard for me, having been a product of a business school, to say this. But yeah, I agree that I worry that people believe that you have to go take on the debt and the expense of an MBA. And then I find founders come out from an MBA, and then I'm still, as an investor, having to recoach them on, you've thought through this concept very well, but have you spoken to the people on the ground? Have you done enough customer validation? And so either the programs are not preparing people for what it takes to build these businesses. But anyway, that's a whole nother panel, a whole nother conversation. So I'm just going to stop there before I get myself in trouble.
Parminder, I'll let you answer, but just to give you guys a heads up, we are wrapping up in about 8 minutes or so. So after this answer, I'm going to quickly run through our final 2 questions, and then, yeah. So Parminder, do you
want to share my own MBA story? So I worked in arts administration. I never went to, I didn't study arts administration. I became a filmmaker, and I never went to film school. But there was a moment in 2005, and I thought, Parminder, you should really underpin all of this learned knowledge with some academic study. And I thought of doing an MBA. And at the same time, I wrote to the chairman of Ingenious Media, and I said, I have this idea that I want to create a World Cinema Fund. You guys know how to do this. And here's my business case for why. And he called me in, and we had a coffee, and within 30 seconds, he said, yes, let's do that, yeah? So my MBA being 2 years with Ingenious Media, learning how to structure a fund is where I learned that a waterfall isn't something you stand under, but actually is how you read the numbers. But so the point I want to make is, no, absolutely, MBA is not the only route. I agree with Anna, yes, you get the most amazing networks and the connections, and it is, you have a platform. But I would say that particularly in the emerging markets, you have to build and create those. And I would say the extraordinary entrepreneurship ecosystem providers, whether they're, the pre-incubators, the incubators, the business nurseries, et cetera, across the continent, are doing precisely what the education entrepreneur ecosystems are also doing. And I would say that, both of those systems need to work together much, much more closely. The likes of Paystack, the M-Pesa guys, Edmund Noni from, who's using drone technology in Sierra Leone and now taking it across the continent on how to use drone technology to support agri-entrepreneurs. Help Mama Guy, who created a birth bag for women who were dying, in birth. Kalahari Honey, sadly, the founder just recently died, who's brought bees and elephants together to create a solution for managing wild elephants in Botswana. They don't come with MBAs, but what they do come with is a lot of common sense and an absolute fundamental knowledge and understanding of their local environments, yeah? And they've applied all of that to building businesses which have now gone on to scale.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. All right, well, I guess we've got time for one more question, possibly two, if we do like a quick round robin. But going from say MBA age and scaling it down, in the past few years, private course providers like Holistack have been providing entrepreneurship courses, not only to young professionals, but also to primary school and college students. What's your take on the matter? Is there a specific age where kids can start to be exposed to the entrepreneurship philosophy? If we can get a 1-minute answer per person, that would be divine. Anna.
I think that start them young, right? As soon as they come out, basically. No, honestly, genuinely, when it comes to anything from money or understanding the value of money or building ideas, I mean, if anything, the creative talents and juices in a child's mind, where fear is not knocked out of them as when they're growing older in life. I mean, they dream big. They have a huge imagination, and actually that should be encouraged and tried and tested in different creative ways. So I would say it's never too young. Within the UK, I don't know, more broadly across the Caribbean, I mean, you've got Young Enterprise, you've got so many other initiatives that young people can take part in from a very young age, to form teams, to build businesses, to try and test, even if it is with monopoly money. And I think that gives them key critical skills, and it should be something that's encouraged, because if you try and test that several times before you even get to 16 or 17, like, you're already on an incredible platform to try and build something absolutely real. So I would say that age is just a number, and the earlier the better. I would also say, just going back to your previous question, sorry, Matt, but the only thing on the MBA piece, MBA aside, the only thing anyone really needs if they ever wanted to do an MBA without doing an MBA is access to the internet. Right now, the key things that you can learn in an MBA program, they can be viewed on YouTube, right? Like, these incredible people, you can learn on the internet, but having access to the internet, good broadband, high quality speed internet is absolutely critical. But please don't think that you're going to be missing out exceptionally. The main thing is the network, but you can build that network outside of a business school as well.
And it's worth pointing out, you could build that network online as well. So I think fundamentally, if we just get that internet connection going, especially as it relates to developing countries, we just had a talk on AI and education, and you know, that was really the ground level as well, as to, you know, how do we get everyone involved? How do other countries tap into this AI boom? And it's the same with entrepreneurship, and I guess anything else. There's so much available to us online that you know, we got that internet going, and we're good to go. Parminder, we've got about 30 seconds. Do you have any input on the topic? Is there a specific age to teach entrepreneurship?
No, absolutely, there is no specific age. The younger you can start in really working on that mindset. You know, for me, the option is, do you want to be a job creator, or do you want to be a job seeker? That's, you know, and so start instilling in the minds of young people, and remember, and older people as well, but you can be an entrepreneur at any age. So be job creators and not job seekers. And also that we must begin to, celebrate entrepreneurship in the way that certainly the Indian subcontinent. I mean, if you went home and told your parent you want to be an entrepreneur, they would put their arms up in horror and say, what? I've just spent all this money sending you to the best schools. So I would say identify and celebrate local entrepreneurs, both those who have failed, particularly those who have failed, because failure is the most important way of learning, and those who have succeeded. So entrepreneurs as role models.
Superb. Kevin, any last thoughts from you?
I'll close out the answer. The earlier, the better. Just remember, today's youngest generations are more technologically savvy than you can imagine. And they see technology and creativity as a combination. They see technology as something to already, innately manipulate and not just use. My daughter's 8 and has a book of inventions. She's always asking me about building games on Roblox. Can I pay for that? My son he wants a YouTube channel for his 6th birthday. I've said no. But they already understand that technology and this creative economy, and they already are creating solutions. And so, no, you can teach entrepreneurship at any age, and so you should start as soon as possible. That's it.
Agreed. Well, guys, to keep things in time, I mean, I know we could all keep going. I do have like 2 more questions I would love to ask, but I'm going to resist. So yeah, I just want to say thank you all. Thank you, Parminder. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Kevin. It's been really great to have you guys on board. Your experience is perfect for this talk, and I'm really happy that we can all get you together to share these insights. And I really hope from a developing country standpoint that a lot of this stuff that's been discussed can be implemented, because in my opinion, at least, entrepreneurship is critical. We are connecting via Zoom, which was founded by entrepreneurs. I, for one, am tapping in on a laptop, which was founded by an entrepreneur, and so on it goes. So thank you all again. And thank you to the audience. Thank you for tuning in to this last day of the panel. We hope to see you at the Future Academy tomorrow for the launch of Holistic's Small Island Developing States competition. And thank you. Have a wonderful day, and see you soon.
Papa, boy.
Mama Dlo.
It's party you're having here and I ain't got no invitation, my old friend.
No party. I was there minding my own damn business. I don't know where all these people come from.
It's been a while since we had visitors in the place. Let me not show bad manners now, Papa. We should introduce ourselves.
Well?
Well, what? It's your forest that make you the host.
All you know, if you want to keep peace in the home, you have to do what the woman say. Welcome to my home. I's Papa Bois, protector of all the trees and animals in the forest.
And I am Mama Dlo, mother of all the waters around this land. All your friends are foes?
They look like foes to you.
I couldn't tell. I didn't even know they still remember us. It's been a while since we had humans in this place.
Yes, and my army of creatures have descended to brooding chickens.
At least to keep away the roaches.
The roaches are my animals too.
They're menaces.
They are my menaces.
You could keep them and your rats.
I smell people.
Speaking of rats, all you ladies hold your men quick for she teeth them way.
You're always so suspicious of an innocent old lady.
Old, yes, but I sure could think of more fitting words than innocent and lady.
Welcome, Laja Bless.
Papa Bois, you're looking as handsome as ever. Pity your friend here looking like she stand too long in the water.
It have no dance here. Find your way back to the darkness that spit you out.
Look, Mama Dlo, you know that all creatures are free to roam in my forest.
I hope all you're seeing this. As she come, this man lose what little sense he had.
Jealousy, is that?
Take off that veil and show them the face of jealousy, you rotting devil woman.
Temper, Mama Glow, temper!
Look. I know these wonderful people ain't come to see to all your fight. It's story you come to hear, all right? Don't let these two women here confuse the plot. The magic in my forest is make them little hot. Story you want, story you gonna get. Some to make you laugh. And others to make you sweat.
Oi! 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 Have you seen her? Have any of you seen her? No, I know she's come this way, but... No, maybe that way. Oh, I don't know which way, but I just know that I've got to find her. Oh. You want to know? Oh. Well, I mean, I'm not quite certain myself. You see, it feels just like 5 minutes ago, and yet almost like an eternity. You lot here must think me mad. Yeah, but I'm not. I can assure you. You see, I'm a learned English man, and I'm just here visiting this island that seems to have enchanted me. And my parents, yeah, they always used to tell me about this wonderful Caribbean village life. So I saved them my earnings to come back here and just experience it for myself. And might I add, what an experience it has been. I mean, you lot here, yeah, the people here are so bloody welcoming. My nan's friends, yeah, they invite me over for a bit of dinner. Now, I'm not saying they poisoned my food or whatever, but what I'm saying is they must have put something in my meal because I couldn't get enough of it. What is it? It's sauce. That's it, sauce. And that golden buttery ball of cornmeal and okras just swimming in heavenly stew that's made with fish that fly and the rum. Oh, good heavens, the rum. So you lot must understand, yeah, that when the villagers invited me over for a bit of a sing and dance, I couldn't pass it up. But of course, for some reason, the singing and the dancing, it did come with a warning, yeah?
Beware the devil woman!
Beware the devil woman. Hear me out here, lads. Hear me out, yeah? If the devil was cast out from heaven, I mean, surely he must have taken his trouble and strife with him. And this island, it's heaven on earth. So I just knew that I had absolutely nothing to fear, nothing to worry about. But for some reason, that taunting refrain,
beware the devil woman,
kept ringing in my bloody ears. All right, so the night of the dance came, yeah, and darkness, it overtook the land like a swiftly passing train. And after it did that, the man them, they started a bonfire. I mean, it was a kind of thing I've only ever really seen in movies. And after they started the bonfire, this bewitching drumming, it started. And it tasked even the most shy among us to dance. A dance we did while bottles of rum were just going round and round and round. And I swear, yeah, at one point I looked into the bottle and there was a man looking back at me. I mean, he looked like a poor lost genie drowning in fine liquor. Yeah, but I drew the bottle ever so closer, and with a raspy voice, I swear I heard him whisper, "Beware the devil woman! Beware the devil woman!" And that's when I knew I'd simply, completely fallen off my rockers. I'd had enough. I had enough to drink, enough to eat, enough for the singing, enough for the dancing, enough for the lot of it. So I took whatever modicum of dignity I had left and made my way through the reveling crowd to just enter my bed. If I could find my bed. But that's when I saw her. She was the most beautiful vision I'd ever seen. Just there, at the edge of the forest. All right, I couldn't see her face, yeah, but I was mesmerized by the beauty that I couldn't see. And in that moment, I just wanted her, so I begged with her. I pleaded with her to just have a sing, have a dance with me and join in on the festivities, you know what I mean? But when I approached her, she turned and she ran away without uttering a word. It was the weirdest thing. But I still wanted her. So I chased after her once again, but of course, I heard the villagers' fading voices saying in the background once more,
"Beware the devil woman! Beware the devil woman!"
All right!
Beware the devil woman!
All right! Devil woman this, devil woman that. Whatever you lot here are bang out of order, yeah? Leave it out and sling your hook, please. Because this woman, she was no devil. She glistened like an absolute angel. And I was going to catch me an angel that night. So I chased after her again, but I started getting so bloody frustrated because I couldn't catch her. She was all that was on my mind. And it all started feeling so impossible because all that I wanted was her. But now I found myself here with a forest of trees behind me, you know, surrounded by whatever the hell you are. Still looking for her, still looking for a way out, so please, if any of you can help me at all right, please. I'm still looking for her, still looking for a way out. She's my only hope, please. Help me find her. Help me find my devil woman.
Tell the story of the devil woman.
Oh, I am so misunderstood.
Search the forest for the devil woman.
Yes, come and find me in these woods.
Don't be tempted by the devil woman.
Attempted? I am quite good.
Take the head of the devil woman.
Oh, I'm sure you wish you could. devil woman.
But you can't get vexed. The money call you by your name.
I don't go get back in your bottle and drink some milk, Baku.
But the poor little tourist man just wanted to have a good time. Now look what you gonna do to he.
Dudu, darling, he do that to himself. And it's not my fault he listened to the voice in the bottle.
Ha! If it only get to he before he done junk, I gotta save you from you.
Didn't you have a master to go back to, Baku?
Oh, yeah.
Hey! All creatures, whether mystical or natural, are free to roam in my forest. It is only humans who get stuck here, and all because of their own weakness.
That should take advantage of.
Well, watch out, pot calling kettle black, Baku.
You're nothing like you, witch.
So what about that time when you turn into a snake and make that poor servant fall off a ledge to his death?
That is an accident.
It is an accident when you cover that farming cowitch and make him go mad just because he say a few bad things about you, Baku?
You know very well. He ain't too nice to talk bad about nobody.
And then they had that time when you hold a whole village hostage and break windows and injure people when you your rocks, Baku.
You know very well it happen how you make it sound. When I done know a hungry man is an angry man. And it's the same thing that goes for me. All you got to do is remember my simple little rule. Now listen. If Baku belly pack, you and me gonna roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. If Baku belly pack, you and me gonna roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. If Baku belly pack, you and me gonna roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. If Baku belly pack, you and me gonna roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. My name is Boise the Baku. Some call me Mr. Boise. Others call me Buck. But it don't matter what you call me. Just don't call me mischief. Boy's a playful soul and I like to have my fun. But if you don't got my banana and milk or call me by the wrong name, well, I'll just be prone to the occasional tantrum. I remember I had a time when this man found me down by Joe's River. And he took my bottle and started to rub it there like I did a lamb. So I had to stop and ask you there, so, boss man, what you think this is? I ain't no genie. And you for surely ain't no Aladdin. So start dirtying up my glass bottle and take out the cork and let me out, please. So he started to take out the cork in slow motion like he expected me to ooze out in a puff of smoke. By the time the cork went out, he big two eyes still inside my bottle. Ha! But then, I jump out. Boom! The man is so scared and frightened he not pee pants. And he did look a little confused. So I started to feel a little sorry for him. So I opened with some introducements, you see? Good day, my good sir. My name is Boise the Baku. And since it is you that find me, I now belong to you. Now, if you want to keep me happy and our friendship ever true, just remember my simple little rule. If Baku belly pack, you and me gonna roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. So I come to find out man in there, Frankie. And Frankie make sure he take care of this Baku. But you better shout for me high above all he thinks, for he'd only give you one job, which was to make sure nobody thief nothing from him. But let me tell you, every morning and evening like clockwork, he had my banana and milk there, boy. Yeah. And it was as though he knew to put sugar water to them banana trees and feed them cows with honey tobacco to live in the life, boy. But I come to find out that Frankie had a brother that they named John, and that Johnny just so rubbed me the wrong way. So one evening, Frankie bring my banana and milk as he normally does, but not mean to sound a little ungrateful, it a lot more than usual. So I asked him what's going on here. He can't tell me.
Boise, I brought a little extra banana and milk here for you because I'm going to leave for a couple of days. So I just put extra in the event that John forget to feed you.
Forget to feed me? Forget to feed me, but he can't be right. So I had to tell you straight up. Come now. My dearest friend, you know my love for you is true. You gotta let that Johnny stay in your house. But remember, this deal I made was with you. So tell he no, and tell he again. Make sure that idiot fully aware of my simple little rule. If Baku belly pack, you and me gon' roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. So my own two eyes and my own two ears, I watch and listen to Frankie give his brother specific instructions. Make sure you give Boise his banana and milk every morning and every evening. Alright? As soon as Frankie left, that idiot took up my bottle and I was looking inside. Mind you can't see Baku, but Baku could see he. That fool bird getting reason he don't understand how he brother could waste good food for an empty bottle. So by his foolish reasoning, he took up not one, but 2 of my bananas. I drank all of my milk. And then to add insult to injury, he getting use my bottle as an ashtray, boy. That had my head so hot that evening, man. Cause when I done know it mean war. When I done know, if Baku belly pack, you and me gon' roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. So I start small that evening now. Move a little chair here and there. Break it down. Sit down the saucepan of food on the floor. Splat! And close the door and he faced every now and then. Blam! And that Johnny still wasn't getting it. So I had to up my game now. I call for all my animal friends from the forest. I call for the cats, the rats, the ants, the chickens, the mahogany birds. All of them come and attack you one evening. He swiped left. He swiped right. I ain't do nothing. He went to use bay leaf. He went to use bacon. I ain't do nothing neither. All the swiping he was doing, it wasn't doing nothing until all the animals running out of the house. Then I didn't know it was my turn, man. I took out some big rocks about the same size as my bananas. I started to put infinite rocks like he had like in a video game, man. Cause when I done know, if Baku belly pack, you and me gon' roll like that. But if Baku belly empty, it's trouble, you can see. It was action in the gap that evening, man. That Johnny didn't know never to mess with this Baku again. It was only after all the action finally died down, and Baku finally come to senses, that he remembered he can't felt straight. So all the neighbors' houses in the gaps, the windows, they break.
Come now, Buck. Ease yourself.
Where? Like my Bajan friend. I ain't see you in a while.
Everybody, take off your left shoe quick. Everybody take it off before she turn your head bazodi.
Ignore the witch. If I don't want to catch all ya, I would do it to every sense. But here now, all you want to hear more stories, it have plenty in this forest. And not just creatures like we. They have people like you living here.
Well, they used to be like all, yeah. Now they're dead.
Duppies! And just like all you come to forget about we, come that you forget them too.
And them got many like we living to remind them.
Ah, old friends.
Yes, Papa Boy. We hear news about people in the forest, so we decide to come and look for ourselves.
It's a good thing all you come. The night ripe for storytelling.
Well, if it's stories one I want, it's certainly stories we could tell.
And if it's stories that you want, you know all you got to start right.
Once upon a story,
once upon a time, a monkey, balata, and the far white line. Once upon a story, once upon a time, a monkey, balata, and the far white line. Once upon a story, once upon a time, a monkey, balata, and the far white line. Once upon a story, once upon a time, a monkey, balata, and the far white line. When I say crack, when I say crack. Crack! 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 Crack, crack, crack! Crack, crack, crack! 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 Papa Boy! You ready?
Spirits of this great forest, help me tell the story of the specialists. Form the Gael and let the rhythm lead you. Help me tell the story of the man, the master, and the poet.
Muma, muma,
your son in the grave already. Your son in the grave already. Your son in the grave already. Take a towel and bind your belly. Your son in the grave already. Your son in the grave already. Your son in the grave already. Take a towel and bind your belly. Your son in the grave already. son in the grave already. Your son in the grave already. Take a towel and burn your belly.
In a place neither near nor far, in a time neither know nor then, there's an old frail-looking man who walked like death was calling his name. Nobody in the village knew the man's name, but everyone from the oldest to the youngest simply referred to the man as the specialist. For you see, every morning, the specialist left home and up through the woods, and you ain't seen it till evening time. Rainfall, sunshine, it don't matter, you ain't seen the specialist. And you could understand why. He had a whole little chat house with enough leaks, but the specialist didn't care. All he would say is, this is my house. If it load. A man, a few words with the specialist, but that man was brave. That man could walk up to two young fellas in the middle of a violent fight and quit so fight done. And all he had to say was, run. It's one night darkness and mischief all over the village. And the specialist come home later than usual and brought up on 10 big, broad and manly men with the muscles the size of Popeyes and the brains the size of a mosquito. Now we know not to talk the old man, but not these fools. Hear them. Specialist! Use a special case! A special waste of space! Specialist! You're going back to your hut! Your special coconut! This is my house! If it load! A man, a few words with the specialist, but that you would think they would stop. Not them here then carrying on again. Specialist, your old fragile ass! We gonna make you eat some special grass, specialist! We gonna take that stick, give you one special kick. No, we know not to taunt the man nor the house, but nobody ever knew what would happen when you taunt the man's stick. Just then the specialist stand up straight and tall, and then he sneeze. They laugh, but they turn around just in time to see the specialist take out fabric from his back pocket, tie it round the head, and assume the stance. Villagers start to gather around. But let me tell you, the fellas didn't stand a chance, because then we know the stick had a name, Python. Because with 3 artful steps, with unimaginable speed, and licking you down 1, ha, and 2, ha, 3, ha. And when there was just one left standing, the specialist just simply look at him and say, run!
Muma, muma, your son in the grave, your son in the grave already.
Your son in the grave already. Take a towel and burn your belly.
Your son in the grave,
your son in the grave already. Your son in the grave already.
Burn your belly.
Burn your belly.
The way you been?
The way you been?
That is the way the story ends.
The story end? Well, the next one best begin.
And wanna know we got enough stories too.
Both the living and the dead. The dead? That's all like mischief.
And you ain't like no mischief, eh, Buck?
Not mischief, boysy. Mysteries.
And it ain't no university that can rationalize the word legends of we duppies here.
Some people don't believe what them is told. Them only believe what them does see.
Now, it all happened a long time ago. I believe it or not, this story is absolutely true. Because Duppy don't lie. Now, it was the year 1812, and there was a somber mood across the plantation where its owner, Colonel Thomas Chase, had died. Now, Colonel Chase was a terribly wealthy man, and in the case of the terribly wealthy, his family had secured him a burial plot in Christchurch Parish Church, yes? Up the hill from Oystins and next to what is known today as the Foundation School. But that Sunday, when they went up to bury Colonel Chase, they saw the most bizarre sight. Now, Colonel Chase was the first in his family to be buried, so of course they was expecting to see other coffins there. And they did, but not as they had been left before. You see, as soon as they opened the vault door, swoosh,
A breath of death rushed past him in a cloud of dust, and as the air cleared, all the coffins and remains were scattered all across the floor. That's when the whispers started.
Well, how the coffins get so?
It must be some earthquake or magnetic interference.
I'm on an earthquake. Only duppies is feel earthquake. Man, I did always know them cases they do it over here.
I tell one of that somebody is thieving them coffins there, so can't watch my old there.
Listen, I feel it's because they can't get along with the living. So they must take them cross to the grave.
Rumors spread far and wide across the island about the mysteries of the Chase Vault. Now the family, they won't admit to any dealings with Obeah. And nobody didn't want to admit to any family conflict. But you remember what I tell you, right? Duppy don't lie. So that Sunday after the funeral, they fixed back the coffins in a very specific arrangement. And then the vault was sealed. And as things go in Barbados, a few weeks' time, everything seemingly went back to normal. Until 4 years later, when another member of the Chase family had to be buried. And the same thing happened again. As soon as them opened the vault door. Swoosh! A breath of death rushed past him in a cloud of dust, and as the air settled, surely enough, there they all were. All the coffins spread across the floor. The same thing happened the next year, and then 2 years later. Breaths, death in a cloud of dust. A vault in disarray, and you know now, the villagers had a lot to say.
Not me, Bozy. I want nothing to do with that family.
I don't tell one of that somebody is thieving the chest doing that, so but I watch my old day.
I'm thinking what? There's a curse upon that family. They may never get rest in peace. I bet there's somebody wicked that did before then.
Whether it's Stephen or Obeah, that family is cursed. As fast as the wind blows, the news of the mystery of the Chase Vault reached the ears of the governor. Now, the governor was sure that there was trickery, and he was determined to catch the culprit. So at the last funeral here, what he do? He presided over the burial and watched as his official seal was forged into the concrete. Then the vault was sealed. Because if any living person was to tamper with it, the seal would be broken and it would be known. But no governor seal can't stop a duppy fight. So the vault had to be opened again. And the watchman ain't seen nobody visit the tomb. And the seal was still intact. Yet there was still fear in the hearts of the men that had to open that door. You should have seen them. They hesitantly tiptoed down the steps. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps so quietly. Like if they was trying not to awake the dead. And then there they were, standing at the door of a mystery, about to unveil the curse of the Chase family once again. They knocked. Ears keenly pricked, like if they was expecting somebody to answer. But satisfied that there was no mischief afoot, they ever so slightly ease open the vault door a little bit. Nothing. So they get brave and they push a little further. Nothing. So then with one valiantly strong push, they pushed the vault door open. Everybody was standing there, and then nothing. But as soon as them stepped foot into the vault, swoosh! Another breath of death rushed past him in a cloud of dust. Surely enough, as the air settled, body parts, remains, coffins, all thrown all over the floor. The authorities were sick of it. So here what they do. They took out all the coffins and buried them all separately. So you know that the dead could finally rest in peace. And if you don't believe me, you could head up to Christchurch Parish Church and look for the vault, because you remember what I tell you, right? Duppy, don't lie.
But them exaggerate the truth, though.
All a part of the fun, Buck.
Don't mind. I love them stories, eh?
They used to talk plenty about us.
And they're scared of we too?
No, Buck. It's respect. They used to respect we, eh? Times change. And then we got time to sit down and listen to stories like these.
But all you're enjoying these stories, eh? So all you're enjoying these stories, eh? Well, we have more stories to give you. Some that you may say are fake. Others that you may say could have happened. Some of the living and the dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially the gentlemen, all ya come, let me tell ya a story.
All your fellas don't fall for that trick.
Ain't no trick, say. I just telling the people about Sucky.
It's a long time I living in this forest, and I never see you call nobody to follow you, so
Let me ask you a question. When you gonna stop the war, eh? When you gonna stop the war?
Ain't no war, Papa. I'm just making sure the people know. Unlike you and me, this devil woman have no intention to protect nobody.
So why you don't talk about the blood sucker?
Look, we don't talk about her around here.
But why not? If we go remind the people of the stories, we got to tell them about Sucky. She was one of we one time.
You ain't know that. And even so, that time long gone.
Leave it alone.
Listen, the big guardians of the forest are a little scared of a vampire story. But I go tell all ya.
I hope all ya have plenty rice. Because if you call she name tonight and she appear, it's only rice trains that go save all ya.
A story. A story. Let it come.
Let it go.
They had a little village just outside this forest. And everybody used to mako. Or, as all your patients say, malicious in people business. But it didn't have no kind of fear, nor violence. And everybody was happy. Until one day, this old wrinkled-up lady named Suki moved into the furthest part of the village. And it just so happened that as soon as Suki reached, strange things started to happen. And the strangest of them all was the unexplainable deaths of babies. Now, you might say that babies die every day, but this was an ordinary kind of death. The children had what looked like bite marks on their bodies, and I ain't never seen no kind of mosquito leave them kind of marks so yet. So as well, people started to murmur.
So what are you really telling me? How these things only start happening when Suki come out the place?
And why she always out the house before their break? She don't sleep home.
Why should have only met friends of people in the village that got children?
Quick, so everybody started saying that
Suki is a old hag,
and that Suki is short for
Please, Sukayon.
Now, my name might mean devil woman, but this old hag was a different kind of evil. This is she make deal with the devil himself to shed his skin and turn into any kind of animal. But the real evil is when she turn into a ball of fire, sneak through any keyhole or crack in your house and suck your baby's blood till it dry up and dead. And it's so people accuse Suki.
Alright, pack your bag and go out from out here.
But Suki would just keep walking, like she can hear a word they're saying. And the villagers, they started to get vexed, and they started to fret the old hag on the loose. But they had one woman, Mums, they call her. She didn't fret of no old hag. She tell them, bold face, eh? This ain't the first old hag to come about these parts. And it ain't gonna be the last. I gonna teach one of how to protect your children and catch sheep. Get the rice. Skipper, get the rice. Mums didn't spare no details in the plot. She tell them that if they want to catch the old hag, they got to buy a bag of rice and spread round the children beds. Out there. But the women, they're so scared and desperate. They buy about 20 bags of rice and spread round the whole house. And the men, they went to grab whatever weapon they could find, bat, wood, sword, whatever they could find to catch she. But that night,
it was so quiet that every man and woman started to fall asleep. But they had a dog in the distance. It started to bark like it could sense evil was in the air. The old hag had started to approach the house. But wait, they got rice grains on the step. The old hag turned into a ball of fire, dropped to the ground, and started to count every grain of rice. And the dogs in the distance started to make a frenzy. They started to bark and bark and bark. And they wake up every man and woman. The women went to grab the children. And the men with their bats, woods, and swords. They come with their weapons and they try to beat you. Oh God, they beat you. They beat us. And with all the beating she gets, she ain't stop counting them rice grains yet. Morning come, and they still beating that woman.
And to this day, we don't know whether Suki was the old hag.
They beat that woman till she dead, and she still get sick and dead after she gone.
So that's why we don't like to talk about Suki, because they could have killed an innocent woman who was simply cut.
And now my story, it's done. Let it go and let it come. All of that just to make them feel they might have a worse wish than you. I had to tell that story for that. Look, you right here.
How about next story? I got one that ain't too far removed from the town that we're living in now.
Oh God, tell me now.
A time not too long ago, in a place not too far away from here, there used to be a man that went door to door selling all kind of things. Bright and early on a Saturday morning, you will catch you walking through every street in the village. Here he,
Pots and pans, curtains and rugs. Pay me later what you can. Pay me now what you could. Lamps and string lights, bowls and dishes. Pay me later what you like. Pay me now what you wishes.
He didn't know everyone in the village by name. And he does know when you does be home. When Christmas time come round, he done have everything you they want to pretty up the place. And you know how we Bajan stop. We just be happy to buy something, take it home, and pay bit by bit as the time pass. But this salesman did nobody to mess wrong with. Once you buy something from he gonna make sure and come back and ask for a little $5 or $10 to put on the card to pay off. And you know how we mothers then send them children outside to meet the salesman.
Man, the coolie man outside.
Tell you I ain't home. Tell you I ain't home.
My mommy told me to tell you that she ain't at home.
Everyone did know that if you buy something from the salesman and you ain't pay it yet, you better pay he twice the amount that you owe he the next time he come around. Cause he ain't want to make you vex or make you feel like your TV merchandise from here and ain't want to pay for it. But Ma had to learn the hard way. 6 weeks now she did avoiding the salesman. When the next Saturday come around, he make sure to change his tune a little bit.
Child, tell your mother outside.
She told me to tell you to come back tomorrow.
Alright, tell your mother gonna come back tomorrow, and she better got me money. Pay me big or pay me small. It don't matter, as long you pay me all. Run and hide when I come and collect. You're gonna be sorry. Your tipping ways you will regret.
And true enough, the next day he come back. And he see now that the house still locked up tight. With a little note on the door saying, "We going to church. Come back tonight." The salesman did had enough. He did gonna send his friend to come deal with she. After all, 6 weeks now and he can't get his money yet. So he left from about the house. And Ma peep out from behind she curtains. The same ones that she did buy from he. Ma peep out.
make sure he de gone. Then when long punchy day, the night come, and ma they start to hear this strange sound coming from outside.
There, what's that sound out there, so?
And not just any donkey, one of the steel variety. When ma realized what it was, she went and she looked at she house quick, and went hyper under the table. That sounded tormenting ma. She yelled the whole night. When the sun rise, man, she child they walking about the house looking more dumpy than we. Then went down by the church to ask and beg the priest to pray for the house. But no prayers gonna work. Not till the salesman, they get his money. So when the night come, the donkey come with it. At this time, the rain is so thunderous and sound like raindrops beside the big rocks. They hit him on the roof. The shark couldn't take it no more.
Why you just don't pay my money?
And so she did. Ma went out every neighbor, any family member, anybody for a little $5 or $10 so that she could pay the salesman. And when she had got enough, before the salesman could even knock on the door, the child would run out and say,
Look, Ma told me to tell you that she ain't home, but let your money. Please stay here still, don't can't go away.
And so he did. The salesman count up his money, make sure it all there, and went long for the day.
Pots and pans, curtains and rugs. Pay me later what you can, pay me now what you could. Lamps and string lights, bowls and dishes. Pay me later what you like, pay me now what you wishes. And the moral of the story is, when you buy things from people, make sure you pay them back on time before they send somebody to steal donkey for you.
But why is it that all your humans just make we do all your dirty work, eh?
True. You know that oftentimes we are blamed for the wrongdoings of the mortals.
It's true, Papa. While some of us might have a little mischief and some the devil, it got some of you that is only fight when one of us with forests and rivers and ting.
But you know, there are some human stories more frightening than ours.
For true, them used to tell stories to get them children to start behaving right. It's like we gotta start telling them stories again that way their children getting on nowadays.
I remember when we were still children among the land of the living. There was a story we used to hear so much that not a single girl or boy used to be out of the house after dark. A time not so long ago, in a different Barbados, when the land was fertile, sugarcane plantations was more plentiful than potholes, and respect was still a word that was understood by young children.
I know that this starting to sound like a fairy tale already, but this ain't a fable. This story is as true as we stand before you tonight.
Barbados used to thrive on producing sugarcane. And if you know how sugarcane does grow, then you know that all over the place basically had bush. Life in BIM was fairly simple. My father used to get little 10 cents a week for the work he used to do on the plantation. And that 10 cents used to feed the entire household.
Try surviving on even $100 a week for the whole family. Can't do it.
We're happy people. Ain't know about internet or cable TV. Ain't had no smartphones. But we did learning with lessons and things from the stories we hear from the elders in the household. Everybody did know about Anansi.
We did love he.
And Aesop fables.
We don't hear much about them no more.
But every once in a while, a new story was made up to explain unthinkable happenings and to warn children about unthinkable dangers. This is one of those unthinkable stories. The story goes like this.
And we don't know how true it is.
But one night, not long before the crop season did begin, a group of children playing outside noticed something rather unusual. It was just before dark and the sky had an ominous fiery glow. As was the norm, children were running through the fields, playing ring games and singing songs. They knew that once the sun was setting, it was time to head inside. So the children broke the barrier of the tall canes and stepped into the road. And that's when they saw it. For the third time that week, a most unusual hearse, driving slower than a turtle could run, the driver dressed in all black, peering at them from beneath the shadow of his broad-rimmed hat. But this evening was different. This evening, he stopped, and without saying a single word, reached his black-gloved hand through the window and beckoned them with a handful of sweets cradled between his crooked fingers. The children screamed and scattered, all of them running to the safety of their own homes. All of them except one boy. Grantley could have never say no to sweets.
Duppy does know who to frighten.
Is that this undertaker wasn't a Duppy? The next day, when the children wanted to play in the fields, their parents kept them inside. They had heard the news that Grantley hadn't come home the night before, so the authorities sent out a search party. But no one could have guessed what they found. There, in a clearing in the forest, Grantley's body, surrounded by iron, candles, and sweets.
Somebody call him,
His eyes and mouth wide open, his body stiff, as if fear had grasped the very core of his soul. But perhaps the most horrifying thing was the story that was told of how it looked as if a clawed beast had ripped Grantley's heart from his chest and feasted on it right there, next to his lifeless, mangled body. This was no mauling, and this was no random murder. This was a sacrifice.
And so the story of the heart man was born. A man who wasn't quite alive, because him had no heart, but had to take the hearts of innocent, unsuspecting children to keep himself alive.
The villagers mourned for poor Grantley, and paranoia and suspicion took hold of what was once a very trusting village.
Everyone selling sweets was a potential killer.
And questioning eyes kept watch of all undertakers.
Children were told to go straight home after school.
Perhaps the heart man knew that the villagers were on the prowl, because soon after, him and his hearse vanished. But then, in another part of the island, far removed from the terror of his evil, the heart man began a new hunt. This time in a small blue car, still luring children with sweets. One by one, he plucked them from their villages and carved their hearts from their bodies. And then, when his crusade of terror was finally over, his story continued to be told to children.
Do as your parents tell you, or the heart man will come a-calling.
Do as your parents tell you. You better heed my warnings.
Don't cause them no ill will or pain or strife.
Because the heart man is waiting patiently to take your heart and end your life.
And now that psycho serial killer turned into a folklore character.
Well, if you could be one.
Look, Tualia, these fine people didn't come to see Tualia fight. It's stories that come to hear tonight.
Why are you looking at me, Papa? Don't tell my story.
Age before beauty, devil woman.
For truth, Mama Glow. We ain't hear your story yet. Come, peoples. You've got to do a little chant so we can get Mama Glow to tell us her story. Mama Glow.
Mama Glow.
Keeper of the sea.
Keeper of the sea.
Mama Glow.
Mama Glow.
Show yourself.
Show yourself to me.
Mama Dlo.
Mama Dlo.
Your mysteries.
With your mysteries to show.
Mama Dlo.
Mama Dlo.
We are friends.
We are friends. Not foes.
Before the world became as it is today, there was a young woman named Remy who was thought to be a curse to her village because she could bear no children. But despite this, her husband loved her dearly. Now, Theo, her husband, was a fisherman, and each night he would go down to the river and cast his nets, but catch barely enough fish to feed himself and his wife. Poor Remy thought that this was because of her barrenness. Then one night, Theo heard a loud noise as though something had lashed the water. Started with fear, he hid behind a tree, peeping out to see if he could see the creature that made the noise. But he saw no one. Yet the breeze seemed to hum a gentle and hypnotizing sound. Then he could control his curiosity no more and followed the luring sound. Now his father had told him stories of Mama Dlo, but he himself had never seen me. So he closed his eyes and called out to me.
Mama Dlo, keeper of the sea. Mama Dlo, show yourself to me. Mama Dlo, with your mysteries to show. Mama Dlo, I am friend, not foe.
When Theo opened his eyes, there I was, combing my hair in my beloved mirror. And I turned to him and said, call me sweetly, and we will have fun. But if you betray me, to my wrath, you will succumb. That night, Theo stood by me, enraptured by my beauty. He told me stories of how his wife could bear no children and how he could barely catch enough fish. His life was so full of hopelessness, and yet he asked for nothing. So I made him a promise. I'd bless his nets with fish and his wife with a child, but he must continue to call on me every night. And each birthday at midnight, he must bring that child to me, and I would bless her. When Theo went to pull his fish from the nets, he struggled greatly, for they were laden with fish. And the following week, he let me know his wife was with child. Theo was elated, and when the child was born, he named her Bunme, for she was my gift to him. Then one night, I sat and I waited for Theo, but he never came. I sat until the sun rose, but he never came. Days had turned into months, months turned into years. He had forgotten his promise to me. He had betrayed me. Then one night, I heard the most familiar sound coming from the water's edge. It was Bunme. She had found her way back to me. After all, she was my daughter. Her presence cooled my rage. And much like her father, Bunme would come to spend nights with me. And when I know I had gained her trust, I asked her to bring her father to me. And surely enough, she agreed. The following week when Bunme returned, she was relaxed. But Theo was anxious. He must have known he had angered me. And that fear grew when he saw Bunme jump into the water and dive below the surface. Eager to save his only child, he jumped in to save her, but heard my voice instead. Call me sweetly, and we will have fun. But if you betray me, to my wrath you will succumb. Theo begged and begged for his only daughter.
Please don't take Bunme. Please don't take my daughter. It was I who betrayed you. Please, take me instead, please.
No, I am a reasonable creature. And he was right. It was he who had betrayed me, not Bunme. So I released her from my grasp and kept him in mind instead. When Bunme reappeared, she asked, where's my father? When I pointed to the water, there he was, as young and handsome as the night I had first met him. Except this time, he was a mermaid, and my gift to her was now his to give, for her to call him from the water whenever she wanted to see him. And if you listen closely, you can still hear the solemn cries of Theo against the crashing waves.
So it's like what they say. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
Call it what you want, but like the salesman and the bailiff, I go collect what is mine.
What all you need to understand, that Mama Glo and I are protectors. Whether it be the forests or the waters, whether it be the animals or the humans, we ensure that everything is safe. So when all the humans and they want to take advantage and they want to destroy and they want to build your highways and byways through the forests and they want to abuse we magic, that is when we get on mad like we make ourselves. Quick! Monkey breaky back.
Oh, piece of rock.
I remember one time it have a man who used to use a path to get to the other side of the forest. Once a week, at the same time, he used that path. I watched that man for weeks, and something about him didn't smell right.
You mean like he needed a bath?
No, Buck. Something didn't smell right. Like he was up to mischief. Later I found out that he was trying to set traps for the animals. One day he walking normal through the path. And he brought me up sitting in the middle of the path. He watched me and say,
"Oh man, get out my way."
Now I had to look around to see who he was talking to. You come to my house and get on like you own the place? You're real bullface.
You house? Well, man, you better mind your place.
You know, Papa Boy is a very gentle, kind person. But something about that man had my head hot. Yo, I let him pass. Not today, Papa. Not today. Second time, he bought me up. Same time, same place. He say,
"Oh man, get out my way."
Now, the first time you're rude to me, I may give you a little chance. I know you might be having a bad day, job cuts looming, COVID booming. You might be having a tough time. But the second time you come and you're rude, not today, Papa. Not today. Next time he come, same time, same place, same story, except I watch him and I ask, is where I really coming to the forest to do? That is when the man show me him gun. And I don't mean he was inviting me to inspect it. He pointed it at my face. Now, you know, Papa Boy is an old man. I can't fight no gun. So I let him pass. But as him pass, I say a little whisper. And I blow a little. And that disgusting rude man turned into a hog. Quick! Monkey break it back.
Oh, piece of rock.
Oh, I love it when you take charge, Papa.
Hey, look, I think we should go forward before the two of them start a brawl.
I think it's time we say goodbye to you all.
Don't be strangers, come back soon.
It have endless stories we could tell you.
Some to cause fright and some to make you happy.
We got stories that could go on all night.
This forest is a home, open all the way through.
And we'll keep you safe if this one thing you'll do.
Share what you've heard. Share it far and wide.
Tell them how you laugh.
And tell them how you cry.
You can change up the tales.
We don't mind if you do, but
Don't forget us, 'cause we won't forget you.
Hi, I'm Naila Aimoja, and you've just watched an exciting production of Tales in the Forest. And I have the honor and pleasure of speaking right now to the writer and the director of the play. Join me. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
And how does it feel to have seen the production?
It was really quite refreshing. I think it's the first time that this particular piece has been directed by someone other than myself. So it was really a joy to see what Nala did with the production, the characters, bringing them to life. So it was really quite exciting.
I have to ask you also, I know some of your work, and so I want you to place this play with your work in terms of your objectives as a writer.
Well, my objective has always been to bring Caribbean and Barbadian heritage to the fore. So that is a major thing for me in all of my work. It tends to be either historical based or heritage based or, you know, steeped in the folklore and culture. So it varies according to the production. This one is very special to me because it merges my two main Caribbean experiences being Barbados and Trinidad. So it really is very special play for me. I'm sure my Trinidadian friends will be smiling because they will see some of the references that they know that I'm very close to as well.
Yeah.
So it's really special.
I found that merging particularly exciting actually. It's one of the things I enjoyed. So Nala, how was it for you producing this? Particularly in a non-traditional.
Well, the truth is that non-traditional spaces appeal to me. That's always been my thing. I've never been too firmly married to the idea of audience and performance. So this space, I mean, look at it, it's almost begging to be the set for this specific piece, you know. It was like coming home.
Lovely. And what about having to marry the idea of translating something meant for stage to this open stage and then considering recording it?
All right, so here's the thing. The idea was to kind of film it like a play, which I'm gonna be a little presumptuous and assume probably meant when it was said to film it so you can see an audience and a playing space. What we kind of went for is to film it the way that you would experience it if you were there live. Because watching this live, there's a certain vibe that being in an alternative space and being surrounded by actual bush when they come out of the bush that somehow allows the characters to seem more like they really do have hairy legs and horns and scales and them kind of things. So we didn't want to shoot it like a movie, but there are some moments where you bend it a bit so that it mimics what you would get here that you can't get just, you know, looking at it as a camera experience.
I can see those elements coming through. And so it's going to be really interesting to discuss with the actors their experience of, you know, having that feeling of being in nature in a story that clearly takes place in the forest.
And anything they say about me being bad-tempered and cantankerous is a lie.
Pure lies, I
yes,
don't know.
It never happened.
Yes, I
never.
Yes. Thanks. Thanks
Thank
both
you.
of you. Take care.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Mr. British tourist.
Yes.
I'd like to know, I need to knock off the British accent, but seriously, what was the experience like for you performing in this non-traditional stage?
Tiring, different, but overall exciting. It was a new experience and one that I would actually be really happy in doing again.
Okay. Why tiring?
The overall process of the entire thing, you know, just finding this new character that you've never played before, doing the research that went into it. You can't just do everything off the top, right? Because it wouldn't come off as original as you would like it to. So it can be pretty difficult, and you may not even always get what you want in the end. But once it's enough, hopefully you can just move forward with that.
What kind of research did you have to do for your part?
Accents. I had to research a bunch of accents. I learned about a few that I never heard of before. So I learned about Essex British accents. I learned about MLE. That's multicultural London English. So it's where it would be, they live in England, but they live in London, England, and it would be Asian cultures, Caribbean cultures, and all these different mixtures that will come together and actually form a new accent within London. I found that amazing, right? So there was that. Well, I can't remember the name of the accent, but the one that Hagrid speaks from Harry Potter.
Yeah.
That's more
Some
so
northern,
the west, northern west side of London. I learned about scouse, which sounded really familiar to souse, but scouse, that is a dish. Traditionally, it has in beef, carrots, potatoes, that is centered in Liverpool, because it's something that the sailors would eat whenever they used to come in from the dock. So a lot of knowledge went into it.
A lot of things, yeah.
But so I just try to use that to the best of my ability and bring that out within my character.
Okay. So which accent did you settle on?
A mixture of three. Multicultural London English.
Yeah.
A bit of the western side, so I sound a bit Scottish and a bit Irish.
Yeah.
And a third one, but I can't remember what the third one is yet.
Yeah, but I can hear it though.
A bit, yeah. Oh, Cockney.
Thanks for granting me this interview. What's your real name, really?
Kyle Corsier.
Good to meet you, Kyle.
You as
well. Ladia Bless.
Yes, please. And
your real name?
I am Tiffany Amber Williams.
Tiffany.
Yes, please.
What was it like playing this supernatural creature?
It was really fun. It was a bit of a stretch for me because I'm not that type of person, and she's known to be the devil woman, so I'm not nowhere close to that. Tiffany is nowhere close to that. So it was really fun to be able to dig into that and to find that space, and to take on a mysterious outlook.
Your makeup is just captivating. I'm seeing it up close and it's wonderful. Did you have to do a lot of research as well?
I did. I looked into the Trinidadian accent, as well as just finding out more about Laja Bless and seductress. What is a seductress? How can I use my manipulative ways to create what I want, to get what I want, to find happiness in a weird way, if that makes sense.
The conflict between you and Mama Joe, it seemed very real.
Yes.
What did you have to source? What was the inspiration?
You dig a little deep and you find ways to work around that conflict. And if I've ever had any conflict, and I've definitely had conflict in my life with other people, whether male or female or whoever, I've had just to find that and source that and remember what that is like within Tiffany and kind of transform it into Laja Bless and how she would portray that.
Is that what actors do?
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask. I'm not an actress. So,
yes.
I have to ask these things.
Very much so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And it was a wonderful performance. I really enjoyed it very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And now, Mr. Baku.
Hello.
Mr. Baku.
Yes.
What's your real name?
Actually, my name is Kimal Marshall.
And I was fascinated with your performance, and I really want to know. Did you like rehearse with the tree? Because you seem to be so much at ease and one with the tree.
Yeah, we rehearsed with the tree. Like for the first day, like Nala asked us to find a space, and I found the tree and all that stuff. So in my head, I wasn't thinking about climbing up in the tree at first, but then I was like, yeah, I can climb up the tree. I haven't climbed the tree since I was probably like 12 or 11. So climbing the tree was something I found interesting to be, and extremely terrifying because I'm afraid of heights.
Really?
Yeah, believe it or not.
No, I don't actually believe it, because I watched you during the production and you were crawling along the branch, and at one point I saw you like a snake, like kind of. I was like, what?
Yeah, because like I had to figure out new ways to how to make sure I don't fall off the tree, because that was obviously the major fear, falling from the tree. But with my dance history and my dance ability, I was able to interlock my heels and make sure that I don't fall off a bit and hold on to it tight for dear life, and to ensure that I am safe throughout the entire process and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, you just answered one of my other questions, because I was going to ask what kind of physical training prepared you. Are you a gymnast?
No, I'm not a gymnast. I wish I was actually. But I'm actually a dancer, trained in ballet, contemporary dance, and Caribbean dance. After I studied theatre arts, I went on to study dance. So I was able to combine both my love for acting and my love for dance into one with this character. So it came in handy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that wonderful performance.
You're so welcome.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now, we're supposed to meet two actors somewhere around here. I'm not sure where they are. Two duppies. Oh my goodness. Duppy 1 or 2? I'm not sure who's Duppy 1 and Duppy 3. Wow, what is your real name, Duppy 1?
Stefan Martin.
Stefan Martin.
I'm Melissa Hunt.
And Melissa Hunt. And I mean, what was it like actually preparing for these roles?
Quite uncomfortable at first. It was a new norm for me. Well, not a new norm, but it was something new for me. Never been a duppy before, obviously. I'm not really versed. I'm not really very good at dancing, but it opened my body and mind into a new experience in general.
And having to be off stage, like in bushes. I mean, were you afraid that you might butt up on some real duppies?
Yes. Oh. I didn't think it was the duppies I was going to butt up on. I think some other creatures in the forest that I was afraid of. Especially just now, I was like, But preparing for the role was interesting because one of the directions we got was like on our voice and how to be undead people, but not necessarily have the Americanized version of a vampire or whatever. And although we hear about duppies in our everyday life, we never really
study what a duppy is like.
Study how to vocalize it and stuff like that. So that was interesting to have to do.
Did it take a lot of preparation?
Every role takes a lot of preparation, and it did.
And how do you feel after the performance?
I feel fulfilled. I don't know. I feel like I've overcome a big milestone in my life. Like through this whole experience, dancing, singing a little bit, like coming out of my comfort zone and doing those things, and storytelling in general.
I was going to ask you about the storytelling because both of you had significant roles when it came to that.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, you told the story about the specialist.
Yes.
And yours was the heart.
Chase Vault.
Chase Vault. There you go. Yes. So, did you have to research anything in order to, really embrace this story?
Honestly, every experience I've had before in theater always leads me to my next experience. So my last performance on stage was my first time storytelling, and that was a big hill that I had to climb. But then I came here today, and I would not have to say, "Oh, I never do this before," because I did. It was still a challenge, making sure that you always improve from your last performance, but I enjoyed it and it taught me something that I'm sure is going to help me in the next performance to come.
And I'm sure, and we enjoyed it so much. So thank you both. Wonderful performances. I'm supposed to meet two others. I wonder if they got any more out here. My goodness gracious me, the things I do for art. I honestly didn't see you guys coming. Duppy 2. Duppy 4. Oh my goodness, what are your real names?
My name is Sky Lambert.
I am Shakoti Baker.
Hi Sky, hi Shakoti.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Your performances were fantastic.
Thank you.
The storytelling was lovely. I remember Heartman and
Steel
Donkey. Two popular Beijing tales. So what was it like performing, in this setting, this particular play, the stories that you told? What experience was that like?
I felt more of a tie to the land, being able to portray the salesman in the Steel Donkey story. Every day I see the salesman still these days driving through, selling the chairs and the buckets and the baskets. And being able to visualize that now, if I don't pay him, something is going to come and get me. It's going to haunt me until I pay him. And I think I felt more connected to Barbados in itself and its history. And I think I was able to envision that through my character, being able to remember my history and then the present and tying that in together.
Yes.
And I felt a comfort in that.
Yeah. And I want to ask you about that, and Shakoti, maybe you can answer that as well. What connections do you see between the characters, not just the characters you're playing, but the characters you spoke about, right, the Heartman and the Donkey, and modernizing them, bringing them into our pop culture?
Yeah, I find that in a lot of other places in the world, they're very good at keeping their creatures present, whether it be reboots, reimaginings, whatever the case, cosplay.
There's a lot of different avenues that they use to keep these creatures, these tales alive. So I think that we can, as a people, in general, because I do believe that people are starting to forget. So if we could implement these tales, these creatures, this story into our culture more, things like AnimeCon. There are people that cosplay Bajan-inspired things, but it's not necessarily folklore characters, and they are different from what they have overseas. So if we put more effort into putting our own spin on it, I think we'll have a lot more vitality in our culture and our creatures, and our stories will continue on in that direction.
Beautiful. And it's so wonderful to know that we have this generation looking out for that. Papa Bois, Mama Plo, thank you so much for allowing me to grace your forest.
Welcome.
Thank you. Papa Bois, starting with you. What did you have to draw on? What inspiration did you have to pull from to play such a powerful character and so convincingly?
But you must understand, Papa Bois is the protector of the forest. So it was just a matter of thinking about that thing that you treasure most in your life and what you would do to protect it and guard it. So I drew on that because there are some things in my life that I would protect with my very being. That is what I used.
It's so convincing. What do you call yourself when you are not in character?
When I'm not in character?
Yes, sir.
I am just called Angelo.
Very good to meet you, Angelo. And Mama Glow, your name, please.
Naomi Green.
Pleased to meet you.
You too.
And you played this character so convincingly also and so beautifully. I wanted to know if playing this character had any influence on you personally, and if so, what that might be.
I would say yes. I would say my physical characteristics as well, not just my mind. This character, to me, she's regal, she's strong, she's a divine woman, and so I want to take that with me in everyday life, try to sit a little better. Generally, I'm kind of a nervous person, so I would like to take from her confidence. She's sure about everything, she knows exactly what she wants, so that I would like that character to influence me in that way.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for granting me this interview. And congratulations on the wonderful show.
Feel free to visit again.
Thank you so much, sir. I probably will. And so there we have it. A brief look behind the scenes at Details in the Forest. I trust that you've enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed showing it to you, and as much as you enjoyed the play. Maybe we'll be back again next year for another episode and a meeting with these strange characters. Hopefully there won't be too many duppies around. Good night.